everybody, and welcome to the Roll Down, the TFT Esports podcast, where we talk about everything from the grassroots to the pro scene, from the couch to the crown. My name is Gangly. I'm your host for today, and joined with me is friend of the podcast, EMEA TFT caster, Impetuous Panda. How you doing?
I'm doing great. This podcast means that we're right around the corner, moving into regionals, moving to the culmination of the esports part of the sets when it comes to making the TAC round, what players are going to make it to TPC next set. So it really is, for me at least, the exciting part of the season.
That's right. And so right now, if you're watching this, you're probably watching it live before the broadcast of the actual competition starts. And you can probably see a timer somewhere around here indicating that we are counting down until game number 1 of the play-in phase is going to start. And so we're going to take you through everything you need to know about this event, everything that you need to know going into both weeks of the regional finals. So David, let's get started. And first, before we go anywhere, let me just tell you, if you're watching this not live, you're watching this on YouTube, go and watch the regional finals. That's happening March 6th through 8th, and then week 2 on 13th through 15th. You can see the times outlined here. It is happening all around the world. We have EMEA, Americas, and APAC, and then the CN region has their own regional finals format that they'll be following. So make sure you go ahead and follow along with us. But first, let's take a look at our qualified players for the EMEA regional finals. And something I want to talk about real quick, David, is how there are players qualifying in through various methods, right? It's not just the players that we've seen from the TPC. What the regional finals does is that it opens up the doors to players who are coming in through a variety of different methods.
And the different methods are valued in different ways. If you're coming from TPC, the worst you can do is start in playoffs. That's only 4 players, though, not the 8 that we had last set. And it is the riskiest slot of the tournament to come into because it means that one bad day of TFT, you lose your chance to make it to regionals week 2. You lose your chance to guarantee your spot in TPC next set, which could be devastating for some of these players. But it's also maybe a beacon of hope for players who are not in TPC, who have this leg in now to compete on an equal playing ground in week 1 the next 2 days and potentially make it into TPC, maybe even make it to TAC round. We saw it happen last time with what Jungler, for example, in EMEA. So different expectations, I think, are set at this point in time. And
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Roll Down, the TFT Esports podcast. I'm going to say into 4 games immediately. 4 players, their entire set, their life is gone. In EMEA.
for reasons, known or unknown, lost their slot in TPC. Players like Jedusor, for example, players like Aaliyah, they're fighting through ladder. They easily qualified to week 1, and they're potentially a whole level above the rest of the field in this week 1. So I think it's quite normal to see the ladder players perform at a very high level because maybe they almost deserve to be in week 2 already, but they just don't have that access with the current format, how it works.
I think even the momentum is kind of on their side, right? You have the players from the TPC who are making it into play-ins who have largely been struggling this entire set compared to the rest of the field. And comparatively, you have, like you're saying, these tier 2 players who don't belong in tier 2. Obviously, they're capable and strong enough to be in tier 1 TFT, who have been doing nothing but finding success, dominating the ladder, going into the cups. And that momentum, it does actually play a large part in just your mental. And so I'm excited to see how many of them can continue to turn it on and make their way back into the TPC. So let's talk about the format for this weekend. Today, we are in the play-in stage. And this, I'm just going to say it now, this is a tough format to beat. Okay, we have 16 players competing over the course of 4 games today. And at the end of 4 games, immediately, 4 players, their entire set, their life is gone. They will be eliminated, and 4 will directly advance into week 1, day number 2. After that, we will have 8 players remaining who will continue to play 2 more games. And after 2 more games, we will cut that field in half. 4 more advance into week 1, day 2, and 4 more will become eliminated. And Panda, this is, like I said, perhaps the most brutal portion of the entire regional finals. 4 games and then 6 games total can decide your fate for the last 3 months of prep.
No matter how good you are, and there are some very good players who unfortunately did not do their homework at TPC except from EMEA, it's only 6 games. Anything can happen. 1/8 place could maybe even seal the deal in those first 4 games already. So it is a scary place to be at. It's usually your own fault as a TPC player if you end up here through just lack of results throughout the sets. But this is the time to clutch up. This is where experience really matters, where being able to stay calm under pressure matters, because it's just so cutthroat, as you're mentioning.
All right, so let's move on to week one, day number 2. This is where those 8 players from the play-in phase meet 32 other competitors to a total of 40 players on the day. They will compete in 6 games. And I'm going to be honest, this format is way simpler when you compare it to the play-in phase where it's, immediate cuts after 4, 2 more, even more cuts. 6 games, only the bottom 8 get eliminated. 32 move on. That seems pretty forgiving, right? The thing to remember, though, is that the points carry over. You're not rolling up with the last qualified spot and feeling good about your chances in week 1, day 3, because the points carry over in the next day. After just 2 games of this top 32, 4 players are going to be eliminated. We'll play 2 more games worth 24 players until 4 are eliminated. And again, between both of those, top 4 advance directly into the TPC, into that week 2. And now this is where it gets a little bit different, because we drop those 8 players, we go down to 16, and we play 1 game. And after 1 game, we have 8 more players leaving the field, 4 advancing into week 2, 4 getting eliminated, and we'll have 1 final game with 8 players. And once again, top 4 advance, bottom 4 are eliminated. And Panda, what stands out to me is that on week 1, day 3, it feels like every single game has something to play for.
Yeah, there's no lull in the action in terms of the first 4 games are kind of, calm. And then the next 2 games really ramp up in intensity. It's going to be, especially when you're on the lower end, you're fighting for your life pretty much every single game, having to play maybe higher risk than you would want to, having to warp your game plan entirely around the situation that you're in on the leaderboard. So it is going to be a cutthroat and exciting as a viewer and caster day of TFT, but maybe scary as a player as well.
I mean, the reality is, because this is a game of variance, there's a world where even the best players start off the day with an 8th, with a 7th, right? And what I think is the key for this format in particular is that if you are starting on the back foot, you can't get tilted. I think you just can't afford to have any lapse in judgment, any lapse in mental, because the second that you start doubting yourself, the second you start feeling that pressure and letting it get to you, the tournament's going to move on without you and you're dead in the water. So if you're a top player here, I really want to see some resilience and the ability to bounce back. So now that we've talked a little bit about the format, let's talk about the elephant in the room, which is that 16.6. If you're watching this right now, this patch has been out for a few days, but this is a huge patch. I mean, back in the day, we had the mid-set updates, which kind of gave us this huge update with new champions and stuff. It's not quite that, but it's definitely reminiscent of it. And the thing that is the largest change that happened in 16.6 has to be the unlock changes. So obviously in set 16, the set mechanic being that with certain actions that you take on your board, you can unlock different champions to get different things for your board. All of those unlock conditions on the whole have been made easier with this patch. Panda, what implications do you see the unlock changes having on the meta?
It just really opens up the possibilities and the flexibility of so many different lines that used to be very restrictive to only under these specific conditions, sub 5%. Can you play Yone with Yasuo? Can you play certain champions? Now it's been opened up, and just the sheer amount of extra possibilities you have and the way you have to restructure how you go into certain lines cut this late into the set of TFT is, I would be daunted as a competitor, because it's just everything you worked on and polished throughout the last 2 months is going to change radically. Some players will benefit from this. I think some players really are very good at intuitive TFT and adapting to these changes much quicker. But other players who I think are more flowcharty, who are more, they find their advantages in executing at a high level and making small mistakes, they might be in trouble, because all of a sudden everything they've been slowly polishing, executing towards for this regionals is now wide open again, and it doesn't really suit them as competitors. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how it all shakes out this weekend.
Are there any champions in particular on this list that stand out to you? And you mentioned Yone being a big one. Is there anything else that stands out as like, I think this might shake up the way that we see the game played?
I think the easier unlocks for Ixtal is interesting for the healing, for example, with the loose streak tray. I think something like a Tom Kench at 350 is really interesting in terms of how warping and scaling a champion can be. I think some of the earlier unlock, for example, like Graves, it just makes it easier. You could get into these lines fairly easily before anyway, like Bilgewater, but you just have almost no conditions now. So if you find a good spot for it, if maybe it's a comfort comp for you, you can play for this more often. Just across the entire board, every single bucket slot just has changed entirely how these comps are played.
I'm really excited to see the Aatrox change personally. I feel like all set long people talked about how the requirements to unlock Aatrox oftentimes kind of made you have this tension on your board where it's like in order to unlock them I have to build this, but by the time I build this and I have everything on my board, I don't want these items anymore. So I'm very excited to see if we're going to be seeing new. I think the Slayer line in particular has opened up a ton and it has much more flexibility than what we've seen in the past. So I'm excited to see all that play out. But this before us we have is the real meat and potatoes of the show. I think what everyone who's watching this right now wants to hear about, and that is not the patch, it is the players. So if you've watched one of our pre-show podcasts before, you're familiar with this. These are our player buckets, as we call them. And so what we've done is we've taken every player in the week 1 field and we have categorized them into different player buckets, so that you can digest and understand a little bit of how they operate, how they function, where we see them in the great big story of TFT. So let's just get straight into it with our first category, which is the favorites. This is pretty self-explanatory, but these are the players that I think more so than anyone else, are shocked to see them in week 1 for one reason or another, and we would be shocked if they stayed here. Everyone on this list is a storied veteran one way or another. And we are beyond the shadow of a doubt expecting to see them make their way back into the TPC. What can you tell me about these two players?
First of all, the big disclaimer, this is week 1. The fact that these players are favorites does not mean they've had the best set of TFT of their lives. They unfortunately have had a pretty bad set of TFT. Despite this, they have the experience, they have the composure to, in my opinion, still make it through without much of a hitch through this week 1. Lekoko in particular has had 2 sets now where his regular seasons have been fairly poor compared to his usual, maybe best or second best player in EMEA standard that he's held for himself. Did make it attack round last set regardless, but this set 31st out of 32 players in TPC. Not sure if he's just not really been committing as much time to the game, but it is by far and away his worst set of TFT, I would say, since set 6. Despite this, I think he has what it takes to crush this week 1, even if he's starting in play-ins, and make it to that week 2 to guarantee that TPC spot, maybe even attack round slot again. For Volta, similar case. He finished 25th out of the 32 players in TPC, but you can never count him out, no matter how he looks on the convergence, no matter how he plays the game differently to how you perceive it. He is just the guy that always pops off on regionals, always makes an attack round. It would be, I think, his 7th if he makes it this set, or 8th. So just absolutely insane performance usually from him at the end of a set.
Yeah, like Coco in particular on this list is just, when you look especially at domestic results, I think that's the one thing on Lecoco's resume that there's always been the quick mismatch of his domestic results compared to his international results. But if you can really just hone in how Lecoco has performed in EMEA by itself, he's very clearly in the same tier as the international greats that we talk about of, Wage and Iverson and Dishto from the Americas, YBY, Ironbog from APAC. And to me, it's like double in Lecoco from EMEA. It's so clear far and away that Lecoco has had domestic dominance over EMEA for a very long time. And so, yes, while he's been a little bit on the downward trend for the last 2 sets, I fully believe that Lecoco is going to be able to get his spot back in the TPC, because a TPC without Lecoco would just be, that would not be a fun thing to see happen. So let's move on to our next player bucket, which is not our favorites, but what we're calling our contenders. Now, this category is the players directly below that favorite. We are not saying that they have the historic accolades that put them far above everyone else in the field, but we believe that they are significantly favored against many players in the field. And if you had to, put your bets on someone to make a deep run this weekend, this is a pretty safe place to put those. So, is there anyone on this list that really stands out to you?
I would say there's a threefold separation here. On one side, Aaliyah, Enzo, and Dedusor all coming from ladder. These are players who are tack round caliber players, who are multiple tack round caliber players. In the case of Dedusor, one of the best rising stars in EMEA the last 5, 6 sets. And I would be very, very shocked to see them not make it through. I think if they were in TPC, they might not even be in week one, but for reasons unknown, they lost their slots last sets. They moved down to tier 2. And I think they're some of the strongest players in the field for sure. Then we look at players like junglers, Ico and Horo X, just barely didn't make it directly to week 2. I think very, very strong players historically. I think they have great prep groups. I think they're just, it would be shocking to see them end up without a TPC slot coming into the next set. And then someone like Revan, who is in an embarrassing position in some cases because he won a TPC event, Streamer Cup, but he didn't make week 2, which is a little bit scary because he might be a player who plays attack round, but loses his slot in TPC next set if he doesn't make it through this week 1. I think he has the right prep group with all the Spanish army to make it through regardless, but it's a big test for him, I think, in terms of his composure.
Yeah, it's interesting because everybody else in this weekend, right? Every other player is playing to qualify to the Tactician's crown, except for Revan. He's already there, like you're saying. And all that he's actually playing for is to get into TPC. There is a world where Revan makes it, he gets eliminated this week, makes it to Tac Crown, and I believe there is a ruling where if he wins or top 8, there is a specific rule. I forget what the clause is. There's a way for him to get his spot back into the TPC through the Tactician's crown. Hopefully we don't have to look up what that rule is because Revan will maybe just make the run and get his spot back.
I will say that would be the most Revan thing to do, to not make week 2 and then somehow win Tac Crown and still make it TPC because of that. The plot armor is just too thick for this guy.
And I before we move off the slide, I want to say that Revan, I think, has been such an important cultural icon for TFT, specifically for Spain, right? He is the first Spanish player to ever represent Spain at the Tactician's crown on the international stage of that caliber. And so for him to go out in week 1 would be very sad to see. But regardless, he's going to be representing the region in a great way coming up with the Tactician's crown, no matter how it goes. Let's move on with our next player bucket, which is going to be the largest one. I mean, you can see the gap in capacity between the last bucket and this one is very, very large. This is a bucket we're calling volatile. Now this, you could take this a couple different ways, and I'm going to have you kind of clarify how you see this bucket after. But volatile can mean 2 things. It could be, 1, in actual play style, right? You're the players who are more willing to lean into risk, who are more of this first or 8th, you would call them, style player. What it also could mean is that it's volatile in terms of how it relates to their consistency. Players who show up in one tournament have this kind of one set wonder, one tournament wonder, great run, and then the next time around they come in dead last. The players who maybe you have to question their dedication to consistent studying and always having their finger on the pulse of the game. How do you see this bucket?
I think it's a mix of all these things. I think it's also career volatility. I think it's players who have had very high peaks, who have made it to Tac Round before in the past. Players like Noel, for example. Players that have made it to regional final day 3s multiple times maybe, but just haven't been at that same level the last few sets. Someone like Kevin Parker, for example, is just moving now from tier 2, hopefully into tier 1. It could be players that have had great careers until recently with the last 2 sets, like Gades and Bensak, but have ended up in the bottom 2 or 3 spots and are playing through play-ins alongside Coco, for example, coming into this week 1. Players that just moved into TPC like Vigo, who have not had the best showing in TPC, who have not been able to hang with the greats in that first debut season, and now have to prove themselves yet again in a regionals week 1. So there's a mix, I think, of everything. This is really the players who you would like to see succeed, but you don't have a guarantee in terms of their past results, in terms of their consistency, that they're going to do so. So this is the exciting bucket of players, in my opinion. If you cheer for any of these players, you're in for a wild ride, because I think anything can happen. But it would not be surprising to see them making week 2. I think they've all proven at some points in their careers that they have what it takes. They just have to really lock in this week.
This is the graphic that I think perfectly encapsulates the depth of EMEA. You know, when you look at other regions and you're going down to what your, I don't know, 40th, 50th best player in any given region, you start to get to the players who maybe don't have as much history, the players who don't have the accolades behind them. In EMEA, what stands out to me is that this is technically, if we're kind of tier listing and we're saying, you know, TPC is this top 16 players, and then we're moving down, like we're right now looking at this kind of 30 to 40 range. And these are established players with a history of performing, like you're mentioning. I mean, Salfo 20 is coming off the top 8 at the Paris Open just a couple months ago, right? And now is in this volatile category here. I think that the EMEA regionals is so exciting because it does truly feel like anybody can take it. Like even the worst player in the EMEA regionals is going to be an elite player, and so I'm really excited to see how that plays out. But let's continue to move on with our next player category. This is going to be our underdogs. And again, I want to note the difference between our volatile category that had so many players, and now we're moving into this underdog category where we're really honing in on just 8 players. Are there some players here that you want to talk about in particular?
Yeah, I think there's also quite a separation between why these players are underdogs. For someone like Arzu and Chinar, for example, they're players who have made TAC Run before. They've made high-level regional events before, but they haven't really been anywhere close to an elite level for maybe 4 or 5 sets. Chinar, in particular, he kind of took the mantle from Ging as a top Turkish player from around set 8 to set 12. Then hasn't really had any meaningful results since then. Not sure if real life stuff got in the way, if he just wasn't spending as much time to TFT. But it's good to see some of these players be in a position where one good weekend of TFT and they're back into TPC. They're back into regularly playing among the tier 1 players and the elite players in EMEA yet again. So it's an exciting time for these players. I think this is the expectation of most of the players in this category. They're just thinking about making week 2 and about guaranteeing some stability in their careers yet again. For players like Narcus, for example, he's an OG player. He's someone who is very well known in the DACH region. He plays it at a regional level, but has never really had a big breakthrough at kind of a EMEA regional top level, tier 1 competition level. So it's kind of a mix of a lot of players. It's, I think, a harder sell to say these players have a great chance of making week 2, but it's not out of the bounds of possibilities. And I think these are players to cheer for if you really want to go for that. 1 in 1,000 or maybe not 1,000, 1 in 20 chance of making it through.
I always see this sort of category as almost like your local heroes. You think of someone who like maybe attends tournaments in their own region. You're talking about Narquez in the DACH region. I mean, lots of these players obviously have their own country's leagues that they've played in. I've watched Marks play in the old Italian Super League when that was a bit more active. These are the players that, like you're saying, are maybe not favored against the field, but there's like some magic about them, right? That like the players from their region, the knowers know that these players have the sauce when the things go their way, and that obviously they're capable of making it this far because they've qualified to the regional finals. So this is, I feel like if you're looking for someone to root for, these are the stories that to me are very exciting because they're always going to fall through the cracks when it comes to the bigger narratives. They're not going to be focused on compared to some of the bigger stars of the region, but they have the opportunity to make the headlines and to go really far in the event and shake things up. So if you're looking for someone to root for, I think anyone on this list will be a fun player to watch. And now let's move on to our final category. We talked about our favorites, our contenders, the volatile, the underdogs. This last category is a category we're just calling the unknown. And so these are players who, for one reason or another, are in this category of either not having as much data on them, not having a long storied career in the game, being unsure of their current form and what they're actually bringing to the event, or just for one reason or another, not really fitting into any of those other categories. Who do you want to talk about here?
I think just going off of what you mentioned around the brief or the bigger picture of the category itself, if you are a top tier player in EU West, if you compete, maybe all these names very well because these are players who are constantly there. high GM, low challenger, maybe didn't play for a long time, but they just never had a competitive breakthrough when it came to tournaments, when it came to making it to day threes of GSCs back in the day, or now the TAC Cups, in terms of making it to regionals at all, or ever in the case of all of these players. So these are players who are known quantities if you're super in depth in the competitive scene as a player. But to a viewer watching this, I doubt any of the viewers that watch at a casual to semi-engaged level know these players. That's the big difference here. And I think it's also an opportunity. This is a chance for, they have 3 days of competition. In some of these cases, only 2 days, day 1 and day 2 of this week 1, to potentially play the most important TFT tournament of their lives. If it goes well, they're slotting into TPC next set. They can take a lot of that time they have to play for hundreds of games on ladder to now just hone their skill and their talent and play scrims and really have a more quality approach to playing this game, and maybe hang in TPC for multiple sets and make a whole career out of this that's sustainable for them as competitors. So that's the big question here, the big thought. These players have a chance to make it to week 2. Is it going to be an easy path to make it there? No. Are they unfavored? Potentially, just from an experience and a pressure standpoint. But I think it's the most important weekend of their TFT careers.
Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome one and all to the TFT Law & Legends Regional Final for Europe, Middle East and Africa, or EMEA. Across this weekend and the next, nearly 200 players in EMEA, the Americas and APAC, will all be playing for their spots at the Tactician's Crown at the end of the month. But today, right now, we're here purely for the 64 that make up the very best EMEA has to offer. We start this 2-weekend competition today with the first step, the first stage of finding out who from EMEA is worthy to compete at the Crown. My name is Counterfeit, joined by the magnificent Makes and the 1 in 1,000 caster Panda. We'll be meeting, of course, Troubling and Barry Bad a little bit later on once our first game is ready to get going. But guys, with regionals almost ready to take off, the set has just been flipped on its head in 16.6. How are you both feeling about the competition?
Honestly, I mean, nostalgia is hitting hard. Mid-sets are back. What's going on? I'm having the time of my life just playing whatever I want at the moment.
Players, though, who have been studying and trying to perfect all these different lines across the entire sets are now maybe a little bit confused because there's an entirely new meta and they have to adapt. And intuition, I think, will be much more rewarded throughout this weekend.
I think it's likely we're going to be spending this whole weekend, possibly some of next weekend as well, really figuring out how this affects everything. But before we get too much further, Panda, would you kind of recap where we are in the competitive set?
Yes, sir. As usual, we have now the Tier 1 circuit, the 32 best players in EMEA competing in those 3 TPC Cups across the set. Over in the aspirational side of things, the Tier 2 circuit, we have the ladder snapshots that feed into regional finals, of course, and we also have the trials and cups as usual, although only 2 of them in this last set.
And if that graphic was just too simple for you, if you want it to be a little bit more complex, don't worry, we got you covered. Let's take a look at our competitive structure. Now, I know there's a lot to take in, but I will break it down. If you want to go from ranked ladder, yes, you can. That is exactly what's happening today. Our ranked players are going into the play-ins to try and fight their way through regionals. But you can also go through the Tacticians trials into the cups and then fight your way into either the play-ins or the week 1 competition of regionals. And if you are a player that does routinely well in those competitions, you can make your way into our pro circuit, the prestige competition, and that then feeds into that Tactician's crown, which is just around the corner.
And that leads very well into the next point we've got here. As you mentioned, the TFT Pro Circuit, you can get those exclusive berths at the Crown even before you hit regionals. So it's worth us catching up onto who has already made it there. So David, of course, we have our 3 TPC Cup winners and our highest performing TPC player already with the spot of the Crown, with of course the highest performing player being Kubikson. But I would say all of that, but there is one less spot from EMEA than there should be. What happened, David? What happened?
As was tradition, apparently now, the second TPC Cup of every set is going to have an America versus EMEA showdown. And in this case, the Americas player came out ahead in both of those cups, Wajan Iverson in the America Home Cup and Darthnov in the EMEA Home Cup. So we lost the slot to TAC unfortunately, which is something to be sad about. But if you're Spanish like me, the first time in history that a Spanish player qualifies to TAC with Revin's TPC win, and that is him getting second in the third TPC Cup. So I'm still pretty happy, all things considered.
Listen, you cannot take a graphic that shows Americas beating EMEA and say, as is tradition, Panda. What kind of example are you setting here?
The America versus EMEA Cup is apparently now the thing for the second cup of the set.
Oh,
not America beating.
Get our spot back next set,
Fake
yes?
information.
Is this part of how Thanksgiving is celebrated in the Americas? They just come over and take our spots away. How awful. Well, let's focus back in purely on the EMEA friends. So, we mentioned already we've got 64 players in the entire event, but today we just have 16. Max, can you catch us up why that is the case?
Yes, me and Ari, we can do this because as we are on day 1 of regional finals week 1, we have our play-in stage. Now, this is a little bit of a special day because today we are going to have quote unquote only 16 players, with 4 of them coming from the TPC circuit. They have been relegated down. 4 of them coming from the Tacticians Cup, and then we have our ladder players, and they're going to fight it out to then make it into day 2, entering our battle stage where a whole host of tough players is already waiting in the wings to try and take them down.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolutely wild ride throughout the entire event. It's kind of crazy to think that for our players coming in today, this could, for half of them, this will be the end of the line. But David, in terms of the overall field then, we've got coming in here today, what's most front of mind for you in terms of the kind of player quality? I know, of course, we had the podcast before this all started, talking a little bit about them, but anything additional you want to add?
I would really narrow the play-in players, the 16 players we have for today, into 3 buckets. One is the TPC players who did not had maybe the worst out of their careers that are in this position for that reason. 4 very good French players with Camula, Coco, Lides, and Bensak. Then we have the rest of the tier 2 players coming in to challenge them for staying alive in this regionals week 1. And I would separate in particular Chinar, Arzu, and Noel, because these are tier 2 players who do have a lot of experience competing in TFT. They've made it to TAC before in the case of Noel and Arzu in the past. They're players who I think will handle the pressure and the stage in a pretty smooth manner coming into this day. And the rest of the players are relatively unknown underdogs who have this one big chance to make something of their TFT careers, to find stability if they survive not just today, but the entire weekend. So it's really interesting to see how that dynamic separates these players in these first 4 games coming up.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mean statement to call them unknowns because, of course, some of these players we all know, but it's just their first time really making that breakthrough into competitive showing here. So that is the player bucket we have ended up with them. However, they could change that fate today. So maybe at the end of the weekend, they're no more unknown. They're the fighter of week 1 regionals. That'd be a great title.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a little word with one of our players, Bensak, to hear from before we go any further. So let's drop in with him and hear what he had to say coming into today.
My name is Alex, also known as Bensak. I've been playing TFT for like 2 full years, and I really enjoy the game. I feel like personally my set hasn't been really good in the GPC. I just lacked of many things, but it's not over yet, so let's try to make it back and be in the tier 1. For me, like the best player in Europe, I couldn't really say it because I haven't played that much games since I've been out from the 3 TPCs really fast, so pretty much everybody except me, I think. Yeah, I feel like an early player would be probably Jacob. He's been in our study group, and he's been really performing since 2 sets. So I feel like this one could be his. I feel like the patch is really good. I feel like it's the hardest we've seen since a long time. Thankfully, we have been able to play it on PBE, not waiting to be on live because it would have been like 2 days training, so that's pretty good. And I think, yeah, the patch is very open, you can play a lot of things, but you have to be very sharp on the lines you play, and you can do a lot of support, so pretty cool, yeah. So yeah, I just give a big shout out to the whole study group that I've been practicing with for like 3 sets now. I feel like we have a really good, you know, like connection together. We are just friends. Like it's not a study group; it's more like a friend group. So just big shout out to them. And I have a good feeling that a lot of us will go to Worlds this set, make it to the EMEA finals. So hopefully I'm one of them. But I'm gonna stay like, you know, like don't try to be like overconfident. Just yeah, step by step, and just big shout out to them.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Definitely our players relying heavily on the connections they make through the scene. But let's start to grab some of the other players we haven't had a chance to talk about as of yet. For you, who's the player you want to bring directly into the spotlight?
I mean, who other could it be than Noel? This is a player that has been part of EMEA's competitive TFT history for as long as Panda and I have been here, and we're old. So he is definitely something that, where if you look at the stats, you're like, why is she highlighting this guy? But hear me out. Noel has been at the Tactician's crown not once, but twice. And he also made really, really deep runs at the Vegas Open, making the final lobby, as well as at the Paris Open, just barely missing out on that final lobby. He is a player that when it comes to competitive heat and just needing to really perform, he's usually able to clutch it up. So I'm putting my money on Noel.
And for me, I want to bring up a player who was brought up on the pre-show, but I think it's worth mentioning again. Yeah, we mentioned already that all 4 of the TPC players come in are French. We've got the front runner from that group that David mentioned before, who's into his 10th regionals, Lococo. He's a pretty unique player in that he normally has a shield for his regular season performance, which makes it very likely he makes it to the crown without necessarily needing to make it to the top 8. You know, top 15 is usually best enough for him. But if we look at his stats overall, he's got the 3rd highest average placement worldwide since set 11. And that stat is even more impressive when how rough his season this season is taken into account. He doesn't have that shield this time. In fact, starting in play-ins means that he goes from being favored in the previous seasons to now taking the longest possible road if he's going to make his 4th TAC crown in a row.
And I have to mention Çınar. I think he's a special player. There was a time when Ging was really just the king of Turkish TFT. No one came close, but Çınar challenged that in a big way from around set 8 to set 12. He had really good results in the GSCs back in the day, a lot of the regional final during those sets, but then has stepped away mostly from having strong performances in any tournament really in EMEA since then. So I'm happy to see him back in a position to potentially get back into tier 1 and to potentially show the world what he's capable of. So fingers crossed Çınar can clutch up today, which I think is the hardest day of the week, and then make it through tomorrow and Sunday as well.
And of course, as we're talking about these players, you think that perhaps one day you'd like to be up here being discussed yourself. There's wonderful news, because we take a small side to just mention that Riot are sort of setting up a new circuit for community events to make sure that there's as much participation and TFT fandom going on. Makes this, the 3 categories of events coming in a more formal fashion. There's the community events, which are the very much the grassroots events coming in, run by content creators and the like. Then we've got the minors, which are larger competitions, which will be in France, Spain, Germany, and Poland, only 1 per set, and lets players play more locally. But there's even more than that.
There is, because TFT majors are going to be a thing moving forward. The very first one is actually going to be at the end of set 17, which is so soon already. Location will be announced soon, but it will be in EMEA, and those are large-scale regional in-person events. Think of it like a mini open, and there will be 1 per set except for the set prior to the open. So that is really exciting news. And if you want to apply for community events that can start on March 19, they're now open to TFT miners. Check out the article for more detailed information. It's riot.com/EMEA TFT events, riot.com/TFT EMEA events to sign up for community events organization. Very cool.
All right, well, from the events of the future, back to the event of right now. Of course, we mentioned it before, but now we can really start getting into it. 16.6, the new changes come in here. Of course, we've had one particular huge change, of course, are to the unlock conditions for our units. So many across the board. Guys, what do you feel like are the most impactful ones?
I think I have to mention Yone. Yone is a champion that is very cool, but unfortunately you could not play him in very many games unless you've specifically played for Yasuo 3 and have the spot for it, especially in competitive. Whereas now you can play into Yone in a much easier fashion as early as stage 3. You can play him into Vertical Ionia, you can play him into Slayer line, even Ari reroll, for example. So that's, I think, one of the most warping unlock changes. Silas as well used to be very difficult to unlock, especially if you didn't have that Jarvan 2 in the early game. Couldn't pivot into it late. Whereas now it's just so much easier to have this really good cap for any kind of fast 9 AP board, with Mel as well being a little bit easier. So the meta has changed drastically, I would say, Meg, when it comes to all the different unlocks.
It has, and honestly, I like dinosaurs as much as the next person, but the reign of the T-Hex is over. I am here to tell you the great news. I predict no T-Hexes for this weekend at least. Maybe there's some dark tech that crops up in the next week, but for now, definitely not what we're going to be seeing. Instead, we're going to see a lot of level 9 playstyle boards or level 7 reroll boards. More on that in just a second. And players are going to really lean into those econ augments. You probably saw them nerfed in 16.6 and you were like, I'm never clicking on them again. They were so good, they needed to be nerfs, and they're still being picked up by our players. Now, with all of those unlocks, you do have one caveat though, because you need to be so careful with not unlocking too many of the legendaries you don't end up wanting in your legendary shops to not clutter your odds for those late game boards. So that is something everybody should keep in mind.
Well, speaking of keeping in mind, we do want to take a look at some of what our players are trying to predict coming into today. Of course, day 6, we've got its tier list come up on the screen in a second, which is, bear in mind, has also been updated. Of course, not just day 6, but of course, players across the world as well. Wajan, has been making predictions. For you guys, what are you kind of feeling like comp-wise is going to be the most impactful, perhaps outside of the mainline comps?
I think especially comparing to the last big tournaments where the meta was really around 4 costs and staying on level 8 because 9 was too expensive and going for 3-star 4 costs as your only real win condition and that warping the entire system. Now fast 9 is a thing again, with Mel being easier to unlock, with Rise of course going down to only 3 regions, much easier to unlock, and things like Kennen changing. We mentioned earlier with the Silas change as well. So Fast 9 is back on the menu in a big way. For players who want to win games, this is usually the way to do it on this patch. And as Megs briefly mentioned, reroll is completely back on the menu as well, especially 3-cost reroll. If you're playing from loose streak in the past few patches in the set, it felt quite bad because there was no way to stabilize on 7. There was no strong 3-cost reroll to play for. Whereas now that's kind of changed quite a bit, Megs.
It has changed because reroll is back, baby. We're seeing Ari reroll crop up more and more on the Ionia. Yunara is no longer our friend if we're reroll fans. We're playing with Ari, and we're also seeing the Malzahar, Leona, Zoe board really do very well on the reroll lines. Of course, there's some niche rerolls. I'm still thinking that there might be some dark tech now that Veigar is so much easier to unlock with the Yordles, as well as some of the 2 costs that, of course, are still going to be a thing. And a lot of that actually leads back to Bard being easier to afford on those unlocks as well. So don't worry, reroll, we're still in, baby.
Yeah, I mean, it fills me with joy to see there were 2 different threads on Reddit today about different types of Darius reroll comps. Absolutely wonderful stuff coming through. So hopefully we get to see all sorts of nonsense today. But if you'd like to join in nonsense yourself, we talked to the organizers before, but now we're talking directly to you as players. If you head across to competetft.com, you can become a TFT legend yourself. You can scan the QR code right in the center of the screen right now before it goes away and get yourself in a shot at one of the most accessible esports on the planet. So, I will post the link in the chat as well, just to make sure that nobody misses out there. But definitely give it a crack and show us exactly what you're made of. Panda, back to the tournament itself, though. Talk to us a little bit about our co-streamers who will be covering all 3 tournaments throughout the weekend.
Yeah, we'll have co-streamers from both EMEA for this next block of 6 games, and also America's coming right after that. Some streamers will maybe even do both tournaments if they have that marathon in them to go for 16 hours in a row. Pretty much every single language will be covered in all of these different streamers and co-streamers. So if you don't feel comfortable with English, if you want to find maybe a stream in Spanish or in French, I'm sure you'll find your option here. So we're trying to cater to all the different viewers that we have in EMEA.
All right, I've heard that our first game is close to beginning, so let's just go recap a little bit of what we'll be talking here today for anyone who came in late. So we've got 16 players coming to this one. 8 players will leave today and join the main rest of the field for the 2 days yet to come. We've got players from today, from the TFT Pro Circuit, from the Tacticians Cup, and from the ladder, all competing together. And makes, in terms of eliminations, when should our players start getting worried?
Well, they should go into this worried, to be honest with you. 4 games is not a whole lot to work with if you want to avoid elimination. So if that's how they're going to approach this tournament deck, which I don't recommend, then they should be worried from the start, because eliminations will kick in after game number 4. And like you mentioned, only half of the players get to move on. So they need to be on their A game. They need to ace it. They need to find those high placements to really make sure they're avoiding being in the bottom 8.
I will say on the flip side, the best performing players after those 4 games will also directly qualify. So potentially for players who think they are, maybe very far ahead in skill level, they can directly play for first and second and try and smurf across these 4 games and be done with it. We'll see exactly what kind of play styles these 8 players in particular are going to go for in this game 1.
Honestly, smiles across the board. That's good news. I'm happy to see these players in a good mood as we are approaching first game of today.
All right, of course, we can see, as we mentioned before, we have got the real mix of the established players. You can see Clamu looking very cool as a cucumber up in the top left-hand corner. But you said, Makes, there's still a lot of pressure on here. It's very possible to, with such a volatile meta, with such a wild situation for our players to step into, to have made the wrong meta read and really struggle today, even if you're a player of great caliber.
I'm just wondering if Bensek is listening to some bangers, because every time we saw him on cam in the TAC round stage when he was there in the LAN events, he was always with his headphones on, always dancing to music while he was playing. I'm curious what his choice is for a day as important as this one.
Honestly, I just love seeing them all just kind of chill. Some of them might also be streaming, talking to their chat before it finally starts. Quick note on Foss that you see in the bottom 4 row here, 3rd from the left. This is a player that's a complete unknown quantity. He was kind of coming in through a ladder, just having a really, really good run while everybody was at the Paris Open. And he's been fighting his way to get those points there. But we have asked around, we asked in the DACH community, we were like, whose alt account is this? We don't know this guy. There's nothing we have. And he's just been elusive. We are really so curious what we're going to be seeing from Foss today in particular, because nobody knows anything about this player.
I do want a second to recognize, I think Blah Blah just realized that he's on the main stream as he pointed at his camera. Let's say another player.
Shout out. Oh, go ahead, Peter.
No, go for it, David.
I just want to talk about Arzu. I think he had a really cool return to TFT this set because he's been posting very educational content on YouTube. I've been tuning in for a lot of it, and it's just been really well made. I think very insightful for a player of his caliber. And this is a player who was at TACrown in Inkborn Fables, so not too many sets ago he was competing in the global stage. Now he's having to fight his way through this play-in phase and potentially all of this week 1 this weekend to try and make the TPC. So really cool story to follow with him as well.
Bensek's just going to play sideways today, guys. He's going to approach this game with a new perspective every round. I approve of this.
I'd be more into it if Bensek was completely upside down, making sure the blood rushed to his head for maximal TFT proficiency. But I do want to take a second as well to recognize Blah Blah Blah. Said before, master of pointing. He's also a player we don't know a ton about, has played in the Northern Legends scene, is a law student, so currently studying. overall, for these players, it's such an interesting kind of point for them to be coming together. These established players, these new players, all with the potential to go from here and become regional champion. Still a chance to go, all the way and win the TAC crown. It's a very difficult journey to start from here, but it's far from impossible.
I think Clemu as well, this patch really fits him. He's a player who historically has really favored niche reroll lines and identifying what reroll lines can be good under certain conditions and playing for them quite often. It was a case with Katarina last set, for example. I think it was a big part of why he made it to TPC in the first place. So I'm curious to see in a patch as crazy as this one with so many new reroll lines that are, I think, unexplored still, if he's able to showcase anything fun in these first 4 games and try and find edge that way across his competition.
Honestly, I'm curious. I already shared my dark tech theory, of course, saying that, I think Yordles are actually going to be played every now and then if the setup is right. What other dark tech have you guys seen, or are you guys predicting that might crop up that we haven't seen as much on the PvE?
Well, I mean, I was saying, I think genuinely we've got lots more to learn, but we'll learn it alongside our casters for the first game, Barry Bannon and Trouble Inc.
And I think Trouble, you are muted there as we get into game 1. I don't know if everyone can hear myself coming through, but as we do get into our first game of the day 1 of the week 1 at Trouble, there you are. Welcome back.
Oh no!
The
And I
perfect
thought
start.
I nailed that intro, man. Okay, well, hello guys, I'm Trouble and this is Barry. This is game 1, play-ins.
The perfect start to the day, and that's I'm sure
Right?
from now on everything will go smoothly.
Get the int out the way early.
Exactly,
good.
exactly. But as we get into this first game, I mean, the desk touched on mid-sets are basically back Trouble with this massive patch coming in. But I think it means flex plays back a little bit. As much as I've enjoyed this unlock mechanic, definitely opens it up a little bit more, and players can really get that little bit more creative.
I feel like it was just about time because there were a few champions that we didn't necessarily get to see the value and the strength of them that early on. For example, Yone, I'm pretty sure Panda mentioned it earlier on in the pre-show. We didn't necessarily see how Yone can be utilized in different lines and how you can actually pivot or play for Yone if you have the items, if you have the angle, if you're contesting a different line. We've seen Slayers come through with Yone as well. It was a very narrow line where if you happen to maybe reroll that Yasuo, you could potentially end up with the Yone on your board as well.
It feels like it was even more narrow than it initially seemed, because yes, you had to have the Yasuo, but then also with the nature of Ionia, some lines just meant it was impossible to play. So should be seeing a lot more of it, but there are still those situations. If you get something like Transcendence for your Ionia, definitely won't be leaning into that. So I think heavy 5 cost meta is what we should be expecting. The likes of Mel, the likes of Rise. Silas seems to be the actual flavour that is on almost every board. So I do think Fast 9 is going to be, even though these econ augments have been nerfed, let into quite a bit.
Yeah, I feel like some things never change, right? There's also a bunch of players that were requesting, I don't remember exactly who it was, as we're going to see a very clear zone angle from Addict here. There's a few things that never change, and this is players asking for more econ augments. I don't remember who it was. We might even have them in this weekend's tournament, but they were asking Warthog, actually. They were like, what are the chances we could guarantee an econ augment in every round of augments, basically? And Warthog was like, well, that would just make it to shuffle through until you find the econ augment, right? It wouldn't make it that fun.
Yeah, I think some of the players, they say they like all the variants, but they actually want to know every game exactly how it's going to go. They're like, okay, let's start with my econ augment and then I can tempo off the back of it. But as you said, getting the early leaning into the Zorn, we do think we'll see a little bit of Warwick, but it's been more so that Freljord Warwick paired maybe potentially with a Jinx, so I'm surprising to see that committed to so early on, but it kind of just shows that all these players will have their own internal metas from these scrim blocks, and if somebody believes that Zorn is, as a vertical, is very strong, maybe you will be seeing it.
I mean, it also means that it's probably not going to get contested, right? I feel like this is the most important thing. Again, they mentioned it a little bit in the desk. After 4 games, the top 4 will naturally go to day 2. So potentially, if you are racking up those points from lines that are completely uncontested, and you can get those top 3s, top 4s really early in the game and stack them up, you could potentially be having yourself a very short day and just advance to day 2 after 4 games.
It's quite telling that the player that picked it as well, being one of our newer players with not much experience, maybe just wanting to leave themselves fairly comfortable, knowing their direction. I think when you look around the lobby and you see the likes of Clemu, the likes of Bensak with such experience, sometimes you might get a little bit, especially in the first game, just those little bit of nerves coming through of, oh my god, I'm in the big leagues. This is day 1 of essentially the regional finals.
Yep.
This is my route to Worlds. So I think for those players, just getting that first game out of the way is going to be massive.
Absolutely. And talking about Worlds as well, we have 2 set 11, set 15 and set 11. No, actually 2 set 11 participants from the TAC round in this particular game, right? We have Arzu, who went to set 11. Actually, no, we don't have another one. That was my bad. That is very, I feel like, hard lobby to play in if you've come from a tier 2 tournament, because it's not like you are playing through the qualifiers, through their planes. You're actually playing with people who have won tournaments before, have been on the world stage before. So to not only compete in that tier 1 tournament, but also the flavor that it gives you to go towards that world stage as well.
I think, especially in a player like Bensak, the last 2 crowns, I've attended both of them. So this particular TPC season has kind of been a real shock. He was, along with Clemu, in this new wave of French players that it felt like were really laying down their mark. But then all of a sudden, the bot 4 in the Pro Circuit were coming out of France, which is mainly because most of the circuit is made up of French players, but it does kind of show that there's potentially a shift coming through here. And for the likes of Garquez in this game, blah, 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 newer players to the competitive circuit, I think they're showing that, okay, these players, how good are they? Is the gap between tier 1 and tier 2 noticeable? Or I've played against these people on ladders so much that they're just like me and you.
I feel like there's also such a huge difference between the ladder and then going into the competitive circuit, right? You've got study groups, you've got people who have other connections from other regions as well, and they can draw knowledge from there. You're looking at the competitive global scene as well, and then you're applying it. Whereas I feel like we have interviewed a few newcomers, if you will, and they said that the biggest difference is that the access that you have to stats, to other groups, to other knowledge that people want to give you. So left out of study groups, this might not necessarily be the highest chance that you will get to compete because other people have a lot more knowledge that you haven't been able to be shared with. As we say that, there are a few lines that have been already established. We saw the zone before, Toon TV also opting for a vertical. This time around will be what I'm assuming will be the Lux, because I'm seeing the blue buff being stacked onto Anivia already, and has the Demacia emblem as well.
Yeah, it feels like, especially getting this Demacia emblem down earlier, it's a lot easier to unlock Galio now. So also leaves open up potential for a really early Galio. We then see actually Galio played alongside some of these legendary boards. You still need to have Demacia active, of course, but you don't have to just stick to that vertical, whereas it felt like before it was so hard to pivot out to.
Yeah.
Definitely feels like we can even possibly see one coming in stage 3, which would be quite crazy, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah. You've got the Galio as well right now. That comes a lot early. You only need 8 of those star levels, which is pretty cool. We've got the, oh my god, and here we go. I feel like Makes was raging for some Yordle action. The deck up very clearly indicates a Veigar. You've got the Yordle spot as well. And I'm just really loving this direction that we're going into in that first game, where players have very clearly sort of stated the line that they're going for. As blah 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 is going for the guaranteed 5 loose streak right here. We'll swap the champions really quickly. Doesn't play in a very strong board, but you also don't want to chance that.
Yeah, and I think coming in, everybody starting off with a spatula definitely made it a lot easier to just commit to those lines. I think certain lines can be very snowbally now, even more so than they were. I think Bilgewater we see on the other side. This time Kench, you only need 350 to unlock him now, which is, it just feels so quick that it arrives. And then Kench can to scale infinitely. So it does feel like quite a few of these lines, once they get going, once they get ahead, are just almost can run away with things. And Bilgewater, certainly one we'll have to keep an eye on.
Right, first round of PvE going on. And we'll see.
Time for a little time for the players to chill out.
Yep,
You know, just
yep.
survive the first stage. If you're the likes of blah 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 coming in, you're like, okay, I'm in my first game here. It's just a regular game of TFT, and I think maintaining that 5-loss streak, 2 players actually able to do that along with Bensack as well, and Adike at the top, keeping that streak going. So a few players feeling quite comfortable here, and I think finding the footing.
Yeah, I'd love to watch Clemu and Nadika to see sort of when this streak breaks. Thank you so much to the observers. Of course, we have 2 slammed emblems right here, of course, as we have the emblem augment coming through for Clemu. 3, sorry. And with the double Demacia, I think in this one, Barry, you can guarantee almost that this is a vertical Demacia by default. You don't even have to do anything. You've got the 2 Demacia emblems right there. And we actually have the 2 streakers fighting it out on 3-1 right before the augment selection.
We do have a Malzahar too, which is... God knows where that one's came from, but it has spawned in. The front line should be able to sustain along with Vi, so you'd like to think Malz at this stage of the game is able to keep it going. However, Gwen is trying her best to access the backline here, and maybe just not enough survivability for this Zorn board. Malzahar, I don't think will have enough and does fall down here, so a big early win for Clemu here to keep the win streak. One of our veteran players coming in, just laying down a marker here early on.
Ooh. Okay, so Silver Augment as the second one being offered. I mean, this is the player that we're watching right now that has sort of chosen to go for the zone line. Pandora, small grab bag, so primarily 2 item augments is going to be the small grab bag, getting more augments right there, being able to itemize your frontline and backline carry. But I feel like the most important part with Zone is that it doesn't necessarily have your, so to speak, designated tank frontliner, because you usually are looking to itemize your backline, itemize your Warwick, and then you sort of like slam whatever you can find onto a Sins or another frontline kind of unit. By banking up those items early on, you pretty much guarantee that not only can you guarantee your best items on your 2 main carries, but also have leftovers for utility plus tank items.
Yeah, it feels like the reason we've seen the Freljord version be preferred just gives you access to the likes of Sejuani on its own. Even though we have the +1 coming through, it does feel like you are lacking a little bit there. But the possibility, if you do reroll something like Jinx, even something like Sejuani, then really, really strong. I think we've talked about 3-cost reroll becoming back into the meta a little bit. It feels like the type of thing where once one emerges, so do others. Ari reroll becomes a thing. Oh, suddenly you can reroll Jinx easier, and so on and so on. So it feels like if you can get one other reroller in the lobby, it makes it much easier.
Wait, blah blah blah. Pre-level to 7. 0 gold, level 7, gets the Veigar in. Okay.
I mean, making a use of the new unlocks can get the Veigar this early on. Maybe realizing that actually I've been loose streaking a little bit too long. Yes, I have absolutely no money all of a sudden, but you are playing Yordles.
He's the poorest guy in the lobby.
It's fine. We'll get to 8 Yordles somehow, and then we'll get some money back. That's I guess the plan.
What worries me, right? You are broke. Sure, you can start stacking the Veigar, but being that broke, when do you actually get to that level 8 to start harvesting the big power that the 8 Yordles give, which in the past has been used as even an econ way of making it to level 9?
Yeah, and it feels like losing that round as well. You really think the idea is you're potentially going to try transition this into a win streak. But yes, you're banking the rerolls through Yordles and through Trade Sector, but if you don't have any gold, you can reroll the shop, you can't buy anything that's in it. So definitely has put himself in a difficult position there, and interested to see if he does have to maybe use some of those rerolls on 7 just to try get some upgrades.
I feel like you could also bank on the fact that you could, through the free rerolls, hit your Veigar too, which means that you're stable through that level 7. But again, I'm just really worried that it was a down to 0 level to that level 7 so that you can unlock that Veigar, which, by the way, we will guide you through all the unlocks as we see them, guys. There's been a huge change. I talked about this on the desk as well. They had a really nice segment where a lot of the champion rerolls have been made easier. Therefore, it's easier to unlock champions, such as the Veigar right here. You previously needed double death cap. Now you only need 1. And that level 7. So that's why we saw blah 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 pretty much sprinted to that level 7 so he can slam the death cap onto Veigar. We'll see if he actually comes into fruition and he actually has a plan behind it, because right now he's still sitting on 7 gold, can make that 10 to potentially start snowball his gold to make it to that level 8.
As we check in here with Arzu, one of our veteran players who... It's been a little bit of a gap since we've been at the very, very top. We had a slight disagreement on this where the TFT scene, there's so many sets every single year that it doesn't feel like it's maybe been too long, but then as you yourself pointed out, Trouble, when we were talking before the broadcast, it actually, you have so many opportunities to get back on top for someone like Arzu. Is maybe thinking, okay, this is my time to really get back into the scene.
I feel like chronologically, you are correct, right? It's not that long.
Yes.
If you think about 5 sets, it's about a year and 2/3 of a year, right? Let's say a year and a half, just to make it a little bit more understandable. However, if you think about it in seasons, you've had 5 seasons to make a comeback. You've had 5 different sets, 5 different opportunities, 5 different iterations of angles you could have taken to get back up on top, right? So chronologically, it's not that long. However, season-wise, we're talking 5 whole seasons that he wasn't able to do it. And right here, he has chosen the reroll angle, which Makes will be really happy about, with the Bard and the Aphelios, which we haven't necessarily seen too much of. I feel like a couple of patches ago, it was all it with the Bruisers in the front line, the Aphelios backline, but recently we haven't necessarily seen too much of it. Let's see if he can make it work.
Yeah, it feels like a few patches ago, as you said, it really was quite popular, although it needed an early setup, something like a Scion 2 to really get scaling. Yeah. But now Bard, actually easier to unlock, 1 less roll, means you're not chasing the game constantly. You have that little bit extra econ early on, that 2 gold that you had to spend before. Suddenly you're making 10, you're making 20, and you're in a much better position. So it feels like, along with things like Echo, which sometimes would have Bard, or the Ishtar reroll, another one, both those compositions fading a little bit has opened the door for Aphelios Bard to come back into the meta.
What we're seeing right here, Toon TV, already with a setup that could potentially pivot into Lux. Has unlocked the Nidalee as well, got the blue buff and the Morello onto the Lissandra, primary item holder, if you will. We're very close to that 4-2 next augment selection. Yes, Barry?
Yeah, some of these unlocks as well that are coming through, it feels like some of the players might be like, oh yeah, I've got a Nidalee now, because before it was very easy to avoid, and suddenly I think in certain spots you may just realize, oh yeah, I can just itemize my Nico and unlock Nidalee here, and maybe that's not what I was leaning towards, but I can suddenly fit this in. It's a very flexible unit, so it feels like players are going to be adapting on the fly in certain games when they realize this unit is suddenly viable. Do stay here with Arzu, who has hit that Aphelios 3-star, so it does put him in a position where he can just slow down a little bit, trying to get them some kind of front line together, though. Was hoping to maybe look at Nico Vibe, but a lot of those units are out elsewhere, so unfortunately, yes, you have a lot of damage coming through with this Aphelios, but it feels like the front line, for the time being, still lacking.
Alright, very close to getting the full composition in. We'll see on the 4-2 what kind of augment you could be looking for. Even something like a grab back could potentially save you right here.
It feels like he's healthy enough where maybe you do take a combat augment just because you have the time to still hit. When he is win streaking, so I assume Arzu maybe something that gives him potentially items as well. If he's trying to 3-star so many units, could open that up. But we do check in here with Toon TV, who a player that coming into this, a lot of players in the French stream scene are familiar with him. He's streamed so much, but it's really made that transition over from more of a personality to focusing heavily on his competitive gameplay. He's been getting in these scrim blocks more and really trying to up his game, and he's made it to this stage right at the end of making it to the regional finals, and he has his chance here in day 1. But so far this first game, not looking too hot.
see, might have his chance. Hits the Taric too. He's looking for a place to slot it in. It is going to be frontline Sona for now, as the Taric 2 stays on bench. Has that Galio as well. Only one item for now onto this Lux, and yes, you get the vertical Demacia, yes, you get the Galio in, but this is going to be enough because it's going against a very strong Buildswater board on the other side.
Yeah, feels like potentially will have just enough here, but as I said, made the Taric 2, wasn't able to get it in, still lacking a little bit of the front line, and I think maybe will just eke out a win in this one. But coming up against a player that barely survived for this round, and it does feel like Toon TV's in a very sketchy position here. If you're scraping out a win in that particular matchup against not the strongest board in the lobby, he needs his upgrades quick.
All right, has got the 2-star Poppy on the bench. Finds the Brom as well.
We need this Taric in. It can't be watching. It can't be on the bench for the rest of the game.
Meanwhile, blah, 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 has made it to level 8, quite barely. Has 5 Vagars. And reminder, he will be getting his rerolls through as well. So this could very easily take us to a previous TPC, where the theme was 3-star your 4 cost, try to win the game. And I'm saying try because you guys might think that a 3-star 4 cost will win you the game, but not when every other person also has a 3-star 4 cost, maybe 2 of them. So we'll see if Blah 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 can actually turn it around with the Yordles, which he piloted from the very early stages of stage 2, and see if he can actually find that 3-star Veigar.
Yeah, it feels like the Veigar's maybe the only out for him in this spot. There's not really the option to get to level 9 and transition out of Yordles. He's in such a difficult position. Off the back of that level 7, it feels like was maybe just a couple of rounds too early. As you've said, if he has the potential for that Veigar to come through, at least did get the Garen upgrade, which slows down people elsewhere in the lobby. This is now a unit that so many people just want to fit in. And getting an actual big upgrade for the Yordle frontline, which can be lacking, but another player that really stuck at that level 8.
I feel like really big right here. Bensak did manage to get the Wukong with the Rod. And from what I'm seeing, if we can look at Bensak's board, please, he was lacking that anti-heal. He has open a Giant Spelt. We'll see if we can switch over to Bensak, who is on 1 win streak, which means that he won his previous round. He's also pretty low on HP as well. I feel like he got his Morello. Oh, as the Warwick 2 comes through. Pretty big hit right here.
Yeah, really big hit coming through here. And we do flip over to check in with our Ionia player, who making the use of just the Yordle emblem being such a powerful emblem on its own, essentially acting as a full item, but it does feel like this Yon maybe is lacking a little bit of damage here, and Bensak has the Tactician's crown coming in, so getting in that extra unit, but not really making the most use of it as of yet.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he did with his rod right there. I'm not sure if he had a full gunblade onto Ari, or if he slammed the rod and created the gunblade. I was maybe looking for something towards Morello. He does have a belt open on his Wukong. We'll be getting that win right here, but we have seen a lot of our players get to that level 8, look for the 4 costs, but being unable to 3-star. We looked at the Demacia player earlier on, no Lux 2, no Garen 2, right here, Yone really lacking in the damage, only having the pair right here for Bensak. You're on 4 gold, so rolling, that means you would have to sell both your Xin Zhao and your Sion to make it through. He is going to define a replacement Jin right here, as he's only on 27 points. Not going to be the case, still stuck on that Yone 2.
Yeah. It feels like in a really desperate spot there. I mean, essentially all that +1 is giving you is Vanquisher for your Ari. You're playing a GP, it's a dead unit, so not really making the most at all of the Tactician's crown. We do see here our Bilgewater player who is on a 6 loss streak here, so despite the fact you get access to this Kench early on, a lot earlier than you're used to, and Kench ideally would be infinitely scaling from then on, you really do need to be winning these rounds in stage 4, and unfortunately, coming up against the Ionia player here, both players desperately need a win at this point in the game, and the Bilgewater player dropping down even lower now, trouble, 7 loss streak.
Ooh. So the whole point behind the Tahm Kench being unlockable that much earlier on, you mentioned it a little bit here, is the fact that you were able to start stacking the Tahm Kench early on, which means that by the time you're in stage 5, you would have actually started already stacking him with either HP or AP, right? Depending on what items you want to slam on him. However, that's not the case anymore. Here, ToonTV is the player that we were mentioning earlier as well, stuck on 3 pairs on his board, primarily the 2 most important ones, the Garen and the Lux. Has found the Zillion as well, which slowly but surely the XP that Zillion gives you accumulates and you can maybe get it to that level 9. But I'm starting to worry just a little bit because ToonTV, even though Soju would say he's on 3 lives, he's 10 HP, which means he's on 1 life going into stage 5. So if he doesn't hit his pairings right here, right now on this roll down, he could be going out. Oh, another spat.
Yeah, the real big upgrades are the ones you're lacking. Yes, you've managed to pick up the likes of Braum, just to give you a little bit more frontline, but without Lux and Garen, this board really is lacking. And Lux is the main one we need to hit. That is our damage dealer. So potentially it might be enough here. And as you said, has the slamming and the Zillion, so the potential for level 9 is there. However, when you're 1 life,
you have to live through it, though.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to win out, and I'm not sure if he'll be able to do so from this spot on, but has hit that all-important upgrade at least.
Yeah, I feel like this board looks pretty stable. I'm looking at Garcus on the other side, and I'm looking at a full-on 10 builds water board if he does end up making it there. Has got the slamming as well. Got level 9, 20 gold, a pretty stable board. But I feel like ToonTV should feel very safe right here, especially with a 3-item Lux. A lot of crit through the kit. You've got the Zillion pumping as well. Very strong frontline with the Braum backed up by the Galio slamming down. Got the extra Demacia emblem too, which really does help in taking one of those lesser strong units off your board and adding another frontline to the kit. So very good stuff right there by ToonTV. Foss, on the other hand, the guy which is an unknown quantity, I want to say. One of our ladder players ends up going 8 in that first game.
Yeah, not the best start for a player quite new to the scene. Garcus here finally hits that MF2. Feels like getting all the way to level 9 with Bilgewater and not having that upgrade already. That is the primary carry for your board. Feels unfortunate that it took so long, especially when you have access to it through the shop. It's almost a given that it should arrive. Will it have arrived just in time to win out against this sword board?
We do have 3 items on that Warwick. Edge of Night activated. Let's see if that Misfortune. They clamp up enough. Misfortune can do quite a bit of damage, but then that scene starts getting very annoying. The Jinx gets ramped up. The Warwick is tanking a hell lot of damage. And Garcus right here takes his last hit, goes out 7th. ToonTV still in the game right here, gets eliminated as well. It's going to be a 7th place?
Yes, I think he did drop out in 7th.
6th place for ToonTV.
6th place for ToonTV. Gark is actually dropping out in 7th there. The Warwick just drain tanking the whole fight, but essentially didn't drop low enough at all. And I thought when I saw the Jinx behind with a Shojin and a Rageblade, I think there's not enough support damage there, but the Warwick was enough here. We do check back in with Clamu, who's leaning into this line where we touched on is able to play the vertical Demacia off the back of the 2 spats, but also able to build legendaries around it. Getting the Rise online here, Rise is so powerful in the current meta, and just gives you that little bit extra oomph. The Demacia has the survivability, lacks the damage sometimes, but coming up here against this Warwick and this Jinx, we saw the Warwick last time was able to do enough. Will it be able to here? I feel like this Demacia board may be getting out of hand.
Yeah, 7 Demacia. Warwick does heal quite a bit. You still have, well, just this Warwick left. Can make it past the Thresh. And I feel like Clamu in general has played a fantastically creative game. Yes, he does have 7 Demacia, but his starting board was a Viego, pivoting into this Gwen, getting the damage items on the Gwen, carried him through that stage 3 and stage 4, and now he's capping out of 7 Demacia in that stage 5 through that Rise in the backline. I feel like it has been a fantastically open-end game, very creative coming through from the French representative.
Yes, certainly has been. If we just take a zoom out here to look at the HP totals, we do have Azu sitting at 60 HP. He had that massive win streak early on, and it's very rich as well, so the potential to be going up to level 9 any moment now. Off the back of playing a reroll line and able to still get to level 9 puts himself in a very strong position, as the likes of Bensak and blah will be scrapping out for that top 4.
Yeah, and Arzu right there was stuck on a Loris 2-star frontline for the longest time. Couldn't get a Skarner too. Did end up getting his pair, but that was about it. Blah, blah, blah. Had to give up on the Veigar 3 as well. Wasn't adding up. And finally, Bensak hit his 2-star Yone, which let's see if it's going to be enough. It's Yone versus Warwick.
It is Yone versus Warwick. The Jinx now should be doing a little bit more damage behind it. The Yone, unfortunately,
Yone
the
got
Edge
lost.
of Night made a massive difference to the pathing here, and that could be the all-important deciding factor. Warwick is still falling down, and Yone is still at full HP here, so even though Yone went on a little walk, maybe it does have enough. No!
It
the
worked!
Jinx
It worked!
cleans up. I think the pathing might have played a little bit of a factor in that one, Trouble.
Yeah, just a little bit. I feel like Warwick was still able to stack up. You are playing with Titans right there. However, you want to be able to kill Warwick before he stacks up, so the Edge of Night makes it that so he becomes untargetable while still stacking up. And by the time Yone came back, Ari had a different target in her sights, and then Yone was just not enough to get through that Warwick. Really, really great position right there on the zone board.
A player I want to give a shout out to in this one, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be honest, at 3-2, I did not think this would be a top 4. We were
The
0
level
gold.
7-0 goal?
Yes. But actually, being able to unlock Galio due to how the ease of access that you now have, able to play this Demacia line alongside it, getting Garen 2 and Lux 2, giving himself a little bit extra power, and it's really actually put together quite an impressive board.
Use the 8 Yordle for just a little bit, got the extra gold, the extra items, the extra units that it gives you, depending on the drop right there, and then stabilized through the Lux plus the Veigar. So the double casters over in the backline. They're looking for that Warwick, who's very desperately lonely in that front line. It is going to be, yeah, another win. We were actually very worried that in a lobby like this, where people would be looking to go for the fast 9, is it strong enough to just stick with the Yordles, try to reroll, get that 3-star Kabuko in the front line, looking for that 3-star Kennen? The answer so far has been yes, has locked the top 4.
Yeah, really creative solution to this spot. We were worried, I'll be honest. I looked at this spot and thought, maybe Veigar is the only out, but blah, blah, blah. There's a reason they're at this stage. There's a reason they've qualified for this week 1, and able to identify the niche line here, the out, pairing it with Demacia, and a lot of players in this lobby have been leaning towards just getting that Demacia 3-piece or even 5-piece in, just to try get access to Galio. But blah, 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 able to hit the upgrades and punish the rest of the lobby.
Oh, here's the level 9 coming through. Shyvana already on the board, could be looking for an upgrade on that legendary front line. There are items if you want to slam onto this Shyvana as well. We'll play the Senna over the Misfortune, which is the natural upgrade, the quick striker in with the Kindred. Looking for upgrades in general, you get the Senna pairing right here. Kindred pairing as well. Kindred 2-star, not necessarily any items, and the Shyvana 2-star as well. Not going to be quick enough on that one, but you do have a Sojin, and potentially you could play towards that. Oh, Sterax. Okay, itemizing for that Shyvana.
Yeah, it does have the Lucian coming through next round as well, and with this Zorn board, the legendaries just fit in so perfectly. You're able to splash in pretty much all of them, and able to access them at the perfect time here, coming up against this Aphelios board, which unfortunately Aphelios getting wrapped onto there and does go down.
No.
Able to lock here for the Lucian, unlocking the Ziggs as well, so the potential cap for this board is just so much higher than elsewhere in the lobby. Blah, blah, blah does fall down into 4th place.
07, it was, I feel like a very creative way to just level 7 0 gold on 3-3, if I'm not wrong, or maybe it was 3-2, we didn't really get to see that. Just to unlock the Veigar, grab a few more 3-star Kabuko, looking for 3-star Kennen, so absolutely great gameplay right here from blah, blah, blah. However, I am looking at this board and I'm seeing equally as good of a strategy where you fit in the Rise, you've got the Aphelios 3, just need to make sure you don't get wrapped, and also sneakily, he has 2 Prom 2s in his board, looking for 2 more to make that 3-star forecast.
Hidden 3-star. If you hide it in plain sight, it's on the board, they don't see it coming. But I mentioned that Flex Play hopefully is back, and I think we're seeing it here. We did get the emblems coming through. Everyone got started with a spatula, so it does open up some lines, but I think we're seeing some very, very creative boards. The likes of Nidalee just being able to fit on here. Unfortunately for Azu, will be falling out there and goes out into 3rd place, coming up against the Ghost. So we do have our top 2 in the lobby. Clemu, such an established name, before the Crown attendee, getting to one of the highest cap boards possible, playing around this Rise, the vertical Demacia off the back of the double spatulas, in a really, really strong position.
And the funniest thing is that these are the two guys that were win streaking the entire stage too. They started really strong. They're ending this game really strong for both of them. And for Addic, we said we kind of don't know where the vertical zone line really falls, right? We kept an eye on it, but he did end up hitting that Warwick. His position has been stellar in terms of choosing the side of the board that he wants to fall into. And let's see which one of the two is going to be the strongest. I mean, I think my Twitch coins would probably go towards Rise because he's one of the strongest units, if not the strongest unit in the current meta. But that is a fantastic second for the zone vertical.
Yeah, it feels like Jinx in this fight, it just didn't do anything. Instantly just locked down, essentially offering no backline support, and not even close in the end there. A commanding victory from one of our TPC players, putting down the statement in this first game, and a player with so much experience laying down a marker.
Tamu, we said we wanted to see him come back to high highs. That is a fantastic first game, getting that first. I want to remind everyone, this is the playing stage. We have only 16 players, which means 8 of them will be able to transition through to that day 2. However, you can do it the long route or the short routes. After 4 games, we'll have the top 4 instantly qualify for our second day, whilst the rest of them will have to fight for another 2 games. And Clamu has got a pretty great head start. Any last words before we go into a break, Barry?
Yeah, Clabu with a really good start there, but it feels like some of our newer players actually having a strong performance there. So I think for themselves, just getting a decent placement early on, laying down a bit of a marker, blah, 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 especially turning a pretty doomed spot into a top 4 has got to feel pretty good.
Yep, absolutely. Well, we'll have our lovely desk break this one down because we had so many amazing creative plays. So make sure you stay tuned, grab a beverage, and get to that break and come back to us.
Always rises. Cannons.
Golden days live in my head. Now I face the world in gray. What I wouldn't give for you to stay. Echoes of your laughter fill the emptiness I feel. Am I holding on to something real? I won't let the moment slip away. Live a life stuck in yesterday. Though the world has pulled us far, you're always in my heart. I know someday we'll find our way.
Always rises. Cannons.
Well, here in the first game of the play-ins, we've got shenanigans aplenty. Loot sub from right out of the gate did allow our players to unleash their more creative tendencies. So let's start off, of course, with the comp that won it all, the Demacia Shadow Owls hybrid ball, which I don't think I've ever seen before.
You haven't seen it before because the game was very different before this patch. The biggest change for me is the fact that you could not play a unit as cool as Thresh in pretty much any board except for Vertical Shadow Owls. Now with the changes to how you unlock him and with how soul scaling works with all the Shadow Owl units' abilities, it opens up for games like these where you can have Thresh come in on 4-2 with the Demacia emblem and just carry all of stage 4. The Galio changes allow Clemu to not have to roll to 0 to hit all of his Galio upgrades on 4-2. We can instead go 9 and play for something like a Rise Cap. Just a really, really cool board, merging the combination of Shadow Owls and the Wardens with the Demacia line as well. And 2 great augments to really hype up this comp with Boxing Lessons giving flat HP, which is what you don't get from Demacia as a trait, and Ascension kicking in with all the extra damage at the end of the fight when you have so much resist and HP in the first place. So perfect game of TFT to start things off.
Absolutely. I kind of want to talk a little bit about our players that came in 3rd and 4th, because of course I do. I was talking about Yordles being a thing that could crop up if the conditions are given. Turns out a brave man and loot subscription was all that it took here, and blah blah took us into a little bit of a ride. Now, I'll admit I was listening in, and when I heard Trouble mention that we're level 7, 0 gold, my heart sank for a second. I was really worried there, but it was all good in the end. He was able to pilot this by adding in that Garen, adding in that Lux. I even saw the mega game plan of selling that Garen once you're stable on the other units for a Silas to really get that beefy defender frontline. Trust me, blah, blah, blah. I got you. I saw the vision. I know you just weren't able to tap out on it this time, but I see there's greatness in the future for sure. I know kind of you were equally excited about the board we saw from Arzu, and I was saying this is the board I was really hoping would come up, but none of the pro 16.6 breakdown videos ever mentioned it, so I was like, oh, I guess maybe it's just not good, but really leaning into the Aphelios, but instead of going for that bruiser frontline, going into something like the Nidalee, like that Loris, really leaving a lot of strength there. So cool.
Yeah, Arzu essentially play the Aphelios in the way you would play Draven in the first few patches of the set, where you had this unit you would roll for, you would hit 3-star, and then use that as a way to get to 9 to cap out your board much later, while preserving a lot of HP throughout the early stages off of Aphelios just being a very good unit. I think Arzu, from all the educational videos he's put out this set and what I've learned from him as a player, he really values this. He thinks very intuitively about the game. He thinks, hey, I have a spot to play for a very high tempo with Heavy as the Crown and Aphelios start. I'm going to play for this and then think about what my cap will be later on into the game with all the new unlocks. So a really cool game from him as well to make that top 3.
We do have to bear in mind, of course, that we will be having our first eliminations after 4 games is done for us. So for our players to be thrown into such a volatile lobby for game number 1, it's going to be certainly making them pay a hell of a lot of attention. Guys, I'm loving that we do seeing our players taking advantage of the flexibility afforded in this set, and hopefully we'll get to see much more of it before we're done. Of course, looking forward to game number 2. We'll have some players now, Max, who've got that points cushion to hopefully keep them away from any potential early eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, it's only game 1, but you cannot let that get to you. Whether you finished up high or low, there's 3 more games before those eliminations and insta promotions are going to kick in. So everything is still on the table. And like we just saw in that previous game with something like a loot subscription, so much more becomes possible. I was even in our backrooms chat just saying like, oh, watch it be like an early Leona into Diana, into super early Asol. Stuff like that can happen in a loot subscription game. Didn't this time around, but we'll see what else the game has in store for us with the portals.
So David, as we come forward to our second game then, we'll be coming up in just a second. We were really looking to see how this kind of impact on how people will be playing this in a competitive environment. Of course, we've had the PBE tournaments going on, but really getting into the very high stakes competition now. It's really thing, admittedly, we're not going to be seeing exactly this game being played out again in future games, at least hopefully. But are there any parts of this game we can take forward to look for players to do in the games yet to come over the rest of today?
I think it was interesting to see both Foss and Garkez play for the Bilgewater line, which is a risky line because if you kind of lose your tempo, if you lose too much HP early, if you can't really make it to that scaling Tom Kench, you could be in big trouble in stage 4 and 5, and that was the case. Especially contested, I think it evidently shows when it's harder to hit that MF2, for example, or have this carry in stage 4. And it's a risky line, but if it pays off, you maybe play for a first or a second because you scale so much in stage 5 and 6. I like the idea of players who maybe consider themselves more underdogs, taking risks early and saying, hey, maybe this is the line I have to take. I don't want to play consistently for top 4s like we saw with Arzu and play for Aphelios. Instead, I'm going to swing big early on and hope it pays off. It hasn't. Maybe they have to continue swinging big to try and catch up now for game 2, 3, and 4.
Honestly, I kind of want to mention honorably Foss as well. Did take that 8th place there, but Bilgewater does make sense when you look at it, right? Tom Kench, such a big unit. If you get it early, you're able to start feeding him. He's now available and even going on the lower Bilgewater trade, so you don't even need to go into the full vertical to unlock him. You also get that Graves much easier. So I like the idea, but unfortunately, I just don't think the execution was all there to be able to cap out on it. But a player like him definitely is here to prove himself, and that is what we're going to be seeing going forward for sure for those players that have now placed an 8, 7, 6 even to go for those big swings like you're mentioning, Panda, and trying to find big outs where you can really go for it. And I expect to see a lot more Rice and Silas, to be honest with you.
Yes, that was a strange aspect because I think we had so much extra power being inserted into the lobby by having all of these emblems come in. I was expecting to see more of the late game coming in. I mean, David, you mentioned for our players who are on the lower points, of course, they need those big swings. If you're in that kind of position now and you come into, say, game 2, if you're a player like Foss who's got 1 point, and you don't, say, get the kind of economy augment that you need to be able to go for that big, potential first or second place, are you just out of luck entirely, or are there other ways you can still make your way back in?
I mean, 3 cost is back on the menu. I think 3 cost historically in TFT, 3-star 3 cost, or a lot of them if you're playing for a comp with many of these different options, can win games, unlike 2 cost reroll that has been kind of the strong reroll option in this set. So you can lose streak and have a no econ augment and play for a 3-5 roll down, stabilize off of that. And if you hit your 3-stars, you can still clutch up and play for a second or a first. I think the de facto game plan, if you're really trying to make a comeback, is playing for Fast 9, because there are so many different options now in this patch particularly. There's so many different lines, not just AD, but AP opened up as well. Mel can scale you into a radiant item in stage 5 and 6. You have Silas as well for the cap, Rise as well. It's really a test of creativity at this point in time. If you know how to adapt to something like Loot Sub, and you know how to navigate the level 9, you can make some incredibly strong boards that you couldn't do 2 or 3 patches ago when it was all about the 4 costs.
And of course, this is our second lobby that we're now going to be seeing, and already had 1 game play out. And I would say nobody's surprised to see that Lakoko took that one with a full 8 points and was able to win that one out. But in this lobby, we have a couple of the players that we mentioned earlier on, Noel, Chinar, and of course Lakoko. So I'm really curious to see how they're going to approach that second game, which we're now going to be going into, and it will be bonus loot trouble. Barry, tell us more about this game.
Thank you so much, Makes. I hope this time around the intro is going through.
It's all good.
And I'm here with Barry, yay, to bring you our second game in the plains. And I feel like, as Make said, Barry, no surprises there. Lakoko, clearly the favorite out of all the 16 players that we have today, and snatched away the first win already in game 1.
I mean, Lakoko's set has been an anomaly compared to the rest of the career, so maybe getting back on track a little bit here, just taking a step back and going, most players in EMEA have put me at top of their rankings for the past few years. It's time to put down that marker. I'm happy to see Narkez came in with a 2nd place. I was speaking to him yesterday, and he said he's not been taking part in too many of the scrim blocks, and he said, ideally, can you not watch me tomorrow, because I don't think I'm going to do too well. And I said, well, we only have 2 lobbies, so we will be seeing you. You can't hide.
It's a little difficult. Just 16 players, a little hard to not watch. So, see, when somebody says don't watch, you kind of watch.
Yeah.
It's kind of what they say about accidents, right? You can't look away. And it's like if somebody tells you not to watch, you kind of have to keep a close eye, because he might have told you not to watch because he's a genius. has got something up his sleeve that doesn't want
True.
anyone else to see, right? So
He's hiding something from us all, and maybe we'll have to see what he did in the first game because
Oh.
it clearly worked out. But coming in here with the Scuttle Puddle, last game we had the loot subscription, which can massively warp just the tempo of a lobby. Scuttle Puddle very, very similar. Panda was talking about getting towards these level 9 boards and the legendary soup. I think we'll be seeing quite a lot more of it in this particular game.
all right, Lekoko already has an opening for Void. We haven't necessarily seen much of the Void, particularly since the win out augment, but it's going to be prismatic first, and the hedge fund could be coming through, which it is for Lekoko. Classic fast 9 attitude right here for Lekoko. Usually want to keep as little value as possible on your board. Primarily you lose streak when you have that hedge fund, trying to make that 10 interest as fast as possible.
Yeah, I feel like Lecoq's a player we're not going to need to check in with until maybe 4-1, and then suddenly he'll be level 9. Not going to be doing an awful lot till then. Touching on the Void, just for anybody tuning in who hasn't seen all of the unlock changes, you actually do get access to the Herald after just being level 7 with Void active for 2 rounds. So it does feel now that players can pivot into it a little bit more. It's not just a 2-1, you're playing Void, and that's it. So definitely a nice quality of life change.
Yeah, what I hear from you is 3-3, 0 gold, level 7, Herald on board. Yes? Kind of follow on blah blah blah's.
Yeah, I can see that. You get the Kaiser straight away, you get Herald, and then you win out from that point. Easy.
And then you win out, exactly. Obviously, this is not what you want to do when you have the hedge fund. You are looking for that very quick level 9 position where you can get to slot in a bunch of those legendaries, looking for the Silas line, looking for the Rise line. These two are the most prominent champions. Really quickly, the way that you now spawn Silas has become much easier, right? I feel like it has hindered a lot of players' ability to play Silas because previously you needed a 2-star Jarvan being sold and a Garen, but now you only need a 2-star Garen to be sold, which is much easier to hit if you get to that level 8, that level 9, and you start rolling down. Back then, if you forgot your Jarvan, you were kind of screwed. If you were level 9 and you were looking to 2-star your Jarvan, but now it's been made much more simple and easier to play that Silas line.
Yeah, it feels like just another quality of life change that allows a unit to be more viable. Checking in here with another player angling towards this Bilgewater. Very tempo heavy. But in this particular lobby, a lot of players are going to be playing quite greedy with it being Scuttle Puddle, so you maybe are able to punish them early on and actually put together with the streaks here. And I think getting the 2 Thieves' Gloves coming through just should give you so much immediate power and potentially should be able to set you up for a nice win streak.
I wonder what happens when the second one comes through and there's lucky gloves in there. It's the combination of a winner, I want to say.
Then we win. That's what happens.
It's just a win. You go Bilgewater, so you get the extra stats through the Bilgewater. You got the lucky gloves, so you get free items. But we'll see if that's going to be the case. Now, Narcus with the reroll angle right here does have the ticket. Nico frontline. Double Malzahar. Yes, double Malzahar on the bench. So this could be the Zoe plus Malzahar angle that we have said before, or a more traditional angle with the Ishtal as the Bard gets unlocked.
Yeah, feels like potentially stuck between 2 minds here. Picked up that Ari with the Mals, but does want to get that Bard online. Can take
Has
this
Vi plus Jinx as well.
a lot of directions, and I think
Biden's in 3 worlds.
we just have to make a decision. We have to at some point go, okay, we cannot hold this much gold on the bench. Maybe we'll just see what comes on Carousel. You know, if there is one of the 3 costs, and suddenly it just gives you clear direction, that could be the way to go.
Jinx plus Vi kept for the time being, makes 20 gold, which is really good. And let's see if there's going to be more of a AP angle reroll in the likes of an Ishtal angle, or if you're gonna somehow pivot towards the Jinx reroll with the Warwick as primary carry. We'll see what the Jinx and Vi are actually being held for here. There is the Jinx with the bow, and we'll see if Narcus is gonna pilot towards that.
Yeah, it should be very tempting to pick up. He's thinking about, he got it. There was the Mals there, so if he had kept that, would have potentially had the lost in 2 minds and ended up missing out on both option. But
now I see why the decision was made, Barry. Sinar with the exact same augment, Leona, Nico, Bard already angling towards the Malzahar, gets a Malzahar with a rod on him as well. So I'm thinking Mark is sort of pivoted off of that angle, potentially playing
Yeah.
towards that Vi plus Jinx line.
It feels like you've got to look around and go, okay, you reroll one of the 3 costs, I'll do the other. We're both happy. No need to cause each other too much grief early on. Checking back in here with our Bilgewater player, picking up another real nice item, just getting that Sunfire very strong early, should be able to keep pushing this tempo, making 20 gold at level 5 as well. So feels like coming in here, one of our French players, one of our many French players that we'll be seeing across the 2 weeks, starting off very strong in this game.
Playing up against a level 5 board, which in the past would have been completely terrifying. Seeing the angle for Piltover right there and what T-Hex did to a lot of us in a particular patch. This is no longer going to be the case. This is going to be a pivot through, Arcanist emblem onto that Diego, who carries AP items really nicely. But it seems like that Sterax is actually carrying that Kiana for the time being. Not going to be the case, Burrow with another W right here.
Yeah, Burrell getting that Tactician's kitchen online. You talked about Silas being much easier to access with the Arcanist. With it being Scuttle Puddle, we're going to be able to get to level 9. And also Annie really became much more viable now, so it does feel like this Arcanist 6-piece with a lot of different legendary units definitely gives yourself a good option. Narcus here will be trying to keep this 5 loss, so we'll be hoping it doesn't get griefed too much.
I wonder what the quest is, if we can get it from production side for the Ishtal right here. Has already hit that Jinx too. And with the ticket, this could potentially be a pretty great angle to play that 3-star Jinx with potentially 2-star frontline with a Nico, the Vi, etc.
It does keep his loss streak here as well. Coming up against Lococo, who isn't too fussed about keeping a massive streak. He's going to have so much econ off the back of the hedge fund anyway. And just keeping those Void units online. If you can potentially even get an upgrade to the likes of Cho'Gath and Rek'Sai, could maybe even put together a streak throughout stage 3 and just make it a lot easier to get towards that level 9.
Right, first PvE round coming through.
This lobby, just zooming out, feels quite a typical EMEA lobby. We've got French, German, Turkish, and then Noel, which is pretty similar to what we've seen for a while. The only exception is we're missing some of those Polish players, but it feels like this is the classic setup we saw a few sets ago, where it was just these 2 powerhouse regions in DAC and France coming head to head. And just once again, regionals is just going to be full of players from these 2 countries, which shows how strong they both are.
Now, of course, especially when you do have things like Scuttle Puddle, there are 2 avenues on how you want to play the game. You either reroll, because you get the extra gold earlier on to snowball your board, hit your 3 stars earlier, and take those wins on stage 4, or you're just going the good old traditional route to fast 9, fast 10, get all those legendaries on your board and cap out your board more than any other board can be capped. And I feel like the lobby that we're seeing is split into 2. Half of the lobby is pretty much rerolling, and the other half is going for those fast 9 plays. Of course, Lococo has doubled down, 110 gold already, cashing in on that 10 interest every single round from his hedge fund, and he is looking for the very fast 9 angle.
I think the fact Lococo's even managed to pick up a win and actually stay relatively healthy, I don't think he'll mind too much. You're going to have so much gold. I mean, it's not like you need the street gold, and I think the HP actually is maybe more important just to give you the time once you get to level 8, then level 9. But it does feel like, as you said, everybody's going to be capping so high in this particular lobby. The 3-cost rerollers are then going to be able to go and get their level 9 boards and add legendaries to them. It's going to be a pretty ridiculously capped lobby.
Here come the second movements. Let's
Okay.
see. We
Just
are
gold.
currently watching Burl. Does have a BT already slammed. Is considering maybe Blood Offering, not going to be the case, but it is going to be yet another, not yet another, his first combat augment coming through. We are seeing a junction on the right side of your screens with the slamming, going for more of an econ leveling strategy as Lococo with a care package at the right side of your screens as well.
Checking back
Nothing
in
crazy.
here. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Chinar here getting that ascension, which I'm sure he's probably not the most excited about. It's definitely fine. It feels like a fine combat augment. but definitely not the most exciting. But as we do look around, slamming coming through, as you pointed out, that will give you access to level 9 even quicker, be able to get there ahead of everybody else and get access to those legendaries maybe just a few rounds earlier.
With Lakoko right here, slamming that Wraith Blade, I'm wondering if he actually wants to stick it for the Void. He has that level 10 access, he has the Baron access as well. You get extra resources through your package, you get extra resources through the Skull Puddle, you've got the Hedge Fund, which is banking you 10 extra gold every round from that interest. So it looks like if you can stabilize through, thank you so much, observers, just got the Castle, just got the Rift Herald, you basically can very easily stabilize through those two champions because you do have the items for them as well. So if you stabilize on level 8 through those two, you can very easily just make a case for that very quick level 10.
Yeah, it feels like such a massive turn for Lakoko. Just able to get those 2 unlocks coming through. Does have the Cho 2 as well, so able to actually play the 4-piece Void without lacking too much off the back of it. Just, as you've said, I'm not sure how well Baron will perform in a lobby where there's going to be absolutely crazy legendary soups, but does have the real potential to do it. And we know that Baron 2 is, throughout the set, the win condition, and we'll be able to see if it is still able to match up.
Quite a while away from that one for the time being, but it's actually very interesting to have in our hands something that strong versus the legendaries that we usually see, the Sylas, the Mel, the Annie, the Rise. See how Baron does into them, because he's still a melee unit, and usually they are not the strongest when you go up against caster, legendary, S-tier units. There will be a spot right here if anyone wants it. There's
Also
Wukong, there's Lux.
Yeah, some
Wukong
tempting
gone.
forecasts. Pretty much instantly grabbed there. Lakoko, potentially someone gets Lux, as you said. Lires gets the Pan coming through, so we'll have to see exactly what he does opt to make with it. Does have Bronze for life, actually, so really good just getting access to an additional trait. Really big pickup for him. And as you said, we've got our real divide of our reroll players and then our Fast 9 players. There's very few players that are actually playing strongest board tempo. It feels like we've got actually quite a weak stage 3 comparatively to what we saw, especially last game, for example.
Okay, you know what I'm interested in? I want to ask the observers to please look at Narcus, because he was that one player that was holding the Jinx 2 plus the Vi. Thank you so much, observers, right here. We are still seeing a case of Piltover being played for the time being. You've got the Titans, which is traditionally more of a Warwick item. You've got the red buff as well. 190 out of 200 banked into the Ishtal as well. However, super low on HP. 43 HP only in a lobby where you mentioned it. This could potentially be make or break. You're going to have such strong boards, super high caps. And even if you actually ditch the Warwick right here and play for the Brock and potentially play, because we have seen differing playstyles with the ticket, you can sort of go for the 3-star 4 cost if no one else is contesting it, and with potentially something like a Nidalee being open, you could play for that one, right? But if you're super low HP and you don't hit, the other boards will just take you down.
Yeah, hasn't even got access to the Nidalee yet as well, so it definitely feels like in a bit of a weird spot. You do have the potential cash out, but it's only 200 here. But I think Strubble, just because of the HP totals, felt like he had to take the cash out, really. Can't afford to bleed too much deeper. Does get that on, so that a really nice early pickup, and potentially, if he's able to stabilize, can then farm 1 or even 2 items, and that could be the bridge back to being able to compete with some of these other bots.
I mean, it's looking great right now. You've got the orange super early. That was a huge hit. Being able to get those artifacts onto a 3-star Jinx, onto a 2-star Warwick, could actually be game defining. I feel like stage 4 for Narcus is going to be probably the most important stage. You need to win throughout the entire stage 4, because people like Clamu, who have been banking 116 gold, level 7, is going to send it for level 8, level 9, get that 2-star Casa, get that 2-star Rift Herald in the front line, and then straight up pivot for that level 10, getting that Baron 2 hopefully on his board. You need to be winning that stage 4 coming through for Narcus. So maybe let's stick on his board, see how he fares up in his roll downs, if he can hit that Warwick 2 even on that level 7, while looking for the Loris and the Jinx.
Yeah, and actually coming up against a Lux 2 over on the other side there on Burrell's board. So a very, very early hit, but able to beat that is kind of a good test for where your board is at. You know that you're actually quite strong, able to take down a pretty legitimate board. And yes, the front line, certainly non-existent, but a very early Lux 2 hit here. And we saw one of them grabbed off the carousel. But still sitting at 40 gold, with it being Scuttle Puddle. Plot armor coming through as well with the Tactician's Kitchen, extra value, so potentially has a really nice setup for the Shadow Owl's Demacia board, which we saw last time round.
That's interesting how Lekoko wants to pivot that, right? Because the Rift Herald plus Kaisa combo is not as strong as it used to be a few patches ago, where you could absolutely stabilize with Rift Herald 1. It was nerfed quite a few patches ago, actually. So I want to see how Lekoko actually chooses to stabilize right here. He's level 8, 100 gold. He chooses to roll down a little bit of his gold here, strengthen his board, potentially find Kaisa 2 and Herald 2, and then look for that level 9 to level 10.
Yeah, I think makes sense to do a little bit of rolling here. You don't want to go too deep. As you said, ideally just pick up a few upgrades, but unfortunately just real blank shops, and you really don't want to go too deep because your entire first argument is essentially getting to 9, and if you're you can't commit too much, so not an ideal roll down by any means. Just
that was horrible.
A few small upgrades for the front line, but really didn't hit anything.
No Wukong pair, no Rift Herald pair, no Kaisa pair. Not only did he not hit his upgrades, he didn't even hit pairs for his upgrades. So right here, he's going to choose to select a couple bits and pieces of the units that he's holding on the board to try and make 40 again. He's looking pretty strong versus Noel's board. We're still level 7, so he is going to be able to stabilize with that one win. And let's see what the next augment is going to bring for our players. Oh.
We don't need more money, but we.
Are you sure?
We did spend a lot, but it just feels like
rough spot, yeah.
Your cap is so low off the back of it. Noel gets that growth mindset coming through, so
whoa.
All of a sudden, level 8, 75 gold.
Lekoko called to chaos. Lekoko went cold to chaos. Hold on. We have 2 call to chaos. Junction with the 64 XP.
Instantly sent him to
that
9.
level 9. What did Lekoko get through call to chaos? Oh, item chest. I don't know if that's lucky enough for him. I mean,
still needs the upgrades. Does finally get the Kaiser upgrade. At least one of them, but spent so much gold there. And
fake
Panda
Brock
3's into Lucky Gloves has happened. Very skillful. We know how good this can be. You even alluded to it early on. What if you just hit the Lucky Gloves earlier on?
Right?
Yeah. Here we are.
I will say the board does not look as strong. And in the Scuttle Puddle kind of lobby, not being level 8 on 4-2 kind of hinders your ability to stabilize and compete with the level 8 boards on stage 4 if you don't have your 4 costs. And with the fake Brock, which is the Golemify, obviously, from 3-2, let's see. Seems to be doing quite well into Burrell's board, who has found the Thresh, and for the time being, picking that first win after 3 losses straight.
Beating somebody that's went all the way to 0 then, Burrell, who committed everything for that round, does kind of give you an indication of how strong this combination off the back of the Lucky Gloves is. So should be able to then just level at 4-5, and you're not too far behind tempo and with that extra bit of combat power. But we are checking in here with Laress with that Bronze for Life, just getting so much value coming through off the back of getting that additional emblem as well.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, observers. Narkiz, level 7-0, has managed to find that 3-star Jinx. However, I am a little bit worried. That Warwick does not have tailored items. Has slammed the TG onto the Warwick. No full items on your 3-star tank either. It's just double TG, 1 on Vi, 1 on Warwick. I don't know if that lore is strong enough to compete with other tanks on that stage 5 coming up.
And does have hold the line here, so really everything is all in on this Jinx putting down a lot of damage, but it is just a 3 cost. It's nothing too crazy. We do have the Centipede alongside it at least, but I can't imagine this is what you want.
No? It was
no,
Leona 2, Zoe 2, Malzahar 2, and he almost loses to that. So that's actually pretty scary coming through from Narkiz.
It feels like his items not exactly what he would have wanted. If he's able to just get an additional bit of power, move that red buff potentially over to Senna, then suddenly we can be very, very strong. So we'll see how far he is able to take this, but as you've said, not beating the strongest board there, and it wasn't an easy win by any means.
As we are seeing I think it is Chinar picking up the Leona with a spark from Carousel. So this could be a pretty big move. I think that does give him Leona 3. Nope. Puts him 1 off.
Oh.
You hate it. You hate it. You hate to see this so much.
We can see the frantically moving around of the Zoe.
1 of
doesn't help.
everything. He's 1 of everything. Okay, 2 of everything. Sold the Malzahar. You need the 3-star Zoe here. So
Yeah. I think he was you could argue he's potentially healthy enough to try greed, especially with having the duplicator. You could have still went for all 3. I think you know that every round win could just be massive in the stakes of this game, though. So it does have to kind of pull the trigger right now.
Frontline is not looking too healthy. The Ascension is gonna come through. Zoe is trying to pump, but not pumping enough. Really, really hard to get to that front line. Does it in the end? Tell me
Why
this
are
is
you
not a
mad?
Leona 3 or Malzahar 3 diff.
Well, we could have made
Oh
the
my
Leona.
God.
We had the dupe if we really wanted to, but as
Yeah.
you said, does really want to hit both here. Oh,
Not again. Not again.
at least we can dupe one and we can just wait. But a real unfortunate set of rolls.
You can
it
dupe the
feels like.
Malzahar here. You've got the
Yeah.
Leona guaranteed for next round. With Malzahar 3, Zoe 3, I don't ever see the items being transferred over to a Seraphine 2. So potentially the dupe right here, not of greatest value in terms of like a 4 cost, since you are playing for the 3-star 3 cost, as we've seen the rest. With that Ambessa 2, looking for that backline access.
Yeah, Bessa really in there, just straight onto some of the backliners, not onto the primary carry yet in that Callista. But this Slayer board, when it gets going,
doing
can
it.
really run over a board. Absolutely makes quick work of it. And a big, big win there for Lares, getting that bronze for life value. We knew how powerful this board could be. And big, big win there against Burel.
Okay, having a look at Lecoco's board. Oh, still level 8. Looking to
I mean-
stabilize, and this is the worst case possible, right? You're playing on Scuttle Puddle, you're playing a composition that thrives on level 10, that is your peak, and I feel like he was the primary threat for this particular lobby. I feel like other people looking at Lecoco's board and seeing him stuck level 8, 30 gold, feel a little bit of relief.
Yeah, it feels like off the back of the first place as well, if Lecoco does manage to get 2 really big results in the first 2 games, it puts down a bit of a marker for the whole tournament. But as you said, just stuck on level 8. I mean, we watched him roll about 60 gold, not hitting Shelly, not hitting the Kaiser. Real
Even
unfortunate.
pairs, it was horrible. Oh my
But
god.
Noel here, a
Noel.
player who's hitting big, big upgrades. The Rise 2 is massive at this stage of the game.
You know what? In these types of games, I just sit there and think of Soju. I just sit there and think of a crash out for Soju being in Lecoco's position. You're like, I'm sitting there, level 8, no one is actually contesting me, rolling down, no Kaisa pair, no Wukong pair, no Shelly pair. Meanwhile, this guy's level 9, hitting Price 2, Lissandra 2, Frontline 2. I can just think about it, man. It's just playing on repeat in my head. Noel right here, definitely with a front footing in this particular lobby. And I think he's playing... Is he playing Lecoco? No, he's playing Lures. Oh, actually not strong enough in the front line, Noel. It's going to take a huge loss.
But despite the crash outs elsewhere, maybe
Crash
Noel
out
crashing
averted.
out. Maybe Noel himself's crashing out about the lack of upgrades in the front line. Just not able to really put anything together. We saw, yes, you have Rise 2, but Rise really wants a long fight that's going to give you lots of time for him to ramp up. And our tank items are on a Kabuko here. We don't have a Wukong 2. Feels like we're really, really weak. And Slayers, in particular, makes quick work of those weak front lines. It's just blitzes through them and they're dead.
Burl right here with the 4 Warden Shadow Isles composition. Got not necessarily the items that you would have liked onto this Callista. He's desperately looking for any type of carry to slam the items on Ryan. Callista is the only 2-star he was able to find. Now, Chinar, this is the peak of his board. Leona 3, Malzahar 3, Zoe 3, has the addition of another 2 3-star units just as complementary, but Leona is your true frontline. Let's see if he can make it through that Rise board.
Yeah, it took quite a while to get there in the end, and unfortunately, it does mean they're still level 7. So as you've said, has hit the peak in terms of these 3-star upgrades, but you're coming up against level 9 boards. You're coming up against people with Tacticians crowns that have got to level 9 in some instances, and it really feels like Chinar still stuck level 7. Bural actually dropping out there, our first elimination. So a big round win from Noel, because it does at least guarantee him one more position. Lires now sitting at 40 gold, down to 6 HP trouble.
6 HP, 5 HP for Noel. Lires and Noel both on their last leg. Lires piloting a comp that we sort of saw in the last TPC, where it was primarily around Slayers. This sort of full melee carry composition reminds me of that Slayer composition as well. Unfortunately, stuck on level 8. 2-star Belveth with only 2 items, and you've got your 2-star also Ambessa with 3 items. Let's see if he can actually make it through a full-on Builds water board that is very comfortable sitting level 9, 30 gold.
Yeah, coming up against our lobby leader in Junction, who's 58 HP, despite the fact Lires has really good combat augments. Unfortunately, stuck level 8. Pretty comfortable win there for the Bilgewater board. Potentially able to eke out a position. Noel does fall down as well, but Lires takes a bigger defeat. Noel squeaking out a 6th place there. We do have our top 5. Lekoko, off the back of getting stuck at level 8, considering how badly this game could have went, I think would be more than satisfied even if he falls out now.
Yeah, absolutely. This is this 5th is a first.
Yes.
to quote someone out there playing for the Americas. However, I do really want to commend Narcas. A 9-win streak. This is the guy that we didn't know how high his comp caps right here. Gets the early Brom, pivots from the Malzahar Zoe iteration to Jinx to play for zones, for Jinx, plus that 3-star frontline, plus the Warwick, and we just didn't know exactly where this comp can land, especially since we're looking for legendary soups, we're looking for level 9 boards, level 10 boards, there was a Void board coming through as well, but Naki's on a 9-win streak right here, doing fairly well for himself, and the pivot seems to have paid out. He's also sneaking in some Warwicks right there, on 5 Warwicks, has the extra roll downs from the ticket as well, so you could potentially be looking for a 3-star 4+ too.
Yeah, the ticket does open that up, and I think the hold the line, it's just gave him so much power. It is actually your back 2 rows, so the Warwick is getting it as well. We just see he's running over some of these boards, has so much damage. Had the Ornn in as well, so was able to pick up a few Ornn items off the back of that, which is even more power. And now Naka is a player that he didn't want us to watch him. He wasn't feeling confident coming in, had not played too many scrims, potentially looking at 2 top 2 finishes in his first 2 games here. Lekoko does fall out into 5th place, but as you mentioned...
What do you mean? It's a first to a first. It's double first for Lekoko.
I think this game went from, oh my god, he's going to win the game, and he's so rich, he's sitting pretty, to the worst 4-2 of all time.
He's 5th. Yep, yep.
I think a roller coaster of emotions.
Oh, we're looking for that Nidalee 3-star, only 2 left. Does have the ticket. We mentioned how with the ticket you can play your reroll lines, but if there is no contest on 4 costs, you can definitely roll around to it. Chinar is gonna sell his board trying to get that 3-star 4 cost. It's not going to be the case. He was actually 1 off. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Has a duplicator on the bench. Wasn't lucky enough to hit it. He was unlucky enough to hit Jongshu's board, who is level 10, sitting very comfortable with a bunch of 2-star legendaries on his board and a very, very fed builds water composition. And he's gonna greet goodbye to us, all 7. Chinar in 4th place.
Brave effort. I think he looked around the lobby and went, yeah, I'm not beating any of these guys. We'll send it. And as I said, had the dupe. Unfortunately, wasn't able to pick it up. But Narcas here, his win streak
I'm looking
just
at the chat.
falls down.
The chat, he missed it. The chat said he missed it. There was a Nidalee that was missed. Hold on.
If it depends on how early, because if he sold the rest of the board, maybe we're still losing anyway. But we'll give him the benefit of the doubt that it might wouldn't change much.
Yeah, okay, sure. Let's do that.
We do have our top 3 here, though. Why Are You Mad? Taking down Narcas in a really, really close round there. But we do see our Bilgewater player, which just has so much scaling compared to everybody else at level 10. Feels like it's going to be really difficult for either of the other players to outcap this board.
Yeah, both of them stuck on level 8. Surely will be getting to that level 9 on these 2 rounds, right? However, Narcus is looking for a 3-star Warwick, if I'm not wrong, yeah. Only 3 off, 50 gold, sticks to level 8, rolls it down, does have the ticket, does have 2 lives as well. So, plenty of time to try and hit that one. Let's see if he's luckier than Chinar and can actually hit that. Is considering Brom. He is going to click on it. 2 off Warwick, 3 off Brom. Let's see if he can hit any.
Does have another life, so has another chance here. Still sitting at 20 gold. Just needs to pop these anvils pretty quickly to get them into the fight. It was a pretty close round before anyway when he had this matchup, so positioning definitely could have been maybe switched around to get Warwick access onto the backline. We're seeing here though, unfortunately, this volley is just far too big to deal with. It's running over this board. And the power of the Glemify getting that extra bit of extra beef with the TGs, the lucky gloves, we're seeing how high that can cap, and Narcus really does need one of these 3 stars. Just has one more turn to find it.
All right, one more chance. Last chance. 5 HP. Looking for Warwick 3, potentially Brom 3 to cap out the board right here for Narcus. 1 off of Warwick. Rolling fast. That Brom is going to get sold real quickly as well. There we go. Plus 12 gold. Keeps the Brom, swaps it with a 2-star probably on his board to be able to roll even faster. Yeah, there you go. That one's been relegated. He's rolling. Trying to find it. He doesn't end up heating it.
We rolled quite a lot there. We had potentially the option to sell off the Sejuani for even more, but or even Loris. But I think a valiant effort. We had the prismatic ticket coming through. Quite a lot of rolls here for Narcus, but coming up against this Bilgewater board, I think once you get to the point you're selling things off, even if you hit the Warwick 3, would have really needed to at least keep some of the front line. But we're seeing how much damage this Jinx can do, but nowhere near enough
Not
to deal
too
with
much.
this Junction board.
I mean, obviously, Junction has played a pretty phenomenal game, started with the extra TGs, which powers up your Bilgewater a lot. If you consider Bilgewater now to what it was when it was perma-played, the units are much weaker, they don't do as much damage, you don't get as many resources, and they cost more. The only great thing that happened to Bilgewater right now is that Tactician has fallen down to 350 Serpents. So you spawn him faster, you feed him faster, he scales faster in the game, which is the name of the game if you're going to play Bilgewater. Now, by getting the extra TGs, you are powering up your units in the early game, which makes them way more relevant. Junction was able to pick up victories through that early game, having the extra items, preserved a bunch of HP, and got into that level 10 with the help of the Scuttle Paddle as well as the Slam.
Yeah, 2 massive upgrades coming in there for the Bilgewater board as well, getting access to 2 more legendary 2-stars. It's been a pretty big win streak here considering what stage the game we're in for both players. I think worth noting they avoided each other up until this point, so the first real test here to see which board will come out on top. And we're seeing the power of the lucky gloves here, but the Bilgewater has been scaling for so long, it doesn't make a difference. And why are you mad? What can he do here, Trouble? Is there anything he can do?
I mean, there is no chance for a 3-star 4 cost, so I feel like, unfortunately, there isn't much room for why Pro. I want to reiterate how Pro was stuck on level 8 for the longest time, and at this point, Tam Kenchi's so fed. You're getting your 2-star legendaries for Junction. He's even got gold to spare at this point, and as you can see, Pro nowhere near finding that Rise 2 potentially if you wanted to slam it in for extra power. I feel like this would be your next power spike with the board that he's currently playing, but it's currently stuck onto 1 Rise. It is going to make a big difference over the Azir, because I feel like Azir 1, not necessarily the strongest, but I don't think it's going to make that much difference that it turns the game around.
Yeah, it feels like there's not much positioning you can do either, really. The front line is so big on the other side that there's just far too much to get through. But these are 2 players that had a 8th and a 6th in their last game, so big result coming in here, finishing in his top 2. Even for Wayumat, must be really happy coming in here. But for Junction, not swayed at all by that first game, coming in here, getting this Bilgewater line, making the most of Scuttle Puddle, and then getting all the way up to that level 10. See if it is able to be enough here.
That Golem is certainly leaving a lot, but that Kindred Doll was also pretty big. Now, I feel like the Bilgewater board might be in a pickle right here. You have to go through that front line, and the Skarner ult was absolutely huge. 1 Senna versus the world, and the world swallows her.
Big win here, and
Hey,
now
I'll eat my words.
Yeah,
There's nothing that can be done. I'll eat my words. There is.
I'm wondering if you want to pretend. We've got the TG on top of the Kench. I'm wondering if we want to actually get some more guaranteed items on top of it. We've been feeding it for such a long time that relying on the TG's actually been pretty good every time. Maybe not the most reliable way to get this online. We'll see. They're shuffling around. Fiddle really didn't do an awful lot in that fight, so actually moving it to the second
Seraphim
row.
as well.
Trying to get another cash off, but we do have the Zereth, as you said, which is a big, big upgrade for this board.
I feel like the huge difference right here is that you're combating two augments that have gone and passed for Junction with the level up and the Call to Chaos, which was also a level up with the experience, versus triple combat augment coming through from YU Mad Pro. And level 9 to level 10, it's only 1 unit difference. Let's see if the scaling on the Tamkins on the Bilgewater board is enough, which seems to be the case this time around, positioning Defense Junction from an 8 to a first. What an incredible comeback.
The Shyvana got straight onto the Seraphine in that fight and just deleted it. The damage dealers were gone. And Junction, just a blip there. One round that didn't go according to plan. But as you've said, great comeback then for both of those players in the top two, turning a disappointing start to the day into getting things right back on track.
I mean, it feels like big W, first of all, to the team that created this patch, right? And changed a lot of the unlocks. I feel like this is probably the most chaotic we've seen any patch be. There's so many different unlocks, there's so many different angles. We've seen Demacia played with Shadow Isles. We're seeing a lot of reroll lines that we didn't expect. The Jinx coming through. We've seen the Malzahar Zoe. And even though it didn't do that well, we're still seeing different angles when the Cattle Paddle in terms of rerolling on play for the Fast 9 or staying on that level 8, which we didn't think was feasible, and grabbing a second place for yourself. Of course, we have our break ready, so we're gonna send you a quick break, but our lovely analysts are gonna break down those incredible games we've been having so far. Don't go anywhere.
Always rises. Cannons. Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back to EMEA Finals Regional Play-In Desk. So guys, we have gone through our first two games. Our first reseed will be taking place right now, but for our players who've now gone 2 games deep, we've seen some continued success and some quite sharp right turns. I suppose, first of all, before we start talking about, of course, where everyone is overall, Makes, talk to me about the winner of that game, because we saw a very different bilge war to this game than we saw last game.
That's right, but we also saw very different conditions, right? Scuttle Puddle, there's always going to be an influx of resources in your lobby. We also started off with that prismatic that kind of sent the lobby for a spin and then capped out with another prismatic. And I think someone that was just really playing well around those conditions was Junction, starting off with the gloves, then going into slamming, identifying, okay, this is a game where I for sure don't go for the reroll because of all of those resources in the game. I'm gonna go for the long shot, and then also gets that call to chaos, just really caps out and goes into the Bilgewater line with all of those legendary units assembled. I do agree with Barry a little bit. I thought it was kind of brazen to keep the Thief's Gloves on the Kench after having fed him so many rounds. But in the end, hey, it all worked out and he's the pro and I am not. So I think this is just a masterclass in identifying your win condition.
On the flip side, we saw two reroll players, 3-cost reroll in particular, I think one of the big winners for patch 16.6. Narkez bringing back the PvE, Jinx 3, and Warwick board with the Freljord, which has not really been meta throughout the entirety of the sets. And Shinar also going for reroll, this time with the new AP line, with Leona being buffed, with Balzahar and Zoe packing a much more of a punch. It was an interesting option, both players opting for that big 3-5 roll down. Got a bit punished by the final augment being prismatic. They couldn't quite hang with the rest of the lobby and play for first or second. They tried to shore that up by both going for 3-star 4-cost thanks to ticket, but both unfortunately missed for different reasons. But still, a cool line selection. I think great to see these comps being somewhat relevant in the meta as well on this patch.
It makes, of course, one composition we were expecting to see a whole lot more of, and we thought we were going to get to see in this game was to get to see our first on-screen Mel board. Ended up ultimately being a Rise board for Noel, and not really ending out as well as it seemed like it could have gone.
Yeah, I think Noel found himself with the back against the wall in a couple of moments in this game. First, he was leaning into the Noxus, trying to get that online, wasn't really able to get that Draven, wasn't really able to get that Mbessa to then unlock the Mel, which you do want early to have her farm that Radiant item for you. So on 4-1, he identifies, okay, this dream, not working out. Instead, I'm gonna go into Ahri, holds a pair of Ahris, but it's just not really enough. She's not able to clutch up with the state of power that the rest of the boards have already reached on 4-1, 4-2. And then he says, okay, I'll just go into the late game. I'll get Rise. It's a little bit easier to unlock now, of course, as are most of the other champions. And so able to tap that in easily, but it was all a little bit too little too late.
I think Noel, especially hitting that growth mindset and having to play for Fast 9, losing a lot of HP at the end of stage 4 despite being kind of strong in the process. And Lakoko as well, low rolling so much and ending up going from maybe a potential first to what ended up being a fifth is what allowed someone like Chinar and Narkez to guarantee those top 4s, with the players that were aiming for that top 4, maybe that top 3, top 2, low rolling and opening up that window for the reroll players to come out ahead. On the flip side, Lides, I like the game plan, playing for a Slayer-centric comp with so much combat, but just missing items. Even coming into the end of the game, we only had Velvet on 2 items, only 7 items total, despite having 3 combat augments, just not enough items to support these units, and not enough gold, right, to go 9 to really hit the highest possible cap for the Slayer board. So too far onto the combat augment side for Lides. Not sure if we just didn't have any better options on 3-2 and on 4-2 to try and find a balance between all the different augment types.
All right, guys, so we'll be getting our points coming in just a few moments away. Again, we are not having any eliminations as of yet, but our players will be really clearly in a position to either try and make sure they're safe for the rest of the day or potentially be fighting elimination going forwards. Of course, we will be looking for our players, particularly at the bottom, to go absolutely wild in these next 2 games to come. So let's take a look at where the land lies.
Yeah, of course, we have been watching the on-screen game, so we're also getting a first glimpse of that right now. And Clemu running away with it a little bit. 2 first places. Keep in mind, after game number 4, the top 4 get instantly promoted to tomorrow. He's setting himself up for a great position.
And we're seeing kind of a split from our TPC players. Both Lakoko and Clemu have woken up, have accepted the challenge, are in a good position to maybe retain their spot, at the very least make it to tomorrow and continue fighting throughout this weekend. But both Bensek and Lides are in big trouble after just a very terrible season in terms of their results in TPC. They're now potentially 2 games away from losing their spots altogether. So this is the moment where both of them, and maybe Noel as well from his experience across his lengthy career, they have to clutch it up. They have to prove and showcase what they have learned throughout all these years competing, and they have to deal with the pressure of being in this position.
But speaking of comebacks, look at players like Junction or Foz who are able to clutch back from an 8th place to a 1st or to a 2nd. That's exactly what you need to do. And even if you're Lides or Bensek, I think there's still a world where you can make it into day 2, just not through the direct promotion. So they need to get their head on straight and they need to fight their way out of here.
Yeah, and further to what you're saying, David, I think it feels like it's very easy to get into the mindset that if you're going to be a player who's going to do well, that you're going to be doing well the entire way through the competition and you'll just sail through everything. You have great game after great game, but I'm thinking certainly back to Worlds from before, or for Crowns from before, from Championships from before, players like Reimplosion who had atrocious starts to the day and managed to turn their day around and win and come all the way back from it. That's a skill that's going to be winning you a proportion additional compared to the days where you just happen to high roll.
Even just the mindset and the expectation you set for yourself as a competitor. I think a good example is Jedusor last set, where he had 5 to 6 sets of being EMEA's golden child, of he can do no wrong. He's just rising and doing better and better every tournament. He ascended to that S tier level, and last set in TPC, that was his first big wake-up call of you can also falter. You can have, a bad set of tournaments and pay the consequences, where he was relegated to tier 2, having to play through tomorrow. I think similar case here for Lides and Bensek and someone like the Coco even as well, where they've been doing so well throughout their careers, or even just recently in the last 2 or 3 sets, that this is now the wake-up call of, hey, you can falter, but you have to know how to come back from that and how to make sure to clutch up in moments like these.
Yeah, 100%. We're now looking at our lobby for game number 3. And of course, we see the star of today, Klemuther, with those 16 points, but we're also seeing Lides in that lobby once again. And I think we should really kind of pay attention to his early game to see if he's in a good spot to maybe swing that pendulum back in his favor, maybe getting a 1st or a 2nd place. If he can keep that going for the next couple of games, there's still hope for him despite sitting on those 4 points now.
I mean, this is the thing which separates this play in the stage from what we would generally see in a larger tournament, is you are playing against a lot of the other players who would potentially be getting out of this tournament ahead of you. So any good result for Lides here, and for any of our players on lower points, is also directly taking away points from your competition.
And for players like Arzu and Chinar, from what we've seen on broadcast, it seems they're both opting into more consistent lines, more reroll. Arzu with the failures in that game 1, Chinar we saw now with a ticket into the new AP reroll with Leona, Malzahar, and Zoe. So they're maybe thinking, start of this tournament day, I'm not playing for 1st and 2nd. I'm not going to take these big swings and try and just auto-qualify after 4 games. I'll just play consistent, good TFT throughout 6 games and hope to make it into the day 2 tomorrow and to that first day of the actual regionals.
And I think that's a great point to come back through 16.6, the mega patch, right? While I love unlocks as a set mechanic, I think they're really, really fun. Before 16.6, you often felt like, depending on what you got early, you were kind of just locked into 2-3 lines. Now that the unlocks have become a lot more possible, it's so much easier to stay open in how you want your gameplay to go throughout the stages. And I think that's something we're seeing exceptionally from players like Chinar, like Arzu, who are just staying open-minded. Even Noel in that last game, unfortunately not being able to find that success there, but just moving through the stages and saying, all right, this is where I think I could be going in stage 3, but I'll be open to maybe go for a late 9 board, or I'll be open to try and roll on 7, whatever the game brings me, rather than being locked into the locks.
Well, I mean, that's of course where it's going to be coming in, and the people, particularly at this point, we were at the very bleeding edge of what people are even knowing what 16.6 is, the study groups and such, those kind of discussions that you have before the tournament even starts with friends to say, oh, I've just found out about this new way of playing the competition, could be the thing that you pull out of the bag even relatively early on in this competition to save you and keep you from being eliminated early.
You're also rewarding a very different type of skill in TFT. Every single time you get to this point of a set, regional finals, TAC crown, the patch is fairly similar to the last patch and the one before that. The comps are slowly being built upon patch in terms of you're playing 50 games of Demacia, you're playing 100 games of Demacia in a set. You know all the different ways to min-max the line to find results. And players who execute and don't make mistakes are rewarded in a big way, kind of more flowchart players. But now it's more about, I think, intuition and solving a patch very quickly, and creativity is rewarded instead, which I think is really cool.
Well, we're going to get some more creativity as we go into this game. Once again, Zoe does show up here. So we'll see what our players are able to find. Hopping on board with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Clamu, who is currently sitting on 2 first places. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen as much Mel, Panda. I want to ask you specifically about that. What do you make of that? Is it just that players think it's so conditional, or is it just that players maybe overvalued it going into today?
I think just the 2-game sample size, so we haven't seen enough results. And the 2 games were pretty different games of TFT with Lutzub and Scuttle Puddle. So it could just be players finding different lines to play. We saw more Demacia in game 1 as the AP line that was played for instead of the Mel, for example. We saw Rise from Noel and the reroll line from Shinar in game 2. So I think it's just a sample size thing. I definitely think we'll see Mel to some extent throughout this day.
We'll see, particularly if we've got the extra money pouring in, if we see our players pushing up through and trying for those extreme late game boards. Because, again, we've got to remember coming to this one that while Clamu is doing extremely well, it's completely undefeated so far, for most of the players in the lobby, they're very, very close to each other points-wise. There's only 3 points between the second place of this lobby, Shinar, and Gaka's Baral, who are both down on 7.
I'm actually surprised we sold both of these Aphelii. Is that the plural? The Aphelii? Because, I mean, we've seen what that comp can do, but just says, okay, I'm not going to lock myself to that this early on. I'd rather stay open for something else.
It is a fairly niche comp. Think of how much is at stake in games like this. Some players, if they don't have enough reps on the comp across the entire sets, they might not want to just go in blind into a game 3 of a play-in phase and play for a pellet. They don't know the right way to cap it out, especially now with all the unlock changes as well. Where I do think that Arzu, what we saw in game 1, he is very familiar with the comp. I've seen him play it a lot and even make videos on the comp about this set.
Late game scaling will come interesting. Also, we've got ourselves what would otherwise in previous patches be a very nice route into something like Slayers, but for the time being we'll just be trying to preserve as much HP as possible, knowing that it's got some very, very good late game potential.
This is an augment that was very, very strong at the start of the set when Anti-Flex and Fast 9 was very relevant. Then Fast 9 was incredibly difficult to get to, and the augment was nerfed for the sins of a lot of those 5-cost units and how strong they were. Now it's kind of back on the menu because there just are so many ways to play around 5-cost yet again.
Interestingly enough, we're seeing both Toon and Lires pick up Stars Are Born, which can give you those really strong early starts. And Lires has picked up Yasuo as well. We were talking about the Yone Yasuo line a lot in the pre-show. Panda, are the stars aligning to be born here on the Yasuo?
I would hope so. We saw Bensak rocking it in game 1. It ended up being a 5th due to some mispositioning problems with that Yone, but I do think it's a very, very strong line. It's just a very cool unit to see in action as well as a caster. So I'm really hoping Lides leans into that Yone line. We'll see if it will be with Ionia or more around a Slayer angle instead. We do see Legion of Threes picked up by YU Mad Pro as well. Makes so much sense. All 3 costs pretty much are viable now, so you can just cook up so many cool boards with this no matter what emblem you get.
Yeah, I love the flexibility to be able to attack it from so many different angles. Let's see, YU Mad Pro. We'll find out what the emblem is going to be there overall. Burrow, interesting to see going for the speedy double kill. So it does have a decent start in here. It hasn't quite got anything too crazy like the Bilgewater immediately, but we can see is keeping the Graves on the bench for that possibility.
Yeah, is going to be enough to defeat the enemy board. That Anivia, with her single target damage, not much able to clutch back up here, but we are nearing that first carousel, and I'm quite curious what Clamu has picked up there from his aura.
Could Could be Jinx angle as well with this front line right now for the Zonstar for Brawl if he finds a Jinx on the carousel in particular. So has a few options open now with the Rageblade built here.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, like, if we was, Megs, as you mentioned, we've got the Stars Are Born, we've got these speedy double kills, we've got the potential for a lot of aggression early on. And for our players more towards the middling points here, like Toon TV, I don't hate it at all just to be saying, you know what, I may be giving up an augment for immediate power, but at least I'm not going to get run over early on.
Checking in with Toon. This is the other player that picked up the Stars Are Born as we were talking about. He's currently playing around or Yorick, so could be a lean into the Shadow Isle line. Certainly something that is still viable, where before that was just like, oh, if you had Viego early enough to then be able to just farm all the souls, because those unlock conditions have been screwed down a little bit, you're able to assort quite a nice little Shadow Isle board earlier than was possible before, with a lot more of the splash trades. So that could be an angle for him.
Not just that, but you were more dependent on vertical shadows, farming souls early and kind of snowballing those souls, because every one of the shadows units' abilities scaled in a big way off of souls. That's been changed. They've been kind of separated from vertical shadows and allowed to be more flexible, like we saw in game 1 with Clemu playing that Thresh and the Yorick alongside the Wardens of Demacia, for example, and pivoting out of shadows altogether. So I'm curious to see exactly where 2TP goes with this. I think you have so many different options now on stage 4 and 5, and it makes for very cool boards because Thresh is now there as a Warden, and you can just play around, even just the Thresh itself, even get out of shadows altogether in some cases.
Yeah, well, of course, what we've seen already is being able to bring it into Demacia, and I do want to just bring in Garkas, who, of course, did manage to get a hold of an early emblem themselves, has got Demacia, so... And also the Slayer, I think we actually saw this exact combination in the previous game. So we've got some good possibilities for Garkas to cook up something here as well.
Absolutely. We've seen Galio crop up, when I read through the patch notes, I was like, hold on, that Galio unit, that is going to show up on a lot of boards. It's not as many, thankfully, that nerf was reined in a little bit, but it's certainly something that, just like the Thresh, just like the Tahm Kench, you can so easily splash in now that I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we're going for here.
Especially with the Silas as well, right? The Silas unlock means that it's just very easy to get the 3 Demacia online with just Galio and Silas, for example, in this case with the emblem. And it allows for just so many cool caps where Galio can do a lot in terms of board stuns and even itemizing him if he's 2-starred, which he's kind of the hardest 5-cost to 2-star, it seems like this set. But if you manage, he can pump out some crazy damage if you lean into his unique itemization with MR and armor.
It looks like it's not the only one leading in the Demacia direction. I was managed to, of course, remember it's getting the 2 XP trickling in per round, but it's put together the Demacia board early on. We were talking about the idea of being able to bring in the Galio later on. Of course, the Rise Galio boards have got some huge potential when, of course, you're selling up some of your Demacia pieces and just moving into this absurd late game board that has so much power.
Yeah, and speaking of late game board power, we're seeing the aura farming on the side of Clemu now, and I'm actually a little bit surprised because Annie, out of all of the legendaries, I feel like she is still strong, but she's so hard to get into a board where she could really get that potential up. So I think you were kind of hoping for something a little bit more lenient, something that's a little bit easier to splash, and I'm curious where Clemu is going to pioneer this one.
I disagree. I think it's actually one of the stronger aura farming to hit because you get a Tibbers 2 as well, right? You have a crazy frontline as well.
That's true, but you need to fit them. Yeah.
I mean, Silas, Arcanist, they're definitely a thing, I think, in this patch compared to the past few ones. Even something like a Yordle board, if you fit in a Vhagar with how much easier he is to unlock as well, you can scale him into the Annie 2. And Clemu, I think a lot of his persona as a player is around creativity and around not sticking to the meta. So if someone can handle it, I think it's going to be hit.
I am fascinated to see the route he takes, because I kind of take your point, Max, that we have got a couple of players already, hanging around in the Demacia line. So if he does just decide to go for, the standard Demacia into, big pile of Demacia into big pile of Arcanist line, he is going to find it a little bit harder to get that 2-star Garen he'll need eventually.
Yeah, I think so too. We'll see. We'll see. I'm curious what Clemu opts to do, and I'm happy to be wrong. You know, I love when players are creative, so we're going to be seeing what he goes for. Checking in with YU Matt. You know, maybe he's mad because he picked up Ishtal. He's currently working away on getting those Ishtal quests up and going. But thankfully, looking pretty healthy thus far, so that helps out. And I think we're just going through this for a little bit of extra loot income here.
Curious to see what line he pivots into with Legion of Threes. The line that speaks to me the most from this position would be something around Ari reroll. There is kind of the PBE Ari Ixtal line where you have Kennen as well. There's a lot of 3 charges you can fit in, and it would make sense with the Defender emblem as well. You can maybe go for even a 4 Defender line potentially. It's hard to really gauge how important it is to have just your full board entirely be made of 3 costs and when you just want to play for a more standard comp. One of the difficulties with this augment.
Well, of course, Burrow, we can see here, will make that potential pivot into Ari Ken a little bit more difficult because he's already in the line himself. That speedy double kill, of course, incentivizing Burrow to stay ahead of the field and try and play pretty aggro. We'll get run over by Lyris, though, who's already up to level 7. And just checking in, thank you very much, Observer, that it is Path of Spirits. So we're going to be rewarding Ionia boards to stick around for a while.
That's interesting because Lyris, of course, is also on that Yasuo, so everybody's just kind of looking towards the Ionians in this game. It's like that one Spider-Man meme where they're all pointing at each other and going like, hold on, you are playing this line too? And, well, they can't all play this line, chat. I'll level with you and win out, so we're going to need some players to find a new route here. We'll see who's able to do just that, checking in with Garx, who has that emblem, so a little bit more freedom maybe in approaching it, and could of course also go into the Slayers route. Now, we have heard myths of players going into the Slayers playing around that Lucian in the backline. Would kind of make it hard to fit your Demacia in if that is what you had planned, but it would be a pretty neat out that not many other players have.
Looks like it's not much of a reroll at all for YU Mad Pro, just stabilizing now off of the Golem, off of the Milio for now. We'll see what his board ends up looking like at 3-5 if he does go 7 at that point and roll down any more.
Oh, interesting to see the... I presume he's going to be looking to re-establish Ishtal after goleming the board away from before. There's still a decent amount to be able to throw in the way. You see on the other side, we're actually going to get to see Diana coming into the mix. We've not seen much of her at all so far today, but 3 items. She can absolutely do work at this point.
Both Lides and Chinar adopting a similar game plan of, hey, I can, with this extra gold, unlock a very strong 4 cost that is going to be... melee 4 costs especially, I think, are very, very strong in Stage 3 in particular when fully itemized. So both Diana and the Yone, for example, are going to do a very good job of either winning a lot of these fights for these 2 players or at least stabilizing and killing off a ton of units as someone like Chinar, for example, scales later into the game.
Oh, sorry, do you want to take a second to recognize... It makes me talking about what we could do with Shadow Isles and Disruptor in this case. The Azir at this point in the game is massive for Toon TV. He should be able to unlock a ton of streamers before the game is done.
Absolutely, and Azir now is much more than just your item printer. He actually does a significant amount of damage, so that could be a really, really nice out. I do love what you're calling to Panda, though, because Chinar already on that Diana now. Is there a world where this just becomes the full Targan board where you get that ASOL really early and you just start farming? Listen, I gotta ask. Come on, don't shake your head at me.
I know you gotta ask, but I'm shaking my head. Every time Meg sees something even remotely with the trait Targon activated, he's like, yup, it's an ASOL game. I'm not sure I agree with you
every time you shake your head, David, they roll one more time for Alien Soul. That's what I'm saying.
I would say there is a direct opposition between play ASOL and going for Fast 9. You kind of want to stabilize with ASOL so he gets stacks.
That's true. That's very true. We'll see. We'll see what he does with it.
Certainly
the Diana is going to be a little bit of a strong point for him. Now, checking across our carousel, we do have a Seraphine, which can be a nice splash trade if you are on those Demacia lines, just, you know, trying to fit in Piltover. Really, really a nice unit there for some of our players that find themselves there. And looking across our lobby, I would say Lyres starting to run away with it a little bit here.
Yeah, we talked a little bit before in the pre-show about how even with Yone taking a bit of a kicking coming off of PBE, he's still an absolute monster in terms of his traits and itemized even at 1 star. So we saw a couple of different players who've been leaning on him. And right now, Lyris has taken the Stars Are Born, run it into him. And thank you very much, Observer, for showing up Arzu, the second player, who's both of them making Yone really hurt, even at 1 star.
Very different positions for both players, right? Ledesto, 100 HP. The big win for him is being able to unlock that Yone while still having not lost a fight, and then having Yone carry that win streak forward in stage 3 in a really big way for him. So he's almost secured a top 4 from his position. Whereas Arzu, with a savings account, still waiting for that proc to come through, will be alongside Klamu, one of those players who spikes in a huge way at the end of stage 3. And in their minds, hopefully they both start taking over the lobby, and they're going to have a much stronger board coming into stage 4.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing who can actually contend with it. But for now, taking a look at Arzu against YU Matt, Arzu taking that loss here, and Arzu and Klamu are starting to find themselves a little bit with a back against a wall. Now that loss streak for Klamu at least farms gold nicely, but he will need to turn that trend around if he wants to stabilize soon, and that is something he should be looking for. Bural here on the Ari reroll, something we also were talking about a lot, and I think with Spirits it makes so much sense to go into. Should definitely look for those last components there to get that 3rd item online for Ari, and of course the extra copies, 20 gold and sitting on 5 Ari in total. Not exceptional.
No, and I think this is what comes on the consequence. We're talking about, we had 2 players before going for the Yone, Shannara and Lyris. Now, Burl, of course, unlocking his means that longer term, we are going to be seeing these Yones sticking around on 1 star for a lot longer than they would have liked, and just generally, it taking more for our multitude of Ionian players to put together the board they want.
And Klamu just trying to preserve as much HP as possible, kill sub units at least with this Italy here, which he's achieving to some extent. He doesn't really want to load up with his any 2 on 4-2 on 1 life or even 2 lives. Ideally, it's at least 3, then stabilize off of that and try and go 9. But every single board is looking fairly strong. We're seeing the 9 loss streak come through now for Klamu here.
Hopping over to Arzu, our player that's the lowest in the standings right now. We saw Baral turn around there on the last matchup. Arzu will need to find some similar magic, and as of right now, we do have that Yone, but we don't have much else. I do love splashing in the Rift Herald. I think that's a great unit to have in your front line. But it's looking a little thin. Good news, 67 gold, level 8. That's going to be where we're going to put our hope, and hope that he finds something on that roll down.
I mean,
yeah, he has his interest also up to 70, right? Counterfeit, we haven't mentioned it with saving accounts, so just selling his board off there to get as much gold as possible. And now this is the big stabilizing roll down for Arzu. This is where he has to make a strong enough board to win, hopefully, every single fight in stage 4.
Remember, we've got that speedy double kill, of course, waiting for the first 2 players to be eliminated. But I really think that, Klamu and Arzu in particular going to be putting absolutely everything in. You can see on the right-hand side, they are emptying out their bank accounts because they both need to be getting their win streaks in now pretty much for the rest of the game to avoid having that disastrous 8th place.
Going up against Karks, I am not sure if what we found is good enough. That Rift Herald 2 certainly adds a lot of strength to that front line. Like I was saying, that is going to buy time, but you're still in that Yone 1, you're still in that Ari 1. There's a lot of pairs on that bench, and I don't think it is going to be good enough against the enemy board. Now, Garx is one of the players that is also pretty weak in terms of board strength as of right now. Also is lacking a lot of upgrades, but not enough for Arzu here. And you see we're down to 0 gold, hoping that this augment is somehow going to be the saving grace for him.
I would like to see him roll more of his gold here. I think he identified it halfway through this round that he has to try and hit the Ionia 2 before the other Ionia players roll, because they'll be spiking on 4-2 and rolling their gold down now. If he doesn't hit the Ionia 2, which is his main carry on this board, he could be in big trouble, considering he's already down to 16 HP.
Oh, I saw the star coming in. I was like, yep, there we go. But no, it's just Garen doing a little bit of a cosplay. There finally is the Yone. So amazing news for Arzu. Down to 16 HP. Klamu barely above on 20.
Hopping
And this is where Clemu decides to stand his ground. Annie 2 comes through, Nidalee 2 comes through. The Tibbers, of course, spawns in for free off of the Annie. And the Ascension comes in as well. Should have a very beefy front line. The Nico, not sure if he's going to trap her to keep the Nico out of harm's way so Nidalee can farm for free and not get targeted. But similar position to Arzu. These are both players that have to try and dodge each other and hopefully win streak the rest of the stage 4.
But if you look at it, right, just like to the eye test, you look at Clemu's board, you look at Arzu's board, to me, it's very obvious which of the boards is stronger. So I think Clemu is not as worried about Arzu. Clemu is a little bit more worried about players like Toon, who was able to unlock that Seraph already. Of course, on his side is still missing on some upgrades, so able to clutch up that win here. Hopping over, somebody was able to dethrone Lirester, has taken a loss from the 100 HP. Mr. 100 is not going to be achieved in this game, but is that good enough? Yone 2 being found for Arzu, going to stabilize, certainly a lot stronger now.
Yes, I mean, it's going to be a huge relief. And just a further point on Lyris, I mean, this is even not managing to miss the 100 of the entire lobby, to be at this point, you know, considering that he's on 4 points overall in the tournament, is absolutely huge. So everyone else will be scrapping to stay alive towards the bottom, as Lyris will be able to run this one out. I love seeing as well that we've managed to find ourselves, you know, at not just a strong board, but the good late game potential as well for the Chrono Keeper. Be able to farm up the XP and turn this eventually into an even stronger board.
A little bit scary for Lides. I would have loved to maybe see him try and go 9 off of the HP lead that he had, especially contested on Yone 3 ways, saying, hey, maybe Arzu will die off at some point in stage 4. Those copies will come back into the pool. I can play for the highest possible cap on level 9. I can find my Yone 2 later, sacrifice some HP in the process, maybe play for Silas even, once he's able to go 9 and find Garen 2. But rolling here to 0 and not hitting now just means you're bleeding HP anyway, and your cap is just so much lower.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm a little bit shocked he's finding himself in that position, to be very honest with you. So I'm curious what he's going to do to get out of it. Good note, he does have a lot of HP to fall back on, like you're mentioning there, so that can maybe buy him time and hope for the downfall of Arzu, but is certainly going to make it very hard to achieve the board that he had planned out here. But we're taking a look across our lobby, just taking stock of everything. Arzu, we checked in with. Clemu, we checked in with. Baral as well. All of these players are starting to claw their way upwards, and so players like Toon, like Garrix, are next up in their line of targets. They should maybe find themselves some good options for Toon. Something like that Seraph 2 is certainly going to be a huge upgrade once he's able to find it.
And at least Toon's got a little bit more room to work with. I mean, you know, we've got Clemu and Arzu both on the 2-round win streaks right now, but they will run into each other sooner or later and likely knock the other one at least out of easy contention by eliminating their income stream. Clemu here on level 8. I mentioned before, David, we've got a very strong bear on the front line. We're not up to Arcanist 6 as of yet. It's just hoping we can make it far enough to realize this board's true potential.
Shannar's also done a really good job of stabilizing here. Off of Diana, committed to Diana, and he's getting rewarded for it. He's stabilized in a big way, considering he is playing a game plan similar to Clemu and Arzu, where he's going for more of the fast 9 routes and losing a lot of HP early to then have a very strong board in stage 5. But he's at 54 HP, second in the lobby, so did a really good job of playing around this Demacia Diana core, which will eventually become, I have to imagine, a Silas 2 if he makes it that far in stage 5.
Yeah, I think so too. We also saw the Galio already spawn in, so that has been unlocked on the side of him. He's very healthy on Econ as well. Not something all of our players are looking across the board. So let's take a look together at Garrix, who is the player that also had that Demacia line on his plate, also has found the Galio, but is playing around that kind of Slayer emblem, not utilizing it at all. Says, okay, this is just going to be a component for my Poppy for now. Slayers are not my friend. And instead, I'm going to work around those invokers in the backline for now.
Yeah, I've been kind of surprised by how well this has been working for Garrix up to this point. I mean, he's on a loss streak, but he said a lot of our players in the lobby are preserving HP relatively well. And I mean, the Archangels in there as well, the enhanced Archangels means that we've got some... If Garrix can roll out the rounds without having his backline Lissandra eliminated early on, you see the back... We've also managed to get the Lucian creeping from the side as well. I think there's some good potential here to take good losses and still keep your gold intact.
Makes a lot of sense, the game plan, right? If you're win streaking most of stage 2 and 3, he picked up 3 threes and just sold all the 3 costs and is playing for fast 9 instead. Because there are very strong players in stage 4 now. There are players who are coming back into the game, like Clemu and Arzu. So why try and roll down to 0 and contest those players who will be stronger anyway? Instead, just take this stage off, just put your feet up and go to 9 and try and load up with a higher cap board on stage 5 instead.
It's just like, see you guys later. Speaking of, we were talking about Lires and the fact that Arzu already finding that Yone 2 is going to make his life so much harder. You know, Lires just said, you guys don't know. You guys don't know. And he hit that Yone 2 with ease within the next 2 rounds. So he should be able to stabilize there as well. But checking with Toon, a player that still needs to do that. So we just saw that Seraph one not on any pairs as of right now. We saw him find a Nasus in the shop. So could be playing around the Shurima, is not really able to as of right now. And yeah, here's a glimpse of the full strength of Lires as we hop back and see the Xerath 2 being realized by Toon as the gold is being rolled down. Massive board, and honestly, a little bit of a cook on the side of the Mel, so really splashing in that Shurima. I love to see that.
I have good news. Toon TV has left, quote unquote, the easiest Shurima unlock for last. He just has to win every fight left in this game, basically. And he can have 4 Shurima and win even harder. But just demoralize his opponents for game 4. I like the mental warfare here and the style points. It looks like a really, really strong board. He's gotten completely out of Shadow Owls, which is his initial game plan. But with that early Azir that you mentioned counterfeit, he said, you know, why play for Shadow Owls at all when I can just play for this highest possible AP cap with both the Xerath and the Mel as my win conditions.
We did, we were talking about the idea of how people will play from their tournament position. Toon TV is very much in the middle of the pack, but yeah, to have the opportunity to hit the Shurima 4, which is basically the win button of just, rolling over absolutely everybody, this is going to be a huge game for him if he can make, if he can stick the landing, which right now it's looking like he's very likely to.
You mentioned Toon TV split away from being a streamer more into a competitive player. I think he still has that streamer in him. I think he's still playing for a little bit of content.
You gotta go for the tuber moments, man. I respect it. He also has another life should something come his way that is stronger than his board, but I'm not sure there's anything in this lobby that can be. We're seeing You But Worse from UMAPRO also has opted into the Mel line, but of course not enabled by the additional Shuriman, so is just playing around the front line of the Skarner for now, trying to put something together, runs into Clemu. I'm not sure this board is strong enough to contend here with only that Mel 1, so we're going to see whether or not that Golem can actually buy enough time.
Yes, it's surprisingly doing a decent enough job, but Magic Pro will take the loss. I'm taking a quick look on the HP on the right-hand side because some players are going down very low. And I think we have got our first elimination in. Arzu holding on by a thread, but Burrow will be out. Was on 7 points, grabs only 1 more this round.
I think that's 2 8s in a row actually for the Turkish player. So really unfortunate game 2 and 3 for him. We'll see if there's any chance he can claw back maybe with a first in game 4 to stay alive for the next 2 games of this play-in phase.
We're getting an update. We're on 2 out of 5 wins for the 4 Shurimans. Shout out to our observer. And Arzu saying shout out to Burl because now he's getting some of those copies he was holding on to. He did have that RA3 and unfortunately did go down with her. 3 players on Yone is just at least 1 player too much, let me tell you guys. So it had to be one of the 3 to go out here. And Arzu hoping that he is not going to be next due to the time that has been lost, due to the gold that has been lost. He needed to roll, but Clemu is on the other side and he says, well, good luck next time, buddy, as he eliminates Arzu.
It's not too friendly, but I was going to see Arzu going to take a little break after this one because, oh boy, that's a rough ending there. And of course, hitting level 9 means that Annie board has unlocked the full power, I'm presuming, of the Arcanist 6. So an absolute menace.
A little unfortunate how the entire lobby complexion panned out in terms of Arzu's game plan. He just, even if he hit a strong board coming to stage 4, Clemu's board was stronger and he was in a similar position. Someone like 2TV came out of nowhere and had this Exodia setup that is going to be hard to beat anyways, and you're down to 1 or 2 lives. Losing 4-1 I think was pretty tragic, and not finding that Yone 2 right away on his roll down with 70 gold in level 8. But hopefully ours we can come back from this one, game 4.
It makes having two of our 3 Ionian, well, I guess no, 4 Ionian boards in the bottom 2 definitely tells a story. Just saying 2 minutes to go forward. I'm kind of impressed. We're still seeing Shinar managing to do so well, considering how many other players he's had to battle against to get to this point.
Yeah, I think that was just heads-up play from Shinar. We mentioned it when it happened, leaning on that Diana, saying that is a unit not everybody has access to. That is a unit that can stabilize me. So really playing around here. She has since left his board. She's no longer on it. But let's take a look here at Clemu against Garx. Now, Garx is on 19 HP. We are in stage 5-5. If the loss is big enough, there might be a chance here. This could be a loss. So we got to lock in a little bit. Rice in the backline is just a Rice one, is not strong enough to do all of that on his own, while the front line holds. It looked awfully close there for a second, but it's definitely going to be close enough for Garg to hang in there as we move into the next round. No eliminations on 5-5.
It's a really strong combo, the Ascension with the Annie Burn in particular. We're seeing, even if the fight looks quite even, the Annie Burn is chewing into the backliners for the opponent's side, and they're dying off before they can really dish out all their damage, maybe 3/4 of the way through that fight. So really heads up pick up by Clemu on that final augment. I think the game has been impeccable from a player who is on 2 wins today. This could be his 3rd. I think only maybe Toon TV could stay in his way, but he has lost a fight, so maybe even Toon TV cannot stop Clemu at this point.
Gosh, that could have been, well, that would have just been the end of it immediately, or at least that possibility of winning the lobby once the 4 Shurimas come in. So we'll just have to make do with 3. Gaka is up against Mad Pro in this round. We will be seeing an elimination here on 5-6, mates.
We will absolutely see that. And honestly, I think everybody in this lobby should just message Shinar after the game and say, like, thank you for protecting us from the 4 Shuriman. It's not going to be happening in this game. But Garx on that Rise 2 that has been found now does go up against that half Shurima board from Mad Pro and is going to serve elimination. Hangs in there on 5th place. Mad Pro takes a 6th. Oh, actually, Toon is eliminated in 5th place as well. We were praising him so much, but turns out the rest of the lobby was just a smidge stronger.
And we can see the kind of perfect transfer of tempo from a lot of these players, where we mentioned it, right? Someone like Garx took his feet off, or put his feet up during stage 4, was not really playing a strong board at all with a 3-3, just playing for econ and playing for fast 9. And this is his reward now. Winning that round was pivotal. It goes from a 6th place position to a 4th place, 2 extra points in the standings off of that win. And these boards are looking absolutely cracked as we go into stage 6, and really highlighting the strength of fast 9 AP in this current patch.
We haven't even got the Silas up to full itemization as of yet, but yeah, right. Got a lot to work with here. God's going to do a little bit of optimization, so we might be thinking about bringing Invoker Spatula in for just a little bit of extra power. Does manage to find the upgrade on the set. It's down to a single life, so we've got a very, very close final 4.
Honestly, with how this lobby has played out, I think if you're Gargs, you're kind of looking at this as like, this is a 1st, even if it's a 4th, right? Like, you're so happy to just be in the top 4, looking at the insane boards the rest of the lobby was somehow able to tap into. And I think that in itself should absolutely be commanded. Now, every single spot he is able to claw up that is not the 4th is even greater than. So we'll take a look as he goes up against Shinar, the boogeyman that has defeated Toon on his rise, but is not going to be good enough. Just what a massive board there from Shinar. Eliminates Garx, but Lyris also eliminated, so it's down to our top 2 between Clemu and Shinar.
And Lida's one of those players who needed to find a comeback in this game. Not a 1st place, but a 3rd place at the very least gets him quite a few points onto the standings to try and survive that first cut after the 4 games.
I think with the Stars Are Born being picked up by Lyris early on, it was an acknowledgement that you're always going to be missing out compared to something more economical long term. But I admire Lyris for taking the slightly longer road, even if that road is the more dangerous. So we're left with Clemu looking to preserve his unbeaten streak. It's Annie versus Rise. the big, bad end game boards against each other, and there's a Silas in every corner.
You know, we went from a Yone on every board to a Silas in every corner. I'm okay with that, but Clemu is just realizing what is happening as his board is getting decimated by Janara's assortment. That brings us into one more matchup, but I don't think he was expecting all of that power to come out from the board that Janara had built based on what I saw in that camera reaction. So we'll see if he has anything to throw up against it. Answer is no. No gold to roll, no additional wins from the Ishtal that he has in play. It's just not enough trying to outsmart with positioning now.
And Shinar even has the better chance to get even stronger, right, with the Silas upgrade and the set upgrade. I mean, it's in the name of the augment. Late game scaling is Shinar's entire game plan. Even took advanced loan at 3-2 to just spike a little bit earlier, sacrifice his third augment, just to make it to 9 and make it to this position where he knows that that first augment will carry him. Just so much strong combat coming through here on this board.
We maybe haven't talked enough about Shinar as we should have had up until this point, because he is a player, much like Clemu, who is surprised to see here in the play-in stage. But this board is nightmarishly strong, and makes you predicted it correctly. The result is very much the same as the first time they faced.
It had to be, right? I think at the moment where Chinar was able to take down Toon's board, you saw the writing on the wall. You realized this board has what it takes, and that's exactly what it was. So Chinar just saying, yep, easy game for me, as he rolled through game number 3. Now, keep in mind, there's one more game, and then our top 4 players are going to be promoted, and our bottom 4 players are going to be eliminated. So a lot on the line.
I will say F in the chat for Clemu's win streak, unfortunately. Second place instead of a first. But he is almost guaranteed to be qualifying through in 4 games unless he really blunders game 4. So happy to see Clemu popping off. I think he's one of those players who is very creative, and this patch, I think, really favors him in his.
All right, guys, we do need to head to break and head to desk because, of course, we want to get that game 4 in as soon as it's humanly possible and find out who will be the first promoted and the first eliminated from the competition entirely. So stay tuned, and we will be back momentarily with our analyst desk.
Always rises. Cannons.
Ta voix est lune, ma voix est miel, mon cœur bascule, les balances, s'il faut tenir, taire mes soupirs, lançons la danse. Toi et moi, une vie qui recommence et qui cherche à guérir ses souffrances. Chaque fois, celui qui veut défendre la lumière rappelle les plus tendres.
Avenir fabuleux, je mène la danse et on se tire genre Formule 1. Nouvelle vie, on passe à un autre stade. Fini la nostalgie, aujourd'hui on saute les autres stades. Oui, pas de semblant, vite on supprime cicatrices. Le but c'est d'être libre, indépendant. Tiens ma main, lance la danse. Le chemin de la victoire nous attend.
Welcome back to EMEA Regional Finals Play-ins Day 1. I'm Troubling and I'm here with Barry to bring you and analyze, I guess, all the action that we just watched in Game 3. Barry, very pivotal game. Makes mentioned it, one more, and we're starting to have cut-offs and, of course, promotions to day number 2.
Yeah, and I feel like Clemoux's the real big winner out of that one. Coming in with the pressure of getting those first places in the first 2 games, and then going for that aura farming, which you could argue you're not in a position to need to take such a big risk. And we talked about it while the stream was ongoing. It's a little bit of a risky click, but worked out really well getting that Annie there, Trouble.
Absolutely, and I feel like we also need to mention why it felt that way. I feel like we both kind of noticed that this was a very 4-cost heavy game, particularly because you've got no prismatic augments to inflate your econ. The portal was not necessarily a full econ portal either, and a lot of our players, like if you scatter across, almost like maybe 1 or 2 of them had any econ augments whatsoever, which kind of forced them into playing more of a normal 4-cost heavy kind of board.
Yeah, it feels like the meta in this particular game was kind of what we expected, whereas last time round, we've seen so much extra resources coming through. It did end up very high cap with the Silas coming in, but actually Chinar opted for this Diana in the mid game, and I think that was the key point for him. I think looked around the lobby and realized everybody's going for this similar cap. A lot of people are trying to get their hands on the Demacia units, trying to pick up this Garen, and making this Diana as his item holder just worked wonders for him there.
And I want to stick to the point where you said that a lot of people kind of went for the same compositions because we saw 3 Yone players at the exact same lobby. And unfortunately, for 2 of them, it just didn't pan out well. Burl and Arzu, 2 out of 3 of the Yone players, 8th and 7th. Burl had some sort of like really cool pivot, I want to say. He did go for that Ari 3 with the 3/3s, potentially like boosting that Ari 3 as well. So he kind of felt like he had an out, but all the other boys just completely excelled the power that a 3-star 3-cost gives you. Usually when we're talking about a lot of the rerolls, we're talking about multiple 3-star 3-costs, right, to stabilize the board. And even then, they haven't seemed to have too much success right now. But as we bring up the standings, we'll see, as you mentioned as well, Clemoux went for a very uncharacteristic click onto the aura farming, something that we could have seen many patches ago, but not necessarily recently. However, as you can all see, standing at the number 1 spot with 23 points and most likely guaranteed to only have to play 4 games today. I mean, why not click it, right?
Yeah, and I think you could say, okay, he clicked aura farming and he got something that was give him a really high cap. But it's actually the early game was really interesting. He opted to unlock Bard, he rolled to get that Ishtal, and he just realized, okay, I just need to get to aura farming. Annie solves my backline, she even solves my anti-heal, she gives me the massive tank as well, so I just need to survive long enough to get there. So actually using those rolls early and put himself in this position to be able to get to that board. So now sitting 3 points clear of Narquez, who elsewhere picking up another good result. And now we're at the stage where these players just need a solid 4th game and they'll be progressing through.
Yeah, again, to reiterate, this is a very important pivotal point to our playing stage. We only have 16 players. 4 of them will be completely cut off in the next game, number 4. The 4 least point earners will be cut off, and this will be our next lobby that we'll be going through in that game number 4. A lot of important people are here. I mean, Barry Bensuck stuck on 6 points, like such a huge figure in the scene in general. First in TPC in set 15, hasn't necessarily been able to find his footing in the past few TPCs.
Yeah, and it feels like off the back of 2 crowns in a row coming into this set in TPC, and we touched on it beforehand, real poor showing this season, but you're thinking, okay, he's a TPC player coming up against players that maybe haven't played at this stage. We're seeing elsewhere that some of the TPC players having a strong showing, but having a really, really tough start to the day, and maybe will end up being a set to forget, unfortunately, for Bensuck.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm just seeing a little bit of a pattern right here. Whoever the analysts sort of highlight, they highlighted Noel, they highlighted Bensuck. Like, what's the caster curse that's going on in... Well, they're casters right now, so you'll see them in a bit. You can ask them yourselves. But there's been a little bit of a caster curse going on, you know, like, these are your players to watch. However, the one that I want to point my finger to is Foss. We've got absolutely zero idea what's going on behind the scenes with that player. Ladder player, only know him through that ladder experience. his first ever tournament, real tournament that he's coming through right here. 13 points, pretty good footing to make it into that game number 5.
Yeah, I think especially considering you had the 8th in the first game, being able to get yourself back on track with very little experience, and as far as we know, it doesn't have the study groups or some of the practice partners, very new to the scene. But we are finally getting into our game here, so we'll be able to join Makes, Counterfeit, and Panda to bring you Game 4.
Thank you so much. Well, we've been having ourselves a party in the portal so far, and it looks like nothing's going to change here as we head into Game 4, the elimination and the promotions waiting on the other side of this lobby.
That's right. This game matters a whole lot, not just for the players in there, but also for us, for you, for EMEA, for who we're sending to the Tacticians crown. No pressure, though. No pressure. It's just a game of TFT that you will need to get through. So we're taking a look across our lobby here. We do have, unfortunately, a player here that's going to have a really hard time to make it just into the next game. Bensek sitting on 6 points, the lowest out of our entire playing field. He essentially needs like a first place and a lot of things to go right to not get eliminated at the end of this game.
Bensek can only play for a first, so we're going to see some very different and non-traditional TFT being played from him in this game, considering he knows the exact position he has to play for and has to risk it all for that. So it's likely going to be an 8th or a first, most likely from Bensek here, unfortunately. Looking at someone like Narcas, though, 20 points in 3 games, a player who has never played at a regional level in terms of regional finals in EMEA. He has played at a regional level in DACH. He's played many of the A1 Prismatic leagues. He's won one of those leagues. Been one of the best German players at a local level, let's say, in the past. But I think he's never really taken his TFT career seriously enough or committed enough time to try and make it this far in a season. So I'm really happy to see him in a prime position to maybe qualify to tomorrow, day 1, in just 4 games.
Listen, there's no fun in Germany. Get back to work.
I disagree. Well, I've had some fun in Germany, Max.
Well,
that's why we kicked you back out, man. It's just not allowed.
Oh, I answered the question wrong at passport control. That's what it was. All right, let's get things underway. Some of our players, like Nuggets, have got the opportunity to play for some later power. The Infinity Force going to be on a big delay for Narcus here, but that's still a huge amount of power coming down the pipe.
We're seeing for the Coco. Hard bargain to start things off. So flexible around his itemization, a lot of extra gold to work with and HP to work with. I think it kind of makes sense in his position. He's not really playing for necessarily a first place. I think anywhere in the top 3 or 4 could be enough to make this work for him in turn to qualify in those 4 top positions directly to day 2.
Well, if this game feels a little bit familiar to you, you're not alone, because it is our 3rd game today out of 4 games that we're seeing on screen that is loot subscription. So certainly, definitely feels a little bit familiar. It certainly also means we're going to see, once again, an influx of resources into the entire lobby. Every spatula is going to send us for a little bit of a whirl. And blah, blah, blah says, you know what, I'm ready because I already picked my legendary unit I am going to play around. And it ends up being a Senna Lucian in the backline there. So interesting choice, interesting outcome for him.
I'm really curious to see where we go with this one, because we've got a good, strong early board to go with it. I'm also kind of curious, given that we are a loot sub, and I believe the first bit of loot was some extra gold. We're seeing some of our players here, like Bensak. David, you mentioned first or nothing in this lobby, deciding to double down economically and say, you know what, I'm going to take a little bit of gold and make it into a lot.
Yep, similar game that we saw from Arzu in last game. He will be coming into stage 4, most likely with 30-ish HP, depending on how much HP he can preserve with his Kiana 2. She is one of the stronger 1 costs in stage 2, so maybe we can win some fights or at least kill a lot of units every fight. But it will come down to that big roll down level 8, maybe 9 if he finds more econ augments, and they're going to try and scale into stage 4 and 5 instead.
Looking across our board, I think we mentioned the very interesting augments. I kind of want to call out Atticu's Darkin. That was an augment that was just so popular at the beginning of the set because it was so, predictable what you'd get. I think it has kind of fallen off in popularity, but still a solid choice here, being made and should be strong enough to get you a nice little early game. And I mean, Yasuo 2 online with that certainly is going to do a lot of heavy lifting early.
Yeah, we'll see if it's able to preserve the streak, because of course Atticu is roughly in the middle of the pack here. I mean, 13 points, you're relatively safe from being eliminated at the end of this game, but it's no guarantee at all. If, of course, beyond this point, once those eliminations and promotions do go through, it will release some of the pressure from the players that are remaining. So I think there perhaps will be a little bit of a temptation for our players, who are kind of in the middle of the pack right now, to play this game safe and not open themselves up for elimination.
It's interesting because quite a few players are playing for this kind of very low tempo start of stage 4 spike, with both the aura farming, the savings account, similar to what we saw last game from Klimu and Arzu, but also the infinity protection from Narkez, hoping to have a huge spike once he gets that artifact at the end of stage 3. So we'll see how the other players adapt to this, if they try and preserve their HP early and come into stage 4 like we saw from Gark's last game, where he kind of gives up on stage 4 entirely, knowing that a ton of people are spiking and playing for a fast line angle instead. So the lobby complexion will be really interesting in this game.
I think you need to set yourself up to be in a position where you can do what we saw from Garks in the previous one, where it's just like, I have enough HP, I have enough resources to be able to just lose a big chunk of stage 4, which is not in the cards for all of our players, of course. So that is something to keep in mind as we are moving closer. But let's check in with Noel, who's currently also on that early win streak. Was able to find that Loris early on, has a chance to play around Piltover. Instead says, nope, Bilgewater. I'm actually going to print some Serpents really early on to try and maybe find my way into a Kench.
Well, we've got to consider as well, I mean, as much as Bensak is on 6 points, which is the lowest, Noel isn't really doing too much better on 9 points. It's certainly very far from safe. Of course, we did see in our game before how high this board can cap under the right circumstances. I like seeing, early pick up the Bramble Vest augment, just tempo being injected into the Bilgewater comp, because we know its late game is really absurd as well.
Huge win from Noel here, and look at the 6 Alawi. This could be the different variation of Bilgewater, where you play for Alawi 3, you have the Volibear unlock, and you play into Rise Bruisers instead, as a way to cap out the line. And it's just much easier to unlock now with Rise changes to 3 regions instead of 4. You don't have to go through so many hoops and hurdles as you move into that level 9 for the Rise. And Tomkin as well, right? You get him a little bit earlier on 4-5 usually, so you have an easier time stabilizing if you go down that route.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're going to be seeing here. I'm curious on what Bensak is going to do. I can see he unlocked Bard, so is certainly thinking about maybe going down a reroll route, which is interesting with needing a first place. Of course, we know something like a 3-cost reroll can win lobbies if the right circumstances are there. So you would need a good setup on something like the Ionia, or you'd need the correct items early on, or a really strong start. As of right now, we're losing, so I'm a little bit worried.
I mean, I don't hate it at all, as we do check in with Bensak, just saving up those rerolls. If you're going to lose streak anyway, then just get doubly rewarded for doing so, knowing that eventually you're going to get the big cash out once you've accumulated enough interest, and then you can just immediately use those rerolls to bring together a board that's very strong.
He'll just use the Bard as just extra econ for a regular level 8, level 9 board. I don't think he'll be rolling any 3-costs here. The only idea is that he, with Loot Sub, got the extra gold, so I think he knows he's proccing savings account at the end of stage 3 anyway. He might as well, if he's losing every round in stage 3 and stage 2, might as well get the Bard online as well, because you're not going to sacrifice so much if you're making 50 on 2-7 anyway by rolling for Bard.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that goes in hand with what we're seeing on his board there, unlocking Darius, unlocking the LeBlanc, maybe looking for something like the Mel in the late game. We've seen do so well in some of our other rounds on PB as well as this weekend. So that could certainly be an out that I would feel a lot more comfortable with.
Yeah, we've got the adaptive helm. There, potentially a second adaptive helm if we want to go for that particular variation of the Mel build where you're just farming up mana like absolutely crazy. And I mean, while we haven't necessarily been seeing it every single game coming through, again, Bensak needs the big, huge win to even stand a chance up against foes in this round. Of course, has slammed in some tempo of his own. This is the second Bilgewater board we're seeing, which has picked up the early itemization to make sure they can farm these early boards.
Very, very strong board from the German player. And Fuss is a player who I believe at the very start of the sets, when I think it was the Bilgewater patch, he was one of the Bilgewater experts, similar to someone like Scapeus, for example. He climbed to a really, really high place on the ladder as a relatively unknown player and managed to farm a lot of ladder points that patch and camping in that position for a few snapshots after that to make it to regional finals off of that. So I think he must be incredibly happy with the unlock changes to the Bilgewater line in particular. We saw him playing it in game 1. We see him playing him now in game 4. Maybe he's playing mostly or only Bilgewater across this day. Maybe he feels like that's his comfort pick.
Listen, if it works, why not? It's certainly not a comp that's heavily contested. I'm a little bit curious on how it's going to go between Noel and Foss here, as both players are kind of angling that line. But Foss is currently sitting on 13 points. That's not awesome, but it's also not bad. As of right now, even with an 8th, he should probably be able to move into the next round. But of course, we're hoping for something higher than that for all of our players, and so I'm not feeling too bad about the Bilgewater line in total for him. He certainly knows what strengths to play to, and we are getting an influx of emblems just across the board now, so Noel pretty happy to maybe pick up that extra Bilgewater emblem as he was already on that line.
Yeah, I mean, this is fantastic for getting you into the 7 Bilgewater as soon as is humanly possible and starting to rack up an enormous amount of the Silver Serpents. See, yeah, so far so good for both of our Bilgewater players. They're farming up the lobby as Storm, I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon.
Trouble was calling you out, Makes, for cursing someone like Noel sitting on 9 points,
Hold
but I
on.
think you blessed him.
What do
I
you
think
mean?
you blessed him. Hitting a Bilgewater
nothing.
emblem randomly off of spreading roots after being committed to Bilgewater is a pretty big high roll for Noel in this game 4. Maybe it's exactly what he needs to hit that 7 Bilgewater early and start really snowballing those Serpents for the Tom Kench unlock.
I am not a caster cursor. I'm only a caster blesser. Sorry. I know we love Trouble here as a guest, but she cannot be spreading fake news, guys. That's not allowed.
Oh boy. Well, with Bensak for saving the count, yeah, we've got ourselves the pretty solid board. Double Archangel setup here as well. If these rounds run long for Bensak, if the game runs long for Bensak, he's going to just be able to completely obliterate boards.
This is more and more looking like potentially it will be that Mel Fast 9 angle. I imagine Bensak would love to stabilize without too much gold being rolled on 8 once he gets a savings account proc, and then push for 9 to try and play for that huge win we were talking about. We mentioned at the start of the game, though, this is Bensak's game plan. He will most likely either go first, or he will go 8th in the process of trying to achieve that first.
Something that's really good news for anybody that was thinking about the Masya, thinking about the Silas line, the Ionia players, Lux and Garen on this carousel are certainly nice targets for our players looking to go down that route. And looking across the lobby, Attic certainly could be one of them. Junction is currently itemizing a Malzahar and has the Leona Zoe, so this could be a reroll, but he could also go for the late game, as well as Lakoko, so we're getting quite a good round of players currently looking at the Ionias.
Just having a quick look for myself through some of the other players who are currently up towards the top, especially Blah Blah, who has managed to the early streak through, is working down a gold augment. That aura farming doing literally nothing for him right now, but he's still managing to maintain position right up at the top. 17 points means he's one of the better performing players in this lobby. Again, if he wins out here and continues on this momentum, this could be his ticket straight out of play-ins.
I will have to mention Blah 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 loaded up with a TF2 on 2-1. So essentially he had a secret Stars Are Born augment that we didn't see and traded it for aura farming apparently, because it's pretty crazy to be in this position with aura farming and able to win streak most of stage 2 and 3. Very different to what we saw from Clemu, for example, in the last game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm impressed with that. But I don't want to really call to it. I'm really worried about Bensek. We're on 23 HP. Yes, we have the money. Yes, the savings did kick in, but there is so much on him needing to make this happen with the level up, with the roll down, needing to find that Mel. Well, we do have an Abessa. That's good.
Yeah, we got the Abessa.
We could itemize her and unlock that.
I
Hopefully
think
we're
Bensek.
aware.
Well, that's the thing. I think Bensek knew where he was coming into this one. We point him out as being a very experienced tournament player coming in, as he will itemize that better. He's still playing towards the possibility of the win, but this is not a situation that anybody wants to be in tournament-wise. Just saying, I've got to have every stars align here, and at least won't lose this round, which breaks a very long loss streak and gives Bensek perhaps one more round's worth of breathing room long term.
He wasn't able to get his Mbessa killed off, which I think is the bigger note here. So you want that to happen rather soon to unlock that Mel. It's no longer an Mbessa 2, but she still needs to die.
He'll do it now. I think she should be able to die here on the PvE rounds. And this will be the most important roll down of Bensek's set. Not his career, because he has had some very high highs making this attack round the last 2 sets. But it will be his only way to stay alive in this game, since he's going to have to hit a pretty crazy board now in Stage 4, especially considering we have 3 Buildwater players who, you have to imagine at least one of them will scale into that scary Buildwater board that can beat almost anyone in Stage 5. So Bensek has to be prepped for that.
Okay, so yes, we do need to be level 8 to completely unlock for the Mel. I think that's going to happen just... nope. It won't happen this round. We'll accommodate that in the future rounds to come. Bensek really playing very close to the edge. He's finding some upgrades, perhaps just not the upgrades he was hoping for, but he's going to need to make do with what he's got right now.
I mean, either Bensek just during that round decided, okay, I'm no longer going for Mel, or that was just a big blunder. I don't think there was a way to call it any other way. We'll wait and see what he cooks together, but certainly a little bit of a strange move from our top player here.
Yeah, we see the frustration. I think he wanted to greet it and was thinking, I'll get Mel the next round after, but he might have needed it here because he just lost so much gold that he could have been hitting not just 1 copy of Mel, but potentially 2 in that roll down. Saving some gold here to have kind of a second dip, and thankfully does get a big win here against Foss.
I think we're in a difficult spot, aren't you, where you've got to be able to win the rounds. As the Mel will be unlocked. You've got the chance to be able to bring out the Lotus, which of course with a double stacking Archangels, that's going to hit incredibly hard. But Mel at 1 star, I can certainly see why Bensek would be keener to put his hope onto Seraphine, at least in the short term.
The question now is, can he win fights on this board? Can he stop rolling? And can he go 9 instead? This is where I think he has to take risks he wouldn't take in a normal game of TFT, considering his position. I think he has to play for first by doing exactly that. I don't think he can roll any deeper here on 8.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the fact that you have a Seraphine 2 is awesome because that is going to be your item holder. At the same time, that kind of closes the door a little bit on your Mel being able to print that Radiant item around 6th stage. So you're kind of saying goodbye to that. You're fighting for the moment. And if you're looking across the lobby, there are boards like this one that are looking pretty scary already. We saw a Yone 2 proc up as well for Narcus. So those are boards you are still worried about, even that the Mel is now in place, even now that you have the Seraphine 2. The front line is basically all 1 costs or 1 stars for Bensek. So he needs to be able to hold a win streak on that. It's not going to be easy.
We're left in a situation where we've got a whole bunch of players around 30, 20 HP. Noel currently ruling the roost with a 6-round win streak, blah, blah, blah. The aura farming has paid off, and he's found a Mel of his own. So that's awful news for Bensek. His possibility of getting Mel to this game at all just completely disappearing.
Explosive growth as well for blah, blah, blah. So similar position to Bensek, just has, 50 extra HP to work with here and a fully itemized Senna 2 off of the aura farming. So really strong setup here by blah, blah, blah. We'll see. He is facing Foss, who just hit the Graves 3. He has hit a bit of a spike now with the Buildwater line.
On the right-hand side, we did see a Swain 2 being found by Bensak and a little bit of gold being rolled. I think that Swain 2 was such a massive upgrade. The fact that he was able to hit it on such little amount of gold is very, very good news for Bensak and could just be what he needed to stabilize here. Blah, blah, blah. Able to easily kill off the board that we saw put together by Foss. We're going to be hopping over to Bensak, who's doing just that. And yeah, you can see the big factor in what that Swain 2 can do, even as he's not carrying any items as of right now. But I agree with you, Panda. I think we need to keep our hands away from the D key for now and really make sure we get to level 9.
Bensak's going to keep his streak intact. As you can see across the field, got our first legendaries, of course, coming onto the carousel. Yeah, Bensak 4-round win streak has managed to not have to spend everything to stay alive. Still, his window of opportunity remains incredibly narrow. He has to keep that goal because he has to hit the first place.
Does have a strong combination of augments. The Seraphine staff into the Jewel Lotus, having already 2 Archangels giving you a ton of AP, is pretty big. Definitely will probably have to keep an eye out for the Garens on his roll down. Maybe he wants to cap around Silas. Junction does already have that Garen 2 on his board. I think there's another Demacia player as well. So it will be difficult once he rolls on 9 to try and find these copies of Garen that are being held by other players.
Checking in with Junction. This is a player we haven't been talking about as much as we've been moving through the stages, but I spy with my little eye yet another Mel on this board. So we're now up to 3 players who are utilizing Mel as of right now, and that calls back to the previous game a little bit. You know, we saw 3 players on Yone, 2 of them went 8-7. We're seeing 3 players on Mel. Let's hope their fate is a little bit more gracious to them as we are in game number 4. And these players are fighting for promotion and against elimination. There's a lot on the line here.
And maybe with so much of the focus towards the Mel, we'll see these Bilgewater boards start to fall off. Even with the 1-stars in place, you see Lux and Mel working together. They're able to put down a lot of hurt, and that's what's down to close to elimination, down to 14 HP. Again, everyone is still roughly brawling with each other, but it could actually be that what looked to be a very promising Bilgewater board is not going to ultimately pay off.
For all the flexibility that was promised with this patch, we're seeing 3 comps essentially being played in this game. Bilgewater, Fast 9 AP, and Ionia. So interesting to see how these players manage in terms of contesting the same exact units coming to stage 5.
Yeah, it's a little bit funny if it wasn't such a serious situation. So that also means the players that aren't on that line are having a lot easier time. I mean, we were talking about Narcus being able to find that Yone too. He's basically uncontested. There's nobody else that's currently looking for that Yone. Atticu could be looking for it, but we are also seeing something very interesting because that is an Orin 2 on 4-6 that we are seeing from Attic. So yeah, there's a lot in this game that's maybe not normal, that's maybe a little bit due to loot subscription, and of course players really going for those late game boards.
I mean, comes around, goes around. I think everyone gets the few pieces of good luck. It's just there's less to be called from. Boss is down to 1 HP, Attic on 14, and a whole bunch more players around the 20s. Coco, of course, as well. We haven't spent too much time with him. He's building up the Demacia board, has managed to find the Galio, so brings a full version of the board online, has been committing in a lot of augment resources to get to this point.
Looking for that Garen 2 upgrade to find the Silas. He's already level 9. We mentioned it before, he had that extra HP to work with Hard Bargain, so he could greed a little bit more. So essentially the double econ, Hard Bargain into the Slammin'. And we'll see now if he can find the Garen 2 and go for the full cap with this board, considering there are quite a few Garens out of the pool already.
Finds a Rise, 2 a Rise, and another Galio as well is already sitting on the Galio 2.
Wow.
Rise 2 realized for Coco. Those are golden hands as Silence is unlocked. Set 2 comes online. This is a massive roll down for Coco. If you ever wondered how he does it, I think we just saw a glimpse of that.
Thank you very much, Tra. Zooming in to make sure we get a full view of what Coco is capable of. Again, the doubts coming into Coco. Chris Swan was mentioned before, a player who, by all rights, should be up at the very top. fighting it from the very furthest edges of the tournament to see if what he's got is good enough to start the streak the other way.
We're also getting word from Trouble Inc. in our chat saying Bensek hit everything. So more and more players are capping their boards here. And for Coco, look at this. Despite this insane roll down, it's not good enough. Junction rolls around and says, well, I'll take that win. Foss eliminated 8th place, now sitting on 14 points overall. That might just be elimination station. We're expecting the cutoff for elimination to be around the 14 points, so devastating for him. Bensek, on the other hand, still fighting to get to that point threshold. We saw a glimpse of that board already, lots of upgrades, and Atticus just saying, you know, if you can get around this Orin, good luck to you. But for now, my front line is going to be the strongest in this lobby.
We'll see who Coco faces. He is going to be on his last life. It will be Noel, who we mentioned is going to potentially go into that Rise line. Doesn't have the Rise just yet. Is playing the Invoker emblem onto the Volibear for now. With one build order player going down, maybe that's what Noel needs to try and go 9. He has so much gold to work with and cap out higher than anyone else in this lobby.
And Coco is very slowly chewing his way through the massive board here. Unfortunately, I think maybe the Rise... Ooh, okay, I thought for a second the Rise wasn't going to be enough damage, but Coco will hold on. Come on, Coco on 18 points, so he's in a safer position than some of our players in the lobby. As Adiq mentioned, of course, we've got a couple of Ionas around, holds on by a thread.
Yeah, but you can see on the Orin here, we're not getting another item this round that would help us out. There's no more gold to roll, and everybody else is now finding those last upgrades. Noel just going 9, rolling down. We saw the Swain 2 being found by another player, blah, 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 finding the Fiddlesticks 2. Like, all of these upgrades are now peaking, and Atticus is kind of looking at it and saying, some for me. So it's a really tough position to be in, and I don't think he can beat any of the other boards. Let's take a look here as Bensek is on the other side.
Man who would be first. Well, at least here he's got a good amount of HP left in the tank. Adiq, though, is really going to be putting up a heavy challenge against him. Though, as I mentioned before, hitting the Mel 2 is absolutely enormous. She goes long enough into this round, she will delete everything, and there she does. She blows up the board. One more shot! Bensek will not get the win, which means Atticus stays in, and first place remains that little step further away.
Because Bensek won that fight on 4-1, though, he's able to stay alive here. Was on 2 lives all this time that he's had this win streak going. And it's a very, very close fight here. Noel did find a Tomkins too. The moment he went level 9 here and rolled on 5-3, he has a Rise unlock now as well. So Noel's potentially scaling to become the strongest player in this lobby, especially after we saw that Bensek loss.
This lobby is crazy. Just take a look at the boards that are down there. I'm seeing 3 Melds still in play right here, right now. So many players leaning into that legendary soup, blah, blah, blah. I think deserves some recognition here. The way he played this round with aura farming, with being able to save so much HP early on, and now finds himself in a good position in which it's an incredibly close lobby, certainly deserves some of that respect. But let's take a look here at the board. You can see the Kench is online, has been fed graciously. We found that Rise just in the last round, and like you were saying, Panda, the Volibear also in that front line helping out a little bit, but we're gonna hop on over to Bensek, who needs the first place in this lobby.
Curious what the rating item check is on the Mel here. She has been online since all the way back in 4-2, so I imagine it can't be too far away. It was nerfed a little bit to 235 mana instead of 225, but that could be a huge spike for Bensek if he stays alive and wins his next 2 fights.
He's close 170 as of this round, but not quite there. Of course, you know, the longer the rounds run out for Bensek, of course, as long as he wins, the more he'll be able to get that stacking going. This case against Coco is going to be a very impactful round. They're both very low on HP, so can send either one of them out. The Mel will, of course, stack through, slurp all of the mana away. Coco will take the hit to the face, and I think that's going to be, no, just survives, but Adiq does not. He's out in 7th.
an incredibly insane lobby we're watching here. Look at that, 18 points, 14 points, 12 points, 2 points, and we're on stage 5, 6. Like, all of these players are on 1 life. Now, Bensek is getting closer to that Radiant like we're mentioning, but I think it's going to be 6-1 where he is able to get that. So gonna take a look at Lakoko, lost that previous round, has Narcus, Noel, and Junction in the match pool. Some of these players I think you would want to run in rather than into others, and it is going to be Junction on the other side. The Rise will get hit by the Lux ults though.
And that's why I'm not feeling particularly confident about Coco's chances. Again, he's a player who's got enough points in the tag 18 to absorb the loss here and not be in danger. But we'll see if it cuts all the way through. The Rise actually shrugs off the damage pretty well. And it looks like there actually just isn't enough DPS to cut through. Coco stays up.
Elimination on Junction as well. A huge loss for Junction. Unfortunately, that's going to be a bot 4. But Coco could potentially still guarantee his spot in tomorrow's day 1 of the actual regional finals if he's able to clutch it up here and qualify among those top 4 positions. The Silas unlock here for Narcas now, with the Garens coming back into the pool.
Getting an update on our Mels. A lot of them should be hitting after the next fight, I think. Bensek is going to be the first one, then blah blah blah, and then Junction, who is unfortunately eliminated, so he is not going to hit, but we'll see where they are. Of course, now that the boards are so strong, the PvE round also doesn't hold too many casts. For
Huge upgrade for Bensek with these items as well.
Yeah, we've got the Silas, we've got everything we can really ask for here. I mean, we've already seen how much damage the Mel can put out pretty much on her lonesome. If he can really make this Silas sing, of course we've already got the dual Lotus Make, so we're going to be creating with his effects even without having the dual Gauntlet. He's going to be a major damage source. Bensack is starting to look like he might be able to pull off even the chance of making it out of this round.
Interesting not to pop the items off of Seraphine and onto the Silas and the Shyvana. Keep those items on Seraphine instead in the backline, but has to win this fight to play for that Radiant, to play for the potential win as well. Massive damage coming out from the Mel. It will be a win for Bensack. This should be a Radiant item as well. This could be the win he needs to maybe clutch it up and stay alive in the tournament, but no guarantees considering he's on 6 points right now.
Let's take a look. Does he find it? There it is, Radiant item. It's going to be Radiant Edge of Night. Okay. That's actually, I think I really liked this item on the Silas, so he is also going to agree with that, puts that on there right away, and we're going to be sorting our items once again here as he has popped them off there for a second. In the meantime, though, Lakoko eliminated in 5th, Narcus eliminated in 4th. We have our top 3 players in this lobby still. For Narcus, who is sitting on 20 points, that top 4 placement might just be good enough to get promoted straight to tomorrow, so that should be good news. We're going to need to, of course, take a look at our standings first, but here's Bensek going up against Noel, the player on a 4-win streak, so healthy. Let's take a look at how these boards match up, and I'm afraid it's rather one-sided as Bensek just wipes the plate with Noel.
Blah, blah, blah is out. We just saw the fight between the 2 remaining players, so I think it's safe to say Bensack is going to take this one. Noel was really hoping for the Coco to go down earlier so he can find those Rise copies, but even with this max cap board, we were kind of hinting at all the way back in stage 3, Noel seems to just not have enough to fight against this Mel board from Bensack, and Bensack has achieved what he set out for in what could be the final game of set 16 for him. He had to play for first, and he's done so in a fantastic fashion.
Of course, all he's really earning here is the opportunity to keep on fighting and potentially get out. Still 2 more games to go today before it's all done and dusted, and we have our final 8. But let's watch it at least one more time. Bensack has been fighting tooth and nail just to get to this point.
This Fizz.
The backside, trying to go for a sneaky kill. There's a Seraphine down. The Mel just about stays alive. Rise will be ticking through the AoE, and Bensack will be kicked in the face. The Rise just gets across the line.
Wait,
Silas.
At the very end, the
oh my god!
And Bensack stays alive.
That was the best possible fight outcome for Noel. The Fizz snuck directly into the backline. The Mel didn't cast that final cast at the end there. I don't think the fight will get any closer for Noel coming into this final fight of game 4.
A little bit of handshake business here as they cross paths on the carousel. Both of these players are really low on the overall points, 6 and 9 respectively. I think Noel is safe to go into the next game with the current placement already. So even if it is a second, I think Bensek needs a first and a little bit of luck. So for him, this is even more important. 5 win streak. On the other side, Noel, with that Fizz, certainly something he needs to be a little bit more aware of. Now, let's make sure the positioning is good this time. We're gonna need a little bit of ratting to hope that this Mel does not get sniped by the Fizz. Where is he? Can he find her?
That's a bad start. Oh my god, the Mel's almost dead already. She hasn't even cast once.
It's fine. Everything's fine. She's still got 1 HP left. But no, it's not good enough. And that's such a heartbreaker. We'll find out, of course, soon if that's going to be the difference, Mega. The last bit of damage pouring in. The Seraphine is doing her best to stay alive. The Fizz is so low, but Bensak misses out on the 1 additional point, and that could change everything. Noel slips away with 8.
No matter what patch you've been playing on set 16, Fizz is an absolute nightmare. No matter where the strength lies, we saw it here in these last few fights. Hard to really position around it. It's so hard to dodge Fizz. There is a lot of RNG in his jumping as well, especially with the Azir Sand Soldiers. It makes it even more difficult. And right away, we saw that Mel burst it down. There was just too much percent of the damage in that comp is coming just from that Mel. So if she goes down early, it's going to be very hard for Silas to clutch it up by himself.
That was an insane game, but I want to hear from our analyst because there were so many melts in that round. And of course, I want to see who made it, who got eliminated, and who is going to get promoted to tomorrow straight away. So we're going to hit into a quick break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the EMEA Regionals, and we'll be right back with our analyst desk.
Always rises. Cannons.
This city never sleeps, chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for release. Thunder beneath my feet, I sight you on my life. Until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? This electricity, a part of me that's under pressure. Charged up, my fuse igniting. A sight you wanna see. I'm outside, pointing to the sky. Gonna make the earth shake, 'cause you can't contain me. Voltage burst through the black of my eyes. Put my finger on the trigger and I'll shock you, baby. Against the odds, until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the
Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back to EMEA Regionals Finals. We are on day 1, playing States and Barry. This was probably the most heartbreaking game for 4 of our players and the most relaxing for another 4. So let's debunk everything that happened because that was a very stressful last 2 rounds between Noel and Bensak.
Yeah, I don't think relaxing for really anybody in the game. There's still the stakes of, oh my god, I'm making it through, but we saw how much it meant there, and those 2 players going head to head, everything on the line, just slight positioning differences could flip the fight drastically. But it does mean that we say goodbye to 8 players. 4 of them we'll be seeing again, and we see here our lobby winner Noel, which was a big result for himself, but unfortunately, as we'll see, maybe that's not going to be enough to progress on through this tournament. Trouble.
It's so heartbreaking. Bensak and Noel gave it their all. I feel like specifically for Bensak, he's had a very unfortunate game 2 and 3 where he went 8th and 8th. And that was pretty unfortunate because he wasn't able to get many points through that. But having such a clear view from the beginning with the dead augment straight into a fast 9, hitting that Mel on the roll down, hitting the Silas after having an incredible front line. Noel the same. It didn't matter. They're both out. Just a reminder, on our first 4 games, the top 4 will advance straight to day 2. And the bot 4 will get completely cut out. And unfortunately, right here, even though Noel and Bensak played a fantastic game with 2 completely different angles, full fast 9 legendary boards, as a very famous group once sang, in the end, it didn't even matter.
I think actually for Noel, his tournament isn't just over yet, so we will get the standings up for you. But just touching on what we actually saw in game. As the days went on, we have seen Loot Sub 3 times and Scuttle Puddle. So it feels like if you're watching this to maybe learn what are the pros playing right now, there's not a lot to learn because these games are so high cap, it's ridiculous. But we are seeing what those high caps look like. Mel really coming into favour in this particular game, 3 players angling it, but Rise on almost every board. We've even seen Bilgewater Rise now become something that players are picking up. And we're seeing more and more of these fast 9. It is very AP heavy, especially with that Silas, which is on almost every board as well. And we're getting more and more familiar with what these boards look like at level 9.
Yeah, and I feel like there is a lot of contest as well, right? The Silas, the Mel. We have seen Mel really sneak into Demacia boards a lot as well. So you've got the Mel, the Demacia board, you bring in the Silas right after, you shift a little bit from the Demacia, the power towards that Silas and the Mel. We have seen the Bilgewater boards that do heavily still rely on the Tamkens, but you can get other factors in, such as like we've obviously seen Mel, but we've obviously seen primarily the Senna over in the backline. But for this particular 1v1 in the end, it was a 4 cost that made the difference. The Fizz getting into the backline for Noel, killing the Seraphine in 1 round, killing the Mel, the most important unit on Bensak's board on the other one, was what ended up making the difference. So legendary soup or not, this little guy made the difference for Noel right here. And I will correct myself, Noel is sitting in 8th place overall in the leaderboard, so he will be making it through. But for Bensak, every single point mattered. We tried to keep track to see if that 1 extra point if he got his first place would have changed much. Unfortunately, it wouldn't. And it's a huge upset for Bensak coming through.
Yeah, we saw there, just as we're going over what we saw in this particular game, Lococo had that really big round where it seemed to hit almost everything, but still wasn't able to keep pace with some of the boards in the lobby. In fact, losing just 2 rounds later, we thought, oh my god, he's done it. He's capped his board out higher than everybody else. But unfortunately, still wasn't able to keep pace. And it just kind of shows that even though you're getting some of these upgrades, you're getting your Rises, your Mels online, in these particular lobbies, especially with the able to flex it around the Demacia, we've seen so much of getting that Galio involved. Just legendaries are rising to the top, even though, as you said, Fizz in that particular game was the hero. But we do have our standings ready, so Trouble, we will be able to take a look at exactly how it's all playing out after 4 games.
And there is no good without bad. You see the white, you see the black, the yin and the yang. 3 of our veteran players are going to be making it straight through to day 2, and they're not going to have to play the extra 2 games. That would be Clamu, Lococo, 2 out of 4. And Narcus and blah 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 sneaking their way in, with Narcus claiming that first place for the DAC region. And then unfortunately, Barry looking at the bottom 4. A lot of our question marks for Foss in particular, who was our question mark player, unfortunately ends up finishing 14th for Bensak. What a huge upset. Back-to-back Tactician's crown player, has TPC on his back as well. Going out like this must be rough.
Yeah, and I feel like for Bensak, definitely a set to forget. But as we do focus on our players that have made it through, that we will be seeing more of, Narcus in that last game, everybody else, it was a completely chaotic game, and he was just playing uncontested Yone, knowing he needed a safe position, finishing in 5th place. And this was a player that was not confident going into today, hadn't been scrimming as much as other players, hadn't had the feel of the meta. And when we were talking to him, he just felt, oh, I'm going 8th. I don't feel confident at all.
Don't look at me. Don't look at my game style.
And then we come in, and then after 4 games, he's already made it through. So a player that has been around for such a long time, and I think Panda mentioned this earlier in the day, a rich history of competing, but not at the very highest level. Qualifying for those cups, but never having the best performance, being there or thereabouts so often. But a player that has practiced in the past with the likes of Lalana, a player that a lot of high-level pros have respected for quite a while, and finally getting a big performance here at the highest stage.
Now, of course, there's more big names that are looking to solidify their name and move on to day 2, and only 4 of them can make it, particularly in my eyes. Have to follow on people like Tinar, Noel, Lires, who are sort of waiting in this middling state of not knowing whether they're going to be making it into day 2 or not. There's only 2 games more, and the points carry through from those 4 games that we've just watched over to the next one. So this is a time where if you're low on points compared to the other people on the leaderboard, you're gonna have to start taking risks. We see Bensak right here play a super risky game. He was 35 HP on 3-5. Talk about risky, right? And he played with an Econ Augment, tried to go to that fast 9. So I'm expecting a lot more risky play coming through for the last 2 games.
Yeah, it definitely feels like we'll be seeing even more of that. There's not really anybody that's so far ahead. You look at Chinar sitting on 20 points. It's not a massive buffer. So I think for this next game, we'll be seeing maybe a bit more standard TFT. But then, as you said, especially in the last game, then it'll be players know exactly what position they need. But we are just going to be following the same 8 players for our last 2 games. And hopefully, maybe a bit more standard, maybe not loot sub for the 4th and 5th time. I think the players as well will be wanting to see that.
Has there been any sort of composition that has caught your eye that you're expecting potentially to see in the last 2 games? That could be a case of, like we said, for Narcus, hey, you play your Yone, you grab that top 4, you're sort of leading the point. So for Tina right here, being the leader in the remaining 8 players with 20 points, do you just play it safe? Do you just grab your top 4s and just accumulate point by point and make sure you just fit in that top 4?
I feel like so far Demasia's felt maybe the most stable, where there has been a lot of Demacia, and its cap can be very high, but it does feel like even when you get to the 1-star Lux and Garen at the start of stage 4, it can still keep you healthy enough. We've seen Demacia every game be able to support multiple players. I think you can choose your backline carry to be different. We've seen Mel, we've seen the likes of Lysandra. Really, whoever you want, you can run alongside it. So I think maybe Demacia will be what players lean into as the day goes on.
Absolutely, and we're looking also at a lot of the econ augments that do allow you to get fast into that level 9, right? You play a little bit more of a scary early game, I want to say, and lose a bunch of HP like Bensak did, but then you reap the rewards later on in the game when you manage to get a legendary soup in. These will be the 8 players that Byron mentioned that we are going to be following through for the last 2 games. These are the only remaining 8 players for our play-ins day 1. Only 4 of them can make it to day number 2, and we're going to be welcoming Makes to join us for the next 2 games.
Thank you so much, Trouble. Hello, hello. And I am pleased to see that we're going to get a full set of gold augments. Golden Gala being our portal here. We are chilling. There is no loot subscription. There is just golden augments and hopefully some good TFT gameplay. I'm quite excited about that one, and I'm curious if maybe this is the time where we maybe see some more reroll crop up. I would personally be a big fan of that, so let's see. Quick reminder, after those 2 games, top 4 move on bottom 4 get eliminated once again. So not all of these 8 are going to make it.
Yeah, it does feel like it's such a brutal format, and it really, we said diamonds, they're created under pressure, and some of these players, it's their first time at such a high stakes setting, and it really is make or break. And even as the tournament progresses on, every day there's going to be cut after cut, so you really have to adapt. And I think when you look at some of the veteran names, you bank on them to be able to maybe see it over the line. So will one of our newer players be able to stand above the rest and make a name for themselves?
Very interestingly, I'm wondering what kind of lines the players are going to choose to go for, because especially when you are towards the top end of the leaderboard with the current 8 players that we have, maybe playing something that's a little bit more stable and making sure you get at the 2nd or 3rd place just to make it stable through to that day 2, and then you can start looking at different techs. For example, Garkis, I'm pretty sure I saw a Malzahar and a Jinx drop out of that bubble. You could potentially see an angle to reroll one of the 2, be sort of uncontested. We saw a bunch of those zone lines with the Warwick do pretty well. They get that top 4. We even saw a top 2 coming through for Warwick board. So something a little bit more traditional and stable just to get you that top 4.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think specifically now that it's not loot subscription, you're kind of want to still see what the augments are, as a lot of those gold augments are still transformative, but they don't lock you in as much as an extra spatula would, or the additional resources would, to really go into those late 9 boards. So I'm curious, Legion of 3 certainly has to be a consideration here for YU Map Pro. So I think that is something that you want to think about with the current state of the meta, is taking a sweet time to think about it and really consider the options, consider what he has.
That was a really hard choice right here. He hit 3 econ augments, gonna end up going with slamming, but I feel like he had some pretty good selection of augments right there. Has already unlocked the LeBlanc, so that kind of looks like he's playing for a super late game, where we saw earlier on in that game number 4, the Mel's come out, the Noxes come out. So this is pretty much declaring where YU Mad Pro stands. You've got the Sterox already that can be slammed onto an Ambessa later on the same board. So a pretty simple, what it looks like for now, Noxus game line coming through for them.
Now, when we look around the lobby, actually, it's almost econ for most players. There's a lot of players angling towards that fast 9, which kind of leans into this idea we were thinking of players playing higher risk, maybe going for something where they know that if they get it online, it can guarantee a top 2. And we're looking around here, and so many players with a patient study, slamming coming through, a lot of birthday reunion, of course, a lot of things that can lead towards this an incredible high cap board.
Speaking of level high cap board, look at Lires here. Has a Yasuo to drop from the augment. That is certainly something you're not going to scoff at. We talked about how strong Yone is. We talked about the state of Ionia being so flexible. You can play around this Yasuo early on. Has Piltover in play as well. So we are going to be on the path of Enlightened, though. So that is not necessarily what we were hoping for. Usually Transcendence Blades and Spirits are the ones that we would feel a little bit more happy about, but having it this early, I think Enlightened is still pretty good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Every small buff matters. I have a feeling he's not very happy with that Yasuo too, though. I'm seeing the JG into the backline, the extra belt as well. Potentially looking for an AP line. The Javan 2 kind of takes my eyes towards more like a Demacia board, or potentially a Lissandra board with Sejuani over in the bench as well. So I bet that it's super fun to see Yasuo, especially when you have a Yone angle, but with the JG right here, it might not quite be the case.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he'll just maybe run the 3-piece to try get that extra XP, just so you can eventually get his augment online. But as you've said, especially with the JG slam coming through, I can't imagine it'll be sticking around for too long. But as we do glance around the lobby here, though, we see a lot of players slamming AP items. We see Shojin, Archangel, these are the types of slams, JG, that are instantly coming down, and it really leans into the fact that the 5 costs that are in favour right now are these AP ones.
Yeah, 100%. Darkened Weapons being picked up here by Junction, also an augment we saw in the previous rounds. Just, it's very clear on what you're getting, so players like it. It can give you that early strength. While it's not an econ augment, it can lead into good econ, so it's still considered one of the better augments just all throughout. But we are going to be moving into our first carousel here to see what players are currently fielding on their early boards. And I think YU Map Pro actually has a little bit of a good lean into Noxus, potentially already has that LeBlanc, so could be angling for going into the Mel later on.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen a lot of boards right here that are pretty much looking very deep into the game. Lyris with the JG, we have Toon TV with the Demacia board, we've got 2 Bilgewater boards with Sinner and Azu, we have the LeBlanc board that you just mentioned that's looking into the future towards a Mel, and I feel like this entire lobby is about to bust when it comes to stage 4, stage 5 potentially, because we're looking at those very deep level 9 boards with the legendary soup. But we're talking about soup, we're talking primarily about Mels, we're talking about Silases, we're talking about finding the damn Kents for the Bilgewater boards. So we're talking about a lot of boards that are going to be looking for that level 9, and usually that guarantees you either a top 1 or a bot 4.
That's true. While you were mentioning this, I was just kind of staring at Gark's board because he has that Jinx that you called out so early, and he has it itemized as of right now. And those could be Jinx items. He did that could be something he is considering. We have the Loris in the backline there. We are thinking about it. I think for now that Jinx Warwick is certainly a comp we've seen do well.
Yeah, I think in terms of early game, this is such a great position to be in. Obviously has the augment where if 2 players drop out, you're getting a bunch of gold, which is quite a risky pick, but off the back of having the Kraken early, it should be able to put together a decent streak. We do see those struggling to deal with the Bramble Vest early on here, but you don't have to full streak with this augment as long as you're able to pick up a few wins, keep yourself healthy and make sure you're above those bottom 2 places, then you can get that big cash injection later on.
And if you're a League of Legends player and you're looking at this Jinx and you're like, there's a 3 cost, it's itemized, why is it not killing? Think of a League of Legends Jhin trying to kill a Mundo. It's as if a mosquito is trying to like poke at you and push you down. It's just never gonna happen. But you wait, because when this gets 3-star, it's actually a big threat together with the Warwick. And as we're seeing for Tina right here, going towards more of a Bilgewater board, again with a leveling augment, a Nikon augment right here. A lot of boards, again, are looking for that level 9 rush.
Hey, we don't even have Zon active yet, okay? That Jinx
True,
has so much more potential to grow. She'll get a support if we want to stay with the League of Legends analogies. That Yuumi is about to spawn in. We'll get there, just have faith. I'm questioning if Gorix has faith, if that is actually what he wants to play here, but for now, she's certainly going to be the item carry that he will choose for the early stages as win and loss streaks are being built out, looking towards Chinar and Noel. Both of them are on the 5-win streak and would very much like to keep it that way. So let's see where they're headed after the PvE stage.
Yeah, two people keeping that streak, and both got a decent amount of economy as well. So feels like, especially if you're Noel, off the back of that intense game where you needed this big win to shoot yourself back into contention, he's now sitting fairly middle of the pack. I think a player with so much experience, you really want to be in the position where you're setting the tempo. You don't want to be playing this terrifying game like he had last time where it was on a knife's edge and you really needed that big win to jump the standings. So I think him and Chinar both being such experienced players, I think they'll be in such a comfortable position right now.
I just want to go back to Garcus right here because he went into the PvE round with 16 gold. He's by far the poorest player in the lobby without a streak. So if he does choose to play towards that reroll, you need the extra gold to be able to reroll. You need maybe duplicators as your augment in the next augment. So I feel like for Garcus right here, his augment on 3-2 could very much dictate if he is going to be rerolling for that Jinx or if he has to pivot to something more traditional, something like a Yunara that we've been seeing. Seeing as if he sold the Mundo right here to make 40, it could potentially be the case.
Yeah, he also has an Ari pair in the shop, which if it was any other Ionia, you'd probably be thinking about it right now as well, especially, well, not with those items, but especially with the units that he has as well. But I think you're right, selling off that Mundo there, making 40, definitely signals that maybe the Zon is not here to stay for the long term of this board. The Jinx will still try and clutch up a couple of units here, which she does nicely, but it will be another loss as augments roll around. See if they can help a little bit in the indecisiveness that Garx has been facing.
Jinx feels like you're watching the fight and you're like, oh my god, she's going crazy. She's firing off so much and then she's just tickling every single unit. But at least she's actually working. She really struggled at the beginning of the set to really find her place.
Aww.
And at least we're finally seeing her be somewhat viable, at least as an item holder or potentially with that reroll. But early Seraphine here is not a bad splash at all.
Oh.
Early
Okay.
Seraphine, certainly something we're never unhappy about. Checking back in with their Noxus player. We're still a little ways off from 4-1, which is roughly where you would want your Ambessa to die, so she can sacrifice and unlock that Mel. So still on a good route, but with 5 Noxus in play, really leaning into the Noxus route, saying, yep, we want to get those early wins in, and YUMAP Pro is going to be able to do just that, leading the lobby as of right now.
That is fantastic. That is forward thinking into slamming, full econ, full blasting, level 9 peak board. You've got your LeBlanc 2. Your board is super stable with the 5 Noctis, a bunch of 2-star champions on your board. YUMAP Pro preserved so much HP through that stage 2 that he can now burn through, and he doesn't even have to, right? He's won again, so he's not necessarily burning through too much HP to then get the reward from forward thinking to send it to that level 9 and the Ambessa on level 6.
Oh,
I mean,
no way.
He gambled and he's been rewarded.
Okay.
There was
It does feel
zero reaction to that, by the way, on the camera. He just looked at it, and I could feel like the pupils widened for like a millimeter, but that was it.
Deserved.
A lot of eyes rolled.
Click
you know?
forward thinking, you've earned it. It's a risky pick. So it does feel like as an augment, the conditions you need to be healthy and you need to have upgrades so that you can stay healthy. And he's in such a perfect spot. And then that Ambessa coming through. I think there's a player that we almost know we're going to be seeing contest the top of the standings in this particular game.
Checking in with Chinar. One of our Bilgewater players is trying to, of course, find those serpents. You can see we're holding some copies just to try and get some upgrades. But against Lilith's board, it is certainly enough to find that win here. I kind of want to check in with Toon, so maybe we can take stock of it as we are looking across our carousel. He is still on that Demacia line. You can see the items fully on that Zona 2 there in the bottom right, but he's been losing a lot. 50 HP, 3-4 is not a whole lot to work with.
You do, however, have the scaling aspect right here. I feel like we talked a little bit about it in the previous task with Barry. It feels like Lux is your one stable composition and Demacia that you can pretty much lean toward whenever there's super high cap level 9 boards that can potentially get you that level 4, because during that stage 4 to 5 you're pretty stable with the Lux as your primary carry, and then you can sneak in potentially a Mel, you can try to find a Sylas, you can get in a Zillion. There's just a bunch of legendaries that actually fit into the Demacia composition that can help you further boost its results, right? Of course, having the death right here, you also need to make sure you're at the 70 gold every single time, because your interest gets boosted up to 7. So Toon TV is about to cash in big time.
Would you say he's at 6-7 trouble?
Okay, just mute her. No, production. Production. I quit.
He is on 67 gold, I'm just saying.
Chat will like that one.
So you didn't want to say that the plural of Aphelios is
no.
Mute them both. I'll solo for the rest.
Just let him solo. You know what? He's right. Just let him solo. It's fine.
Tenulo is dropping really low here, though. I mean, as he said, needs to keep that econ up, but I think the one reason we've seen Demacia work is its item holders are so strong early, you're often actually able to tempo with it. If you're playing it from behind, though, we have seen that's where it can struggle. Feels like, especially because it's a composition that your cap is playing around, unlocking this Galio, trying to eventually get to Sylas, it's so expensive. You maybe will need a few extra lives, so Tenu has to be careful.
Yeah, 100%. Checking in with Arzu, who is on that Bilgewater line as well, same as Chinar. He's seeing how he fares as he goes up against Noel. We're getting a glimpse of what he's running as well. There's a Lysandra and a Bel'Veth in play on the side of Noel. A little bit of a cook, but it has been working thus far for him. He's on 2 wins, 52 gold, and that will be yet another win for him as Arzu is sliding closer and closer towards lethal HP scoring.
Yeah, Noel has been sort of scrapping through a bunch of champions. Had the double Zoe on the board with the double Leona. It kind of looked like a Zoe reroll. Now he hits that Leona too as well. But the gold is not the best. Still level 6, 60 gold for you to be able to reroll a 3-star 3-cost line. You actually need a lot of resources in terms of eco or at least reroll potential. And there hasn't necessarily been much here for Noel. I feel like he's kind of struggling for econ and having hit that Lysandra. Potentially might be best to lean towards that Lysandra and play towards that. But we'll see. Does upgrade the Leona, does still have the pair of Zoe. We'll see what he chooses to do with that.
Yeah, feels like really needs to make the decision in the next few rounds of exactly what he's going to be doing. I think the Lysandra Seraphine line used to be the out, and it's almost entirely dead, unfortunately. So interested to see which way he does take this, because as you said, not in the position to really reroll the AP carries, but such a long way off level 9. And if you're stuck in the level 8 range and you're not leaning towards Demacia, where exactly will you take it?
I mean, we've seen a great example of that from Chinar earlier. He has that Leona too. He could just unlock Diana and play around her as an item carrier for now. And I think that would work beautifully. I'm a little surprised that is not what we went for during the PvE stage while components were dropping. But maybe it was a little bit awkward because she died pretty quickly there. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Noel do that. Granted, the items aren't the absolute best that he has to carry that Diana, but I think she would be doing more than what we're seeing from the Lysandra for now. And I think that could certainly be an option here to bring him into the late game and stabilize a bit.
I feel like you hit the nail on the head right here. I feel like it's the item disadvantage that you get, right? It was Hodge, JG, and Edge of Night previously, which fits perfectly for an AP assassin like Diana, and then can be slotted onto things like the Sylas. But I feel like right now, I feel like the Diana would be too naked with these specific items and wouldn't deal much damage until she died anyway too quickly. Now we're going on to our third and final augment of the game, which will be very important for decision making that we talked about. While you might pro going to that level 8, potentially to the level 9 with the cash out that he's about to get, and it's crazy. We talked about stabilizing that board to get the forward-thinking cash out. He's been win streaking through stage 3 and 4 and start of stage 4. He's been win streaking, going straight into the level 9. He can sack the entire stage 4 if he wants to, level at birds, have a lot more econ, try to hit that Mel to right after neutrals.
Yeah, picking up an item augment here as well, realizing does need a bit more active combat power, has more than enough econ coming through. As you said, once you get that Mel online, I think elsewhere, we're looking across the lobby, Lares going for Malicious, very high risk. If he does get these next couple of rounds and gets the wins in the bag, then will be leapfrogging towards that level 9 for his birthday reunion. But we'll have to see if he is able to be strong enough to do that.
Well, he just found a Yoni too as well, so
that'll help.
This should be strong. Granted, there are some boards in here that are also strong, but I think he's in a great position to do so. YU Pro just unlocked that Mel, so that is going to go on to the board rather sooner than later. 4-3 means we're going to be getting a Radiant around 6-2-ish. Depending on how many casts we can get out of her, depending on how we are going to itemize her. And I'm reporting back in on the front of Garx, because we were talking about Garx. We were saying, the Mundo has been sold.
He's rerolling.
We're not going to see the Zound. He is rerolling. Let's check in. We are in 6 copies of Jinx. We have the Warwick in play as well, and we're playing around this Freljord line, which is something that has crept up on the PvE as well. I really like this.
I actually don't. It's 4-3.
Well, we don't
You're
have
sitting at
Jinx.
40 gold, level 7, 6 Jinx, only 3 Vi's, nowhere near 3 star Sejuani, 1 Warwick. it's a bit of a sad board because you're supposed to play that Warwick 2 and Jinx 3 and any 3-star frontline if you manage to get one, and you should roll over that stage 4. But knowing how high peak all the other boards will be, especially looking at YU Mad Pro going for that Mel and all the other boards that are looking for the Silas in the front line, I'm actually thinking that this Jinx might not take off this time around. And it's not like you have a lot of HP to burn through, right? Just 35. He needs to hit, and he needs to hit now.
We're essentially playing down 2 augments as well, because we're not in the position where people are going to be dropping out anytime soon to get that cash injection from our first augment. And then we have Epoch, which is fine, but we're rerolling on level 7. So it feels like we're in such a rough position. And yeah, as you've said, the Freljord version has been performing better, and it makes sense that you would lead into that over Zorn. But being stuck at level 7 with these augments, I can't see him staying around for long.
Yeah, I think that's exactly kind of the trade-off here. You really need your next couple of shots to get you that Jinx and ideally also the Warwick. It feels like he hasn't been rolling too much yet because we are sitting on those 40 gold. He isn't thus like that far into level 7, so there is a good chance that he's able to get that online rather soon because that's also an uncontested unit. Just a quick update because of course you are also seeing the game pause. We do have a player that DC'd, so we're just waiting for them to reconnect here. Should only take a moment before that game is reloaded, but it allows us to also take a look at the enemy board where we're seeing that Mel that we were talking about from YU Map Pro that is now being unlocked. And between those 2 boards with all of those items still on the LeBlanc, I do think Garx could take this one actually.
Yeah, it could potentially be the case right here. I don't have a lot of faith in the fact that you still have a Jinx too, and your Warwick is Warwick 1 with only 2 items. However, frontline with Sejuani 2 is also pretty heavy on armor, and primarily it's AP damage coming through from YU Mad Pro. If the Ambessa manages to go into the backline, could be pretty huge as well. The Ambessa will die now. So YU Mad Pro does lose, but again, he's sucking the entire stage, right? He's looking for a fast 9. I said he does lose, but does he?
Yeah, he does. All right.
Okay, I wanted to give you your props though. Noel did unlock that Diana. He's actually pretty much put as many 4 costs as possible on his board. He's got a Belveth 2, a Leona 2, a Zoe 2, a Lissandra, and a Diana. So whatever he found for 4 costs, it's in his board, and he's currently first, win streaking 6 times over.
Flex gaming is back. We flip-flop back and forth. One game, oh, it's not really. Everyone plays Horizon Bell. Next game, it's back, baby. And we're seeing here Noel figuring it out as he goes. I trust Noel to land on something here. I'm happy it's him in this position. I feel like if I was piloting this spot, I would be so dizzy, but he's been here before. He just needs to put it all together.
Listen, I mean, a Belveth 2 with Thieves' Gloves does a lot of lifting for your board, and that Diana, even if it's a Diana 1 without items, she's a menace too. Now, yes, he has been winning, we're on 6 wins, but I will say we are on basically 0 gold. So that is something to keep in mind here as we are looking at Noel's board. Zilean is going to help with maybe getting some extra XP in the tank and maybe making us reach that level 9 sooner, but yeah, you both are giggling. It's not a good
That's flex play, baby.
This is the biggest now what board of all time. You're like, okay, I'm winning, I'll keep upgrading my board, but now what? Like,
now what?
let's just keep winning and then we don't have to worry about it.
Guys, that is 7 Jinxes and only 20 gold in the tank for Garcus. Nowhere near getting his 3-star frontliner. And I don't know if the observers can let us know, but has he even hit his Warwick 2? He has not. He's only on Warwick 1. It's a very, very rough spot to be sitting on for Garcus. And that Jinx came through a bubble, right? Early through that stage 1, it was a Mazaha and a Jinx. Sells the Mazaha, chooses to stick with the Jinx. And it just hasn't been the easiest ride because he just never stabilized his econ to be able to roll down a very cost-heavy build.
I think he's getting the classic speedy double kill position of 7th. You're never 8th with it. You're always just on the verge of catching it out and then, oh, I'm out. It feels like with Arzu's HP, potentially that could be where he's ending up.
Well, let's take a look at Arzu because he just got that Tom Kench unlocked. He fed the Alawi straight into her because he really doesn't have a lot of gold to feed him anything else. There's no items on him either, still tank and 1, but he needs the backline to really clutch this up, and Garx has found the Jinx 3. That was the one that we were so worried about. He went to 0, we're still on a Warwick 1, but Jinx 3 has been found by Garx. If she is unable to clutch this one, it's all doom for him, but he will be able to knock Arzu just down a peg as Sonar also now drops below Garx. There is a chance, is all I'm saying, that this is not a 7th.
Don't worry, 1 HP is at least 3 lives. He'll be fine. Arzu gonna live a long life. However, this is the most important roll down of the entire game. Wayumat Pro is looking to win 90 gold. The second the stage rolls over to 5, he's gonna be level 9, 100 plus gold, and he's gonna be rolling it down for every legendary and upgrade he can find. So one of the most important roll downs coming through.
This is maybe the richest player I've ever seen. I mean, he's been sitting pretty this entire stage, hasn't had to roll at all, gets the rise unlock as well, and just anybody tagging him in the next round, unlucky.
True, very true. We'll see who is going to be the unlucky person. Silas has been unlocked. Silas 2 on the board now. We're also going to make Mbessa 2 for now, just to stabilize a little bit. Finds a couple of pairs, doesn't want them, but Silas 2, a massive upgrade. Also, Shyvana here that could be flexed in just to get the Juggernaut value there. Items are being transferred. This Silas is a menace, and he does go up against none other than Arzu, who's already on 1 life, and you can see the smirk. He knows what has just appeared on the other side of this board.
Unlucky for Arzu right here. Has to face probably the strongest player, and I feel like Wayumat Pro is sitting very comfortable on that 20 gold as well. I feel like his board is so strong that maybe he wants to sit to hit maybe another pairing, but all 3 of the units that he's carrying right now are 2-stars. So you've got your Taric as well. You don't have any tank items to roll through that front line to potentially get another 2-star. He's gonna do so, potentially looking for that Swain too, if anything, and maybe a Shyvana pairing, but he's in very comfortably. 54 HP, 20 gold, level 9. Good look for level 10.
Speaking of sitting comfortably, you know who isn't? Garx, right now. Still on that Warwick 1, unfortunately, and none other than the ghost copy of the boogeyman rolls around here. Wayumat Pro says, this is maybe the end of the line. Fiddlesticks has also been found. It causes a little bit of commotion in the back line there. Board crumbles. Hopes fall. Garx takes a 7th place here. Chinar could also get eliminated, but I don't think he would be below Garx in either way. So, yeah, you were right.
Panda just mentioned 10 builds water for Sinar. So observers, if you can roll over level 10 on Sinar, and this is going to be 10 builds water coming through with a double emblem for Sinar. We have been rooting for the wrong horse all along. It doesn't matter if you go 10 legendaries on your board, if you hit your board, Sinar with the 10 builds water could be rolling over the entire lobby.
Wow. That in itself is so rare. And the fact that he's doing this while he's sitting on 20 points, he's already in a great spot, just stat. And now he's going to be another menace in this lobby here. Absolutely insane from Chinar in game number 5 of the play-ins. Let's take a look together at what this Bilgewater 10 can do. And there's just so much gold being printed for Chinar as the board annihilates anything in its path.
I mean, it's not even remotely close, and a player that, as you said, coming into our last 2 games, actually the points leader. So Chinar really going to be pulling away from the rest of the pack with this victory, which, unless some 3-star 5-cost appears, is almost guaranteed, and it's going to be in such a comfortable position after this game, and everybody else is going to be scrapping to try get into that top 4 position.
That certainly is a tuber moment. But it's also bad news for anybody who's currently sitting on low HP. Toon TV, Lires, both of these players, once they face a board like Chenar's, they're just getting eliminated straight up. And it's honestly shocking to me to see Lires in this spot right now because of how early he was able to find that unit 2, how early he was able to find other legendaries as well. And you were calling out the malicious here on his side. I just wonder if maybe the wins weren't coming in when they needed to be. We didn't pay too close attention to how that one played out, but it's shocking, really, to see him here in a potential 6th spot.
I feel like this board for stage 4 is very strong. But if you take into consideration how strong the Bilgewater board was, while you Mad Pro was actually sucking, Noel's board was very strong as well. I feel like Lires might have not necessarily juiced out as much gold as she could from that malicious monetization, as you mentioned. And right now, Yone is a 4-cost, and 4-costs really do fall off as you walk straight into that stage 5 and late into that stage 5 right after the carousel. Let's see if you can pick up a win here over Noel, who has absolutely cooked, managed to get himself to that level 9, has pretty much like scraped through all stages, just banking into the 4-cost, now banking into the 5-cost. And my biggest question mark here as Lires does get eliminated on that 7th place is, can anyone actually stop Chinar? Because I'm looking at YU Mad Pro, he has 1 loss. I think I know who he lost to.
Yeah, it feels like, I think for Lires, he did lose his first round with Malicious, so that just sets you up for instantly.
Any legendaries?
You're feeling a little bit rough about it. But I think Noel, this all makes sense now in terms of the way he played his level stage 4. We were looking at his board thinking he's just playing strongest board, doing whatever he can to win rounds. I think he was maybe aware that the potential for Chinar to get to this 10 builds was there. So there's no need to think about capping your own board. It was all about saving HP because he knew he would need it to finish inside the top 2.
Okay,
Yeah,
I know
that's
this is a
just heads
crazy
up
ask.
gameplay.
Sorry, I know this is a crazy ask, but Sinar is sitting on 6 Tam Kench. Please observe us. PvE round is coming up. We could potentially be seeing this game end on Tam Kench 3.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed if this game goes long enough.
I'm down.
I think your best shot would be Noel, who's currently on 22 HP. We are getting the pleasure of having a PvE round here in between. He has 60 gold, you guys. That is so much gold.
Does he have one in his shirt? Oh, he doesn't.
Nope.
He
It does not.
He's rolling through
Okay.
it. 340 serpents. That's a lot.
He does. Okay,
Fizz.
another Fizz.
Okay.
He's also sitting on 6 copies of the Fizz, just for what it's worth, you know. For
his fortune.
funsies, we can also make a Fizz 3 with 1 item.
Kench is getting a big snack as well. You got a full Brom 2 this round, so
Yeah.
not that we need the extra bit of power coming through, but he's doing everything he can to make sure this game doesn't slip away.
Okay.
Okay. 1 copy off of the Fizz, because we have one in the shop, in our Bilgewater shop. That is something we need to keep in mind here. Let's see how far he's willing to dig. Of course, he himself is on 19 HP. I don't think there's any board that could, but just because of, like, what if? I think he should roll all the way down. Here's another Kench.
Wait. Chat hold.
Sells him his fortune too. We're waiting.
Okay, but we can't let everyone die before we roll down for Tam Kench 3. That would be a shame.
That would be a shame. But Noel has 2 lives at least. So we can sit 1 more round, and I think then he has to do it. You can see he's printing so much gold every single round. He's just kind of like, you know, I can make the money. Toon TV eliminated, though, on the other side is unfortunate enough to roll into Shinar. And now everybody else is on 1 life. So Shinar, if you want that tuber moment, here is it for you to grab. All you need to do is go down to 0 and give us Tam Kench 3. Please, if you're listening, give us that.
Get going. Go.
Let's roll, please. 10 seconds.
Bro's chilling. He does not care.
We'll get it next one.
Wow.
Okay.
At least a Fizz 3. Okay. You can roll.
Okay.
Come on. Oh,
Something
That's
to
so
feed our
sad.
curiosity, I guess. One of the
Only
two.
a
However,
Fizz 3.
if one player plays his real and the other player plays his ghost, then we're never going to get to see the roll down fully for that Tam Kench 3. YU Mad Pro defeated Noel. Still, oh, no, not in the game.
nope, it's
Also defeated.
over. Noel second, Wayuma Pro third, and I think both of these players deserve a lot of recognition for heads-up gameplay in a lobby that always had this potential for Shinar. Shinar really just locking it in. Their 2 spatula augments saying, you know what? You guys play your own game. I'm just going to go Bilgewater 10 and win out this lobby. What a game.
I'm disappointed. I mean, he played this flawlessly, but I'm disappointed that we didn't get to see
you
the
had
pumpkin
60 gold.
And only a history that's so anticlimactic. We like, come on, buddy. We want to see the Kenj 3, but I do think for Noel, player that we should highlight, had that do or die game last time round, getting that first, jumping up the standings, and then following it up with a second, really turning his tournament around in these last 2 games. And I touched on it on the cast. I think he was very aware of what was happening, and that's why he was playing his whatever he was playing and just staying alive. And he stayed alive long enough.
I told you guys, I'm a caster blesser, not a caster cursor, and I shouted him out. So there is that. We're gonna go into a quick break, and then we'll hear from our analyst desk more about the insanity of this game and how Shinar really got to that 10 Bilgewater. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with the final game of EMEA Regionals play-ins.
Always rises. Cannons. Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back, one and all, to Analyst Desk here. One more game to go, David, before it's all done and dusted here in the play-ins, and we'll have our final 4 players progressing through to tomorrow and join the main body of our players fighting for a spot in week 2. But let's talk a little bit about what happened in that previous game, because it felt like it was so stark. We had our top players, our players who were the top coming into that one, both deciding to go for Bilgewater. We had our bottom players, both deciding to go for Mel. And by the end of the game, it was just absolute carnage.
Yeah, the cannons have been fired. I think that especially I want to highlight the contrast between both of those Bilgewater players. I think Arzu had a very good spot coming into it, picking up advanced loan on Golden Gala. You know you're not going to hit a prismatic on 3-2, so you're already taking away the big weakness of advanced loan. You have the extra gold to push 7 early to find 7 Bilgewater as early as possible. But I think Arzu made some mistakes in the start of stage 3, not unlocking phase as early as he could, and overall just slowed down his tempo with the Serpent collection a little bit too much. Ended up being an 8th for him, whereas Chinar had a very clear game plan. He was in a comfortable position. He played for Earth's Gambit on 3-2. He got the right outcome to get a Bilgewater spat. And then the moment he hit that chance to get a second Bilgewater spat on 4-2, while he was strong and healthy enough, he knew he could take over the game. It's just a matter of time until he made it to level 10. So I think Barry correctly analyzed that Noel, seeing this, correctly adapted his own game plan. And this is part of what makes the best players in TFT so good. They can read the rest of the lobby, the tempo of the lobby, looks like in stage 4, and adapt and get a lot of placements off of that. So shout out to Noel as well for really pivoting and making a great showcase in that stage 4, playing around anything he could, any kind of AP board that made sense to preserve HP. That's all he needed to do.
I do want to take a second as well to recognize Why You're Mad, because I mean, economically, Why You're Mad was doing absolutely astonishing stuff in that game. I can't remember the last time I've seen quite that much gold outside of the situation. I know previously, thinking back to previous setups before, Full would think he was extremely common, but haven't seen much of it at all. In this game, it ended up basically giving, Why You Mad unlimited money. And I have to think that, outside of something like the Bilgewater 10 actually happening, that would have been enough to push him through to first place.
And that comes down to not just high rolling, but knowing how to play off of a high roll. The moment he unlocked Darius at the end of stage 2, the very last round of stage 2, he found a double LeBlanc shop, having LeBlanc already, and found a LeBlanc 2 out of nowhere that gave him so much tempo he could lose that tempo, picking up forward thinking, still win streak most of that stage 3, and then kind of double dip on his econ and had just an absolutely crazy spot at the end of stage 4 with enough HP and gold to cap out really, really high. I think Barry mentioned he had like 100 gold coming on to level 9 in stage 5. So I think a lot of the players in this lobby really showcase why they are in the position to potentially qualify to tomorrow and why they've been really navigating this stage so well.
And it's worth saying, of course, we know pretty much the layout of the field coming out to this one because, of course, we're working with the same 8 players again. So we were very close to drawing pretty much the entire field even before, but David, as a little bit of a spoiler, we're going to have a lot of our players in this next lobby on basically the same points as each other. So under those kind of circumstances, knowing that there are going to be a few spots that will be decided by maybe 1 or 2 points overall, how would you want to see those kind of bubble players approach such an important game?
I wouldn't warp my game plan too much. I think it's been pretty clear. A lot of players seem to have their comfort picks already on this patch, or comps that they think are just stronger, or they just know how to navigate them a little bit better. We saw Lides playing a lot of Yone today. We saw Toon TV playing a lot of Demacia, for example, in the AP line. So I think they're just really hoping in a game as important as this one, where really this entire performance, this set is on the line, and potentially next set in terms of making TPCs on the line. You don't want to go out of your way and feel uncomfortable on a line that you're feeling like forced to play, like a first or 8 style that we saw from Ben Sack earlier. You want to play kind of a comfort comp and a comp you can perform on, I would say. So just hoping to have the spot to play those lines, I think is the key thing for this final game.
Of course, we'll be confirming those final points in just a few moments' time. Of course, our players will be taking a well-earned break as they ready themselves and hope they're not facing down the barrel of another Bilgewater 10 game again. We will be getting into the spot where we'll have some players who are, of course, after the result of the previous game, too far ahead to really catch. But as I said, it should be very, very competitive going forward. One thing I do want to pick up on from one of our players who will be tied up in the next game, the Jinx for Garkas in the previous game, just, it felt like it was completely outclassed. Do you think there was any kind of salvaging that game, or was it just something completely unworkable?
I think it was hard to do so. I think just had to hit earlier. Just fell a little bit, but too far behind in tempo. I think with players like Chinar coming in, it was just too much to handle for a reroll comp that didn't hit when it had to, I would say. But I do think standings are ready, so we can check out just how close these standings are, Peter, as we move into this final game. We're seeing, as you mentioned, quite a lot of parity. I think Chinar in particular with this win does come out quite far ahead on 28 points now.
Yeah, so we can ignore everyone who's in the top 4, everyone who's in the bottom 4. As we were talking about before, Chinar, as you said, is ahead of the pack, but for pretty much everybody else, even Noel is potentially in danger. In our previous game, there were only 5 points between top and bottom. In this case, that's somewhat the case as well. So, as I said, every single point is going to matter. Making those kind of decisions. I think you're right, David. Finding like as comfortable a compass you can work with at this point will be vital.
In response to Trouble calling us caster cursors, Coco, Chinar, Noel, all the players we mentioned would do well today are sitting in a good position to qualify to tomorrow's competition. So take that, Trouble.
I love that you took time out just before our final game to be petty. That's really the broadcaster better at this point. But hey, we'll see. I'm sure there'll be curses aplenty flying through the air. Of course, this is only the very first part of the competition. Again, 2 more days to tomorrow, and then those players, the biggest bulk, we're going on next week to face off against our top TPC players, who, of course, get to take this entire of the first week off and just watch what's going on. I mean, they've managed to avoid being in this scrum where things are so uncertain.
Yeah, as you're mentioning, this is just an appetizer for what regionals actually is. The players that are here didn't do their homework with this set, really, the TPC players in particular. They're just trying to, fight their way through the play-ins. But then the real regional starts tomorrow with all the big hitters coming in from ladder. Players like Jedusra, players like Aaliyah, players like Wet Jungler as well. Players who fell off of TPC and are trying to stay in it as well by qualifying. So this is, I think, a good, first taste of what the meta looks like, of what the stakes are going to look like. But tomorrow and on Sunday, that's where the real game begins.
Yes, and fortunately, at least tomorrow we'll have a few less, high stress moments because we'll be going into the battle stage, but there are less eliminations. Players probably the cruelest of the situations to end up in as a player, just because it's so incredibly volatile. I'm glad to see that we have had some of the players we were hoping to see make out of plans already do so. But it kind of really throws me back to the old days of TFT where you'd end up in a 4-game situation and say, well, just do your best and hope that you are having a good day.
Exactly so. And just 6 games of sample size, I mean, it's tough. TFT is TFT, especially on a new patch. There's just so much potential variance as well. So I do not envy the position these players are in. Well, maybe I do. They're 1 game away from continuing this season. Maybe I do want to be in this position.
From elimination too.
I didn't even make regional, so I would definitely trade with any of these players. But all things considered, it is a scary place to be in. It's a lot of pressure. Your entire, like I mentioned before, not just your entire set, but potentially your entire next set is at stake here, and you really have to hope for a high roll stage 2 start.
And it's worth bearing in mind, as we look specifically at the points here, we have got 5 players, Arzu, Lyris, Toon, Junction, and Garkez, all basically on the same points as each other. So even if all the players, Shinab, Noel, YU Pro do well enough to keep their placement, which they have right now, there will still be one up for grabs where a single point will likely swing it between. And let's head into that final game. Troubling makes and Barry Bannon take it away.
Thank you, guys. What a pleasure to start this last game with a random 3-cost unit, because that surely means there will finally be some 3-cost reroll that will do well. Tell me yes, Barry.
I think so. We're seeing Zoe instantly dropped here. I really want to see Mal's. I really want to see double Trouble Mal's, which is obviously extremely situational. But I think with Trouble on the cast and the 3-cost reroll Whisperer in yourself makes, it feels like it's the perfect time for it to come forward.
I think I'll make it even better for Makes right here. The Zoe unlocks a possibility for an early Aurelion Soul, I would say. So if you're looking to play a do or die game, you should definitely never touch Aurelion Soul. Please don't do it, guys. You will actually lose a lot of LP. So let's just see if any of those 3 costs that just dropped could potentially evolve into a reroll, because not all of them are rerollable, right? But I'm seeing 2 Aries, 2 Zoes, and 2 Jinxes that definitely could result in a reroll line.
That's right. And then there's Noel, who just insta-sold and said, I will not be tempted by your tomfoolery of re-rolling a 3-cost. He instantly said, nope, I'll play around a 1-cost. I don't care. I don't want it. Or actually, he's been hiding a Vayne. Okay, I take it back. He has a Vayne on his board there. That's just not reflected in our overlay. But yeah, all of our players are currently thinking about the potential of whether or not they should do this. I will say, when it comes to those 3-cost rerolls, the more the merrier. The more other people are also rerolling a 3-cost, the better your shot pods get. So if you're just kind of doing a handshake business situation where someone goes for the Malzahar, Leona, Zoe, and somebody else goes for the Ahri, and then somebody goes for the Jinx, you can all have a great time as long as you're not contesting each other on your lines.
And Noelle has the lesser dupe as well, so it opens up the chance for playing potentially, as you said, any of those 3-cost rerolls. Went for the early unlock on the Poppy, so instantly leaning into getting that Demacia spike at the beginning of the game. And gold augments does mean that there's quite a lot of those open up the potential for reroll. However, we do see econ trouble appears to be picked up mostly across the board.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you're looking to reroll, I think one of the most important concepts that people don't tend to realize really quickly is that if you're rerolling, you need gold. Especially if you're rerolling 3 costs, that is a lot of gold. That is an early level 7. To roll down to hit your units, you need to go back, econ back up to 50, and then roll down to get your 3-star so you can dominate that stage 4, right? As we're seeing right here, Arzu went with the double dupe in his augment, but a bunch of econ augments, 1, 2, 3. One of them through Golden Destiny from Junction, but I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 econ augments, 6 fast 9 augments.
A difficult round win for the solo leveling from Chidar there, coming up against a player with just the solo unit on their own board. And for anybody just joining us, everybody else other than Chinar is in contention, and Chinar is already locked. He's 8 points clear of the cutoff, and if you got 8th, you get a point. So we are chilling. Everybody else, though, is in contention. So that is the player that doesn't really have too much say on that where they'll finish in the standings, unless, of course, they leapfrog the odd other player.
That's right. There's a lot of math here that I am not allowed to do the math. So we do math by the admins that we can then refer to. Like you're saying, Shinar is already qualified. Noelle needs a 4th or better. YUMAPRO needs a 3rd or better. And ToonTV needs a 1st. No other option there to make it in. And then for the other 4 players, it's a little bit more conditional. Those are the players that are lower on our overall points. So they need to beat Noelle and then YUMAPRO, and then Toon by a certain set of points in order to get in there, which is going to make it a little bit difficult, but that is how the lobby is looking like. Quick reminder, 4 players move on to tomorrow, and 4 players are straight up eliminated from their chance in EMEA Regionals. So it's all on the line for them. And while Panda would switch with them, I would rather watch, because that way I can at least dream of seeing an ASOL at some point.
I actually wish Panda would switch with them, because then we actually get the chance to cast Panda, and this would make it so enjoyable for us, not him. But since he's not here, and we get the real pros on our screen, I want to say that Arzu actually went with the hero grab bag, and he is looking to potentially reroll either that Ahri or could be looking for the Yasuo. But the way it's looking right now, it's looking more like an Ahri angle. You've got the Ahri locked in. The Mundo could potentially be giving us a telltale for a Jinx, but we've also seen another player hold a Jinx on their board, so this is definitely going to be some sort of reroll, but also just a reminder that Heroic Grabback can also work worst case scenario as an econ augment only on 3-2 onwards, where it also gives you the gold, right? So right here it's going to be a reroll angle for Arzu, and he's probably looking to see what kind of pairs he can get on his bench to sort of solidify his idea of which comp he's going towards.
I think he just wants to see what items materialize as well. Doesn't yet have any AP components, so if you are leaning towards potentially Ahri, you do want to wait to see if they arrive. We see holding the Aphelios pair, really leaving himself quite open, and maybe won't make the decision until even around 3-1, actually wait to see exactly how it materializes.
Honestly, with the dupe being picked up there, I am surprised we didn't also just tap into the board to make sure that we really are setting ourselves up for success, because like you elaborated, Trouble, I don't think there's a good chance where you take this into the late game and you're like, oh, actually, I'm just not going to reroll with those duplicators. So I'm curious on what Arzu is planning to do here now that we don't have the board unlocked for him. But we did pick up a bow there, so that could be transformed into an Ahri item, but we do have another bow available as well, so choices.
Right, I will be eating my words. We do have a second reroll going on, and thank you so much, observers. That's exactly what I was alluding to. Leona, Bard, Zoe. This is another 3-cost, 3-star line that you're running. You're looking for the Malzahar, ideally as well. Really nice item selection right here with the rods and the tiers, a bit of frontline with the Negatron clock as well. So YuMad Pro is really looking to pretty much suck the entire of stage 2, get a full 5-streak loss going on, cash out that augment, get the extra gold, his interest goes up to 7, and then try to reroll. That's why we said again, it is so important to have some sort of econ augment to boost you early on so you can get the level 7 and then roll down your gold to hit your units.
Yeah, it feels like the unlock change for Bard as well just makes the temptation to actually get Bard online. Even if you're not going for Bard 3 and you are going for 3-cost 3 roll instead, you can just unlock the Bard and eventually you'll get so much value from that it's absolutely worth doing. So it makes sense that you would choose to do so.
Even if you're not going for a reroll comp from the get-go, getting the Bard, sometimes it's just smart heads-up play. You do get resources, you do get rerolls, you just have him on there. He pays for himself easily in the long run. And I am surprised how little players have been tapping into Bard just all throughout today, but I'm curious on what else we're going to see. Like you mentioned, of course, it's just possible because the unlock cost has been reduced significantly to 3 instead of 4, so that suddenly makes him a lot more viable.
Chinar here, our one player who on a full streak and is already guaranteed qualified, solo leveling, keeps the streak. Player that doesn't need to be running away with things and leading the tempo of the lobby, but Troubles early on already seems to be.
The Wukong coming through, and the Jinx plus Mundo on the bench of Tsinar, plus the Kraken Slayer and Hodge that he has slammed on his current board, sort of alludes to a Warwick board with either the Freljord that we've watched or pretty much Zone board. Not having the +1 kind of leans you more towards the Freljord board, which makes it a little bit stronger in general in terms of how high this comp can get, but we'll see. Now, this is something that really worries me because I'm pretty sure we watched the player hold Zoes and Bards and Leonas, which kind of leads into like a Malzahar plus Zoe reroll composition. But a 2-star Malzahar already for Noel might create trouble for YuMad Pro, who's really sucking all those rounds, sacrificing HP to try and get that debt out the way so he can then start rolling for the Zoes and the Malzahars.
Yeah, that's certainly something I love to see. If it weren't for another player also looking at that Malzahar. Remember how I was saying it's nice if other people reroll 3 costs as long as they're not on the same line as you? Yeah, that last part of the sentence, that's actually pretty relevant. So if we are now having 2 players that are looking at Malzahar and thinking about maybe going down that route, that would spell very bad news. So we can only have one of them.
We can only have one of them, but a player here checking in with Toon TV, already very much leading this Demacia line. Time and time again, we see at least one per lobby, and he's a player that is just above the cutoff right now, so potentially just a solid finish will keep him ahead of the pack, and we know how reliable Demacia can be, but is bleeding quite a bit here, and will hopefully be able to finally get the value from his augment and then be able to push on in levels.
I'm getting a little worried because I think Arzu and Tsinar are sort of contesting each other as our second augment is going to come through for our players right here, both with items for Warwick plus Jinx. So we'll see if there will be some contest right there. Of course, Arzu with the hero grab bag does have a little bit of a benefit right here to 3-star Jinx if he so chooses to play for. We'll see. Prismatic can change a lot of dynamics in these sort of reroll compositions that we're seeing. Oh! Prismatic ticket for YuMad Pro is a pretty huge one.
Absolutely is. This is the player that is already on that reroll line, already has the Bard. So the stars are aligning, you're chilling, you're saying, well, now I am definitely going to be locked into this comp. For Arzu, you were asking about, so I looked at his comp and then I was like, maybe we're playing Aphelios reroll into Nidalee Skarner, which is like the newer version of the Aphelios reroll board that we've been seeing a bunch of, where the front line is just kind of reliant on Loris, on Skarner, and then you add in that Nidalee, who could be holding some of those items as well that you're currently seeing on that Aphelios. But we're also holding some Aries, so maybe...
And there's no Nico. It's so weird to me if you're... I'm confused. I think this is still a Jinx angle.
It's a little bit of a what now board, I think.
That Aphelios items look like Yorn items to me. So maybe it is actually Ari reroll, you somehow unlock Yorn, and you go from there. It just feels... I think we're in a position where we're playing strongest board and we're just trying to keep ahead of tempo, but I imagine that is the long-term goal. However, if Yasuo doesn't arrive, then you need something else to pivot out into. You can't maybe rely on that popping up.
Yeah. I think I prefer the Yone Ari over the Jinx from his position, especially because of what we're seeing from Chinar, right? That just kind of like adds on to it. So I'm curious what Arzu decides to do when and what we're going to see from him in terms of item movement. For now, it is certainly going to stay on the Aphelios, and we'll get a glimpse of Toontaby, who's currently angling for that Demacia line that we've been seeing so much of, is currently itemizing that Sona, then moves those onto a Lux, and hopefully will be able to, in the end, find the Rise and the Silas. This has to be your game plan here, but with everybody else on those 3 cost rerolls in this lobby, it's an interesting situation to be in.
Yep, and when it comes to rerolls, you need the perfect items because your comp spikes on stage 4, but having this items, you can actually take take rounds of your opponents that are stabilizing on 4 costs. So right here, for YuMat Pro, very, very important. He's one of our reroll players, and items play a huge role, as you will see on the bottom right as well. Hasn't necessarily been able to hit any of the carries that he's really looking for, still sitting on Zoe 1 and Malzahar 1. So that stage 3 post-neutrals is going to be very, very important for his placements.
I think we have a couple of players here as well that will be angling towards Mel. It looks like there's a few of those LeBlanc item holders that it will be angled towards as that cap. So we've seen Mel and Rise rising up in popularity as the days went on, and it feels like we'll be seeing a couple of Mels again. Hopefully not more than 2, because that's when we've seen it real struggle to hit its highest peak.
Look at Chinar.
Oh.
So aggressive. Huge. Goes to 7, rolls down quite a bit just to protect the streak. Says, listen, you are not going to pass me, as he rolls up against Gargs. Has digged pretty deep for this, so needs this to also now transform and be able to clutch the win. But I think with those upgrades, with that front line, that Jinx is going to do some heavy lifting.
Yeah, he's got a pretty strong front line, a bunch of 2-star champions, the Mundo, the Briar, the Blitzcrank, plus the Fiddlesticks right there with 3 items onto the 2-star Jinx. Very, very important, right? When you're on a 100 win streak and you want to keep playing around that composition. Right now, it's going to take a while to get back up to that level, to that 50 gold, to get to that level 8. But preserving win streak is very, very important. Had to dig a little bit too deep to get that Jinx too, but having that pair, I think, was worth it.
And checking in with Junction, this is one of the players you mentioned here, Barry, that is certainly looking for the Mel in the long run. You can see it by the items, you can see it by the units that are in play here. This is what we're looking for. Would like to find an Mbessa soon-ish. We're looking really good on the economy, but usually after Wolves is where you would like to unlock that Mel, ideally, to try and not let those rerollers, like Trouble mentioned, kind of steal games off of you, and also get your casting early on to unlock that Radiant, of course.
Yeah, one of our players that was forced into savings account, but getting it off the back of Destiny, it's actually so nice. You just get that little bit extra econ, and it just scales and scales and scales. And as you said, so rich already. Should be able to get to that point to be angling towards Mel before everybody else, but unfortunately does tag Chinar, our lobby leader, who is putting everyone else on a bit of a timer by playing so aggressively. He's just chipping away at everyone's health HP totals. As we do see Junction get that cash out from the savings account.
It should be the same case for YU Mad Pro right here, and YU Mad Pro down to 31 HP, playing that Zoe reroll. If we could please, what's their board? Actually rolling down. Thank you so much, observers, right here. Rolling down, just got that Zoe 2 down to 45 gold, has 7 Leonas, which is really, really good, but also looking for your 2 secondary carries. That is a very item-intensive board, that is a very econ-intensive board. He's already got his econ augment, has got his reroll augment, so potentially looking for either combat or item augment to solidify the composition he's playing on that 4-2.
So you're so right. On the Leona, we're only 2 copies off, but I was really triggered by only seeing a Malzahar 1. Yeah, 1 copy off. But he also just found so many of those. Leona 3 is online. The Malzahar pair is now online. 1 copy off of the Malzahar. 60 gold still in the tank. YU Mad Pro said, let me just get that dear list ready. I got that Dachti roll button.
Just locked in.
And I will find my units. That is insane, the amount of things he just found.
It feels like he really had to hit this round as well. Being double econ, you really need to make sure your 4-1 is your big spike, but coming in perfectly on time there and didn't have to go too deep at all. Should be sitting in a really comfortable position off the back of that.
Can you imagine just checking this board as one of the other players and you're like, oh, he's only on the Malzahar 1, and then suddenly you see the 3 cost pop up and you hop on over and the guy is still on like 50 plus gold and you're like, what the hell? That is an insane roll down.
That was a beautiful roll down right here, and he has a chance to either choose an item augment or a combat augment for himself. Really, really important to actually get and go toward those items as he's shuffling through. Is he gonna go with exclusive right here to get another item onto Leona? It is actually going to be the case. He did choose exclusive. He is missing the 3rd item on Leona, which is super important.
I feel like he's not too happy with that. You could see that he insta-rolled all 3 and was really hoping for just something that's raw combat power. And yeah, you do get that item, but the extra gold is really unneeded for his spot. And it feels like just complete raw combat power would have been better here. But still, giving him that 3rd item is quite a big spike.
Yeah, I agree. It's still 2 copies away from the Zoe. Last we saw this board. Don't worry, it's 1 blink away and he'll find that as well. But checking with Junction, like you're mentioning, there is that level 9 in play. We do still look for Ambessa, though. Hasn't found her yet and doesn't have the Mel as a result. That is not great news for Junction.
Yeah, pushing that level 9 right here, you really want to have the Ambassador so you can unlock the Mel, as you mentioned, primarily because you're stuck on LeBlanc 1. So not really an ideal carry. LeBlanc 2 could potentially take you through some stage 4 rounds versus weaker boards, and you've got the Volibear for as a placeholder for the Ambessa items. Now he's unlocked the Rise, which is pretty good. You can give the LeBlanc items over to a stronger unit, and that's also a very stable board coming through from Lires. Got the Wukong 2, Prom 2, Lysandra 2, so backline carry, not one of the most consistent ones, I want to say, because you only do burst damage, you don't do consistent damage onto that Lysandra, but the frontal looks pretty stable.
Yeah, it feels like that Lysandra board. You really need to get a Seraphine alongside it. Lysandra on her own doesn't output enough damage. YU Mad now has everything. So I guess Operation 3-star 4 cost is potentially where you would look at how you could really cap out this board as strong as possible. Coming up against our other reroller, who does have that RE3 online as well.
Yeah, and we were wondering about where this goes, if Arzu's able to turn this into an Ari. Now, RE3's online, Yasuo is online, but very similar. But on the side of Arzu, we have rolled down to 0, and the board is still going to lose against the sheer power of those 3 golden units. So I'm a little bit worried about the long run here, because he really needs that Yone 2 to crop up and stabilize that board.
Yeah, the fact that items were still on the Yasuo indicates that we didn't get the Yasuo in time to be able to have Yone whilst we're rolling for Ari. Ideally, while you're digging for the Ari, you can pick up 1 or 2 copies of Yone. The fact we're only just getting Yone and we've already spent all of our gold, really difficult spot to be in.
Carousel here serves up a Garen for the players that might want to dabble into the Silas. That's always something you want to keep in mind here. A player like Junction, who originally wanted to play around Mel, I think finds himself in a position where it's like, do I still want to do that? Or do I rather play around the Rise and maybe the Silas here instead? Certainly has the board to do it here.
I feel like you play as you go. If you do hit the Rise, if you end up unlocking the Rise, I feel like you have to.
I mean, he has it,
Reminder,
yeah.
Junction was playing on a LeBlanc 1. So anything cost-wise will be better than LeBlanc 1, right? The Lissandra, the Seraphine, or the Rise, best case scenario. Now, this board does not look stable at all. It's just a bunch of one-cost soup with a random Volibear that came through as a result from the Scion HP. But this is still just the Scion 2 tanking with a Rise 1 and a Volibear 1. Luckily for him, he's playing versus a Yone 1. I'm saying luckily, but the Yone is actually wrapping really aggressively towards the backline.
Yeah, the Ari
and
3.
he will find the Rise.
It's Faker.
Not enough frontline for Junction here, and it feels like, have we rolled? You're looking at the board thinking, okay, what did we roll for? Like, we haven't hit anything, and it really is such a difficult spot for you. We see the frontline just melted there, and
Oh, now
like-
Mbessa comes. That is a weird spot to look at.
But I feel like now he wants to pivot away from that. He wants to
I
go
think so
more towards
too.
a more traditional Lissandra Volibear with Rise kind of combo, which was one of the best comps you could play a couple of patches ago because it had the Yordle in, but you also had the Ionia in, which Rise benefits a lot from. However, I feel like this is a very old school composition. Luckily for him, he does have HP to burn through. He's about 30-something HP, so he can burn through that. 32 HP, he can burn through that, go towards neutrals. Most likely lose that really, really hard on this round, but then you bank about 40 gold and you roll it down, hitting those key units.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just kind of frustrating when your game plan was find Mbessa, find Mel, and then you don't find her, you find Rise instead.
wow.
You are in a position where you're like a little bit dizzy, you put up together a board, then that Mbessa crops up and you're like, no, now I'm playing Rise, don't tempt me as he's moving through it. But that win was really, really big for him just now, and I think you do buy the Garen and you think about whether or not you can do a Rise Silas board here rather than playing a little bit of a suboptimal Rise comp.
feels like we just saw an augment gap in that last one. Yes, Why You Mad Pros hit everything, but really lacking any combat power, and despite the fact the Rise board lacking upgrades on the flip side, at least some power coming through for that Rise to be able to delete everything. So just given the potential with being level 9 and having 2 combat augments, if you can get 1 or 2 upgrades, suddenly you can look so much stronger.
Yeah, and I feel like to reiterate the situation that Why You Mad Pro is in, 23 points. He has been sitting comfortably in that top 3 out of the 8 players. However, a lot can change. If you go 8th, you only bank in 1 point. Other players can surpass you depending on what that top 4 looks like in this particular lobby. Very nice Annie hit right here with items coming through though for Garcus.
Massive upgrade here in the back and the front line, because if you're looking at them, both are kind of lacking here. We're also going to see some items being slammed, of course, on the Annie and the Tibbers to try and help out, and that could be a stabilizing point for Garx if he's able to beat boards like the one he's seeing from Arzu here. Good news, Yone is still Yone 1. Bad news, there is an RE3 in the backline, and she's been doing wonders for some of these fights. Is not going to be able to clutch it up here, and Garx, with the upgrade of that Annie 2, does save himself from another little loss here on the HP totals.
Annie might not be the demon she once was, but the amount of stability that upgrade can give you, frontline solved, backline solved, you get the anti-heal coming through as well, just solves so many issues for that board, and the items really were set up for it, so you always had it in mind, having just pure mana items. That's exactly what Annie needs, so clearly was planning to get that online the entire time.
Noelle right here sitting level 8 with a pretty weak board, I want to say. No real 4-cost hits. The Brom's sitting on the bench. No Swain 2. Your main tank is a Nico 2 with items that primarily belong on Mel, but Seraphim 2 stronger than Mel 1. So this is a pretty sad board right here for Noelle, who needs those points, right? He's the second on the leaderboard currently as it stands, but yet not locked in. So every single point matters in this last game today.
Yeah, exactly. He needs a 4th or better. Right now, he is not in a great spot to achieve that with how this lobby is shaking out. Now, of course, this win is going to help, but like you're mentioning, the board does not look stable enough just yet. And even though he's second point leader, he will need to upgrade this board to something that can contend with some of the other boards that we're seeing here. I'm starting to worry a little bit.
A couple of players now dropping down to elimination range. Noel and Junction, 18 and 16 HP. Larissa at 12. But why are you mad? 6 HP. And despite the fact they hit everything, had so much gold to go work with there, has pushed level 9. But triple econ essentially, really lacking that little bit extra combat power. And we can see that the third augment, maybe just not what we needed.
And I don't know if we're going to see him at all, because we are looking at elimination right here, and Shinar has made it through to day 2 already. He's locked in, but I think he just hit Warwick on 5-3. He hit Warwick 2 on 5-3, which is pretty late. Obviously, again, he doesn't care about points, and he's in very comfortable at 43 HP, as What You Mad Pro lives to fight
win
another
picked
day.
up.
Yeah, on that level 9. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to me that Shinar was win streaking through the early stages with that solo leveling, and yet just about hit that Warwick 2 on stage 5.
So many of these players are on really similar point totals, as we do see the Rise unlock, and so many of these players are on similar HP right now. Look at this, 18-16, 12-6-4. All of these players could fall in like 2 or 3 fights, and they need to make something happen here. Can they find the upgrade they need in the carousel? I've seen an Annie being picked up. Hopefully that is good enough for my YUMAP Pro to stabilize.
In TV here, our player that is just above the cutoff, so there's the pack of 20 points, and then he's on 21, so he just needs to keep ahead of the chasing competition. And ended up on this Demacia line, and is now the one player in the lobby with quite a bit of a HP lead. So angled early on to the most reliable comp of the day, something we've seen be able to consistently get into those top 4 positions, and now is sitting in a spot where maybe they're not going to win out in this particular game, but should have the HP to eke out every important point.
It's just so unlucky for Why You Mad Bro, because she wasn't able to get like an actual real item as his third item for Leona. Leona's still the sole frontline with a BT slammed on her, so not being able to change that one up as we're watching him on our screen right now. Is going to go up against Noel. 6 HP versus 4 HP. One player is out this round.
Absolutely right. And honestly, to the eye, these boards are so close. Look at that. Backline still standing for 2 of them. Determining factor, one of those backlines shines golden. And that is going to be elimination for Noel. Comes so close here, but unable to clutch it up in that very last game. Not the only player that is eliminated though. Arzu also falls. Both of these players are not going to be able to make it into tomorrow.
And the lobby just flipped on its head as 3 of our bot 4 picked up a win there, and jumping ahead of a lot of our players that we thought were potentially in a position to squeeze out potentially a top 4 or top 3 finish. And we now see Why You Mad Pro, after getting to level 9, putting together a bit of a win streak here, just getting to the 9 and getting that fiddle in, just adding a little bit more power. But we do see here Junction starting to put together this board, but did lose the last round.
Rise 2 just hit for Junction right here, which could be very, very big. Again, this is a very old school Rise board with missing just the Piltover element to it. And let's see if that Rise plus the Volibear 1 can carry Junction to 1 more point right here, sitting at the very bottom with 19. He really needs that win. The Wukong and Rise are gonna pull through, and he lives yet another day as Chinar, Lyris, both out on the same round.
Yeah, and that is big. So first of all, Chinar was already qualified, so he is through no matter what, but Noel was second point leader. He got an 8th place. That means the path to making it has gotten so much easier for all the other players. Now, Lyres, I don't think does make it here, but all the other 4 are looking in a prime position to push on through and find their way into the last couple of promotions. 1 of the 4 will not be able to make it, but 3 of them will.
It feels like the big winner so far is Why You Mad Pro. the player that was third in the standings of our 8 players, was 1 life, facing down a potential 8th place, got to level 9, and then these 3 wins in a row have just leapfrogged him up the standings and already had a little bit of a point gap. So potentially our big winner so far.
Big hit for Junction right here. The Tariq too, but most importantly, the Volibear too coming through. Now both of the carries fully itemized. Even better itemization takes the red buff off of that Rise, gives it over to Lissandra, who's playing more for the utility, and now Rise full glass cannon in the backline with Wukong 3 items, Volibear and Rise being the 2 carries. Junction right here really needs a first to solidify himself into that top 4.
We might see double elimination here. Look at the HP totals. This lobby is so insanely close. Pro and Junction are both fighting for survival here in the hopes of making it. Left-hand side is looking awful. Pro is going to get eliminated. On the right-hand side, though, Junction able to clutch it up. Maybe that luck still lives, but Wukong will serve one last bonk and make him step up to the plate. I think with that, now that is not determined, that is just caster math, but I believe Garrick's Tune and Junction with that are making it, right? Because Pro needed a third to get in there. It's going to be crazy. There could still be a way where somebody else makes it. Don't listen to me.
Yeah, Junction right here would have 25 points, right? That would be equal to Noel. So I think there might be a couple of tiebreakers. Very, very important games. Again, we're seeing Junction on the bottom side of our screen right now, again, with the Volibear plus Rise. A very old school Rise composition really shined back a few patches ago, playing into Annie 2, Silas 2. Silas is dead. Volibear in the backline, and Junction takes another W. That's huge.
Junction potentially with a miracle run here, the lowest point standing coming into this game. His game and tournament was on a knife's edge, and getting that Rise 2 at the perfect time, and then the Volibear just perfectly wrapping onto the backline, deleting the LeBlanc and the Annie. Junction now, the one player on a 3-win streak, looks like has all the momentum behind them to potentially bring this home.
I will say, Trouble, I have to say sorry because I did not believe in this vintage Rise. I thought he was going to get that Silas in there. I thought he was going to see the light, and instead Junction said, hold up, let me cook. And that is exactly what he did. It's incredible that this board is able to find those wins. A lot of that power leans, of course, on the Volibear, and like you mentioned, that upgrade so big. We gotta lock back in as Garks and Junction are fighting right now for survival, for promotion.
I'm looking to the right of my screen. Really beautiful positioning on Rise right here. Has dodged every single Lux ult and keeps dodging. Junction gets another W right here on the board.
Elsewhere, looks on the left-hand side, deleted Garkes' carry, but Garkes' Annie able to just do enough and win the fight again by a single unit. These fights are the closest they can possibly be. We saw Wukong coming out on top previously, just the bear surviving there.
And Toon also able to hang in there by a threat after a loss. He is certainly the player that needs to turn it around to maybe claw into those top 3. Does pick up the TG here. That could be a massive factor for one of those legendary units he has on board.
I mean, I just gotta give it to Junction right here. I know we've been talking about him a lot and watching a lot of that board, but that was an amazing turnaround. That was supposed to be an Ambessa Mel board with Noxus, and then he turned into good old vintage wine Rise that was played so many patches ago. Not necessarily one of the S-tier Rise compositions that we have been seeing, but he works so well right here, and getting yet another frontline item onto that Rise. Has to make sure again to dodge the backline, and let's see, he's gonna be playing versus Toon TV yet again. I don't think he has dodged the Lux this time around. If that Lux ult hits, it could be lights out. Oh no.
He needs this win to make it. Atman's just shared the math, so he needs to beat one of the other two players to move on to tomorrow, to keep his hopes alive. Can the Rise, with the power of the old, conjure up more damage? The front line is falling. The Wukong is broken. It's not good enough, but the minus HP might factor in here. No, Garx and Toon are in the top two. What a heartbreak.
The angle there was perfect for the Lux player. Not only being able to get on top of the Rise, the volley was actually getting chipped away slowly throughout the fight, and Toon just expertly done with the positioning here, and now does get himself to level 10. We can see him bopping his head. He's feeling pretty good about this one, knowing that he was above the cutoff, and in this top two should have done enough, and you can see on the camera he's feeling himself right now.
I mean, of course, huge positioning diff right there. The position of Brazilian and the Lux primarily to snipe the Rise every single time was beautiful. He's doing the Pepe D dance coming through from Toon TV, and of course has played a fantastic game. Now playing through a legendary super Arcanist vibe on the other side from Garcus.
Toon is just chilling, man. He's vibing. He knows his numbers are looking good. And same is true for Garx. Both of these players are sitting on beautiful points. It will go to Toon. He's celebrating himself as he should, finishing day one with a first place, putting himself in the best position. I mean, we should make this into a jam emote. I'm just saying, he's vibing.
That was an absolutely crazy lobby. A lot of the top 4 in the leaderboard ended up in the bot 4, and a lot of the lower standing members ended up with a top 3 right there. So there will be a huge shuffle. I can't even figure out of all of them who's made it through, because it was so cutthroat. Everyone on 20, 21, 22 points. Absolutely crazy.
Why You Mad needed that top 4, but got that, needed a top 3, sorry, but got the 4th, but with Noel falling out, he's done enough. And we know that Toon was feeling himself. He knew that he'd made it through there. And touched on it, the Demacia line is normally reliable, but maybe not the highest cap, but he actually played around that Zillion early on. Any secondary AP carry you can get online really activates the comp, and piloted that one perfectly.
Honestly, I feel like we had a treat today of TFT.
Yeah.
We've seen so many amazing games. We've seen so many cooks and cool comms all throughout, which I love. I love when TFT is like this. I love when the balance hits just right, and I feel like they aced it with 16.6. I love how much fun our players are having. And honestly, I can't wait for more. We're going to have so many more amazing games. But first, we're going to hear from our analyst desk on who actually makes it to tomorrow. It's been a pleasure casting with both of you, Trouble, Barry. I hope you had as much fun as I did. We're going to send it off to teeny tiny break. And then our analyst desk is going to tell you more all about it. See you there.
Always rises. Cannons. always rises. Cannons!
There we are, done and dusted with the play-ins. All the dust is going to be settling. But David, what a hell of a final game with our final batch of players to determine who will be going forward. Honestly, the end game board there, especially from Toon TV, was eye-watering.
Yeah, shout out to Toon TV. I think I mentioned at the start of this game that you really have to go for your comfort picks in a game like this with so much on the line. We've seen Toon TV playing a lot of Demacia throughout today in the play-in phase. And he's just like me. I think I found in this Demacia line a lot of safety this entire set on ladder, especially in terms of climbing high and knowing how reliable it is as a comp. Not really persuaded to go into the Silas line, just playing the standard Demacia with a really strong front line, so many TGs, Garen that would never die. Last second save, I think, works so well with the Demacia rally effect. It's almost an augment that's made for this comp, despite it being a more generic combat augment. And having both the dual carries, the Gunblade on Lux and Azilian, it's just a perfect setup for Demacia. I'm not surprised to see him doing so well with it in this game. And I think we could see when he was vibing and he was dancing how happy he was to have this game turn out the way it did.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you there as well. There's so many different temptations to draw yourself onto different routes, but one thing I really want to bring to the center of the conversation is not necessarily what won the game here, but what we're seeing so much of during that game, the Bruiser Invoker, specifically Bruiser LeBlanc being used as kind of a mid-game board that brought players to a lot of different places overall. It's something we saw emerge much more in this game than we've seen in previous ones. What do you kind of think of it as a kind of transitionary tool?
It's very strong. I think the only real hiccup throughout this set for playing this line is the difficulty and the extra layers of just complexity that the unlock system adds in terms of unlock cannon. If you're not playing already with Ionia, it's just very hard to hold all these extra units, unlock cannon. You have to have the right HP for Volibear unlock, and then deal with the whole Rise unlock when going to 9 that can slow you down quite a lot. It's all been simplified, so it's much easier to just pivot into this without having to have perfect prep for it. I was scared in stage 3 seeing so many players that I thought were angling Mel. I thought it would be a bloodbath in terms of trying to find the Mel 2, but everyone dispersed into their own little avenue, it seemed like at the end, with only Noel playing for Mel, and he unfortunately went 8th.
I do wonder if that's going to be something that's going to be characterizing the rest of the event as well, as because players have only got so much time to prepare, particularly coming into day one, the play-in part of a competition where you're only going to be having so many comps. You feel really comfortable being certain that can work. I'm sure that the players who are playing in week 1 starting tomorrow, who are joining the players who've made it through from today, we're paying a lot of attention to what has been working here. And as you said, the more options they have, the more you are leaving it up to your own agency as to how well you do.
Yeah, you can pivot much more, I think, between different comps. The casters we're mentioning, I think they also anticipated a lot of Mel this game, but players were just not finding the right unlock condition with the early investors, for example. And they did find conditions for other comps. So we saw Arzu playing as the Ari Reroll, for example. We saw, of course, Tunu, he was the only one who was set in stone playing Demacia, I think, but everyone else was kind of open to whatever they were hitting. Garkas as well, playing for the more anti-Silas board and bypassing Mel altogether. Playing a lot of old classics, I would say, when it comes to AP, but this is what this patch kind of is. It's a return to that first patch of the set in some ways, where Fastline was so strong, where Silas and Annie and Rise were so dominant, but with other things added on as well. The 3-cost reroll coming to fruition.
All right, well, speaking of fruition, we have officially reached the end of the day, and we can reveal which of our 8 remaining players will be going through to tomorrow to play in 2 more days of competition for a chance, even a chance, of making it to weekend 2 and a possibility of going to the crown and perhaps calling themselves regional champion as well. So we'll jump across that in a second, because again, these players have worked incredibly hard just for today, and we can see the final layout, including players who are just, a heartbeat too short.
Now we're seeing earlier on already Narcas, Clamu, blah, 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 and Lekoko qualified, but now after these last 2 games, Chinar makes a return. He hasn't been playing at the highest level since all the way back in set 11, but he's a historic player who has had such great highs at a regional level in EMEA. Happy to see him back. Toon TV has pivoted from a streaming life, from a content life, into competing at a higher level, and he's rewarded for it. He's back in regionals week 1, and he has a chance to maybe play for TPC as well. And really happy for players like YU Mad Pro and Sharks. They played at a high level today. They had to work through Tier 2, which is famously hard. There's a lot of variance involved with just playing 2 cups. There's no accumulation of points to make it here. Playing through ladder is incredibly difficult. You have to be so consistent the entire set. But they've made it through the play-in phase, which is the hardest part, in my opinion, of Regionals Week 1. They have now a 12-game sample size potentially across tomorrow and Sunday to prove they deserve to be in the TPC. And making it there is just the news that I think all these players are hoping for, because it adds so much stability to your career. You can not have to play 200 games every patch on ladder. You can focus that more into scrims. You can kind of take your time with improving at your own pace, and I think that really helps in terms of being in TPC.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think very legitimately it is a life-changing event for our players. But we have got a special treat for you guys before we end out today's stream. We have got Blah 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 on the line with us after managing to qualify through after 4 games. So, Blah Blah Blah, welcome to the stream. Before we get into our more serious questions, David does have something he needs to get out of the way.
This is actually a very serious question, Counterfeits. Blah, blah, blah. I want to ask you, where does the name come from? Please tell me the origin of your in-game name.
It's mainly like a phrase that I say in my friend group. Like if someone's saying something like that I don't agree with, or I just think it's funny, I'll just say blah 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 to them.
It makes our job very difficult as casters, I will say.
I'm sorry for that.
No, we'll think of some sort of nickname which we can apply to this one. But obviously, coming to this one, you are new to a lot of the viewers here at the regional finals. I know that you've had some experience in the Northern Legends scene, playing in the Swiss tournaments there. Would you mind telling the audience a little bit about your kind of background coming in through that kind of regional scene?
Yeah, I've been playing since around set 5, and I've played in a couple of the other tournaments, like you said, Northern Legends, and I've been in a few trials. But this set, I've finally tried to do it more competitively. So I played in Paris earlier this set, and then did quite well in both the Tacticians Cups this set.
As someone who knows the struggle of competing in Tier 2 in terms of the potential variance, in terms of having to do really well in just one of 2 cups to make it this far, or do really well on ladder, I think is even more difficult. What do you think you did right this set? Do you think you had a really good read for one of the 2 cups? Do you think you just improved a lot as a player overall?
I think definitely my reads have been the best. Mm-hmm. It's sometimes when reviewing my games, I may not have executed the comp that I'm playing to the best of my ability, but it's more that I picked that comp in that situation that led me to a higher placement.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Well, in terms of your prep for this event, coming to this one, coming to the playing stage with such a wildly open field and unsolved meta, what was your kind of process for that? Did you have a study group, or were you trying to figure it out all by yourself?
I do have a study group. It's a lot of the people in chat right now. It's mainly from the NA people and APAC people. There's not a single EMEA person in there, but we've been playing a lot of the Project PBE together and doing our own scrims together, so that really helped me prepare.
So a difficult name to pronounce, and you're also a traitor to our region, prepping with only NA and APAC players. I see how it is. I'm gonna remember your name for tomorrow.
No one wanted me.
Wink.
So.
Maybe they will after your performance today.
Maybe.
Coming to tomorrow, though, blah, blah, I wanted to ask, how do you change your mindset? Do you feel you have a lot of positive inertia after making it through playing, which I think is the hardest part of this week 1? Are you worried about the level of play that you're going to be facing tomorrow with a lot of the players coming from ladder, like Jeduzor or Leah, from TPC players who have been forced to play this week 1 as well?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was a reality shock, especially going into the first games where I'm actually playing in the tournament and playing against the people that I've been watching. And then, as you said, people like Elia and Jedusar, I've talked to them a bit, and they're great people and people that I really watch. So it's definitely going to be difficult tomorrow.
Well, you've absolutely become a player to watch yourself. Before we let you go and enjoy the fact that you've made it through the next day of competition, I have a feeling that I might know somewhat what you're going to say, but in terms of shout-outs, to your solo group or to anybody else, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's mainly like the people in chat, Funkster, 149CM, Rubber Hugh, Ready, and then a couple of the APAC people, like Striker and Nanade. That's like mainly our study group, so all of those people help me.
All right, well, thank you so much. Again, we'll let you go to prepare for tomorrow. This is only the beginning of the journey, but this is certainly a very, very good place to start from. And have a wonderful evening, and hopefully, maybe we'll talk to you tomorrow as well.
Thank you. You too.
So David, plans are done and dusted, which means we're looking forward to the main part of week 1 coming up tomorrow, the battle stage, where comparatively we have fewer eliminations, though there still will be ones coming in, but our players do get a little bit more room to breathe.
And we'll see how the meta unfolds as well, right? We'll see if the read from these 16 players today will be the same as the read we'll be seeing from, let's say, more successful TPC players who are coming in higher positions, if the meta read will be exactly the same in terms of the comps they favor, in terms of the lines they try and angle more often. We saw a lot of Silas today, obviously a lot of Mel. All of Fast 9 really has been very represented. I think a little bit less 3 costs that I imagined, or the 3 costs we did see didn't really perform at a high level. I think it was mediocre-ish in my opinion. So we'll see if there's going to be any evolution in terms of the new reroll lines in particular. I think something like Darius reroll we haven't seen at all today. That's one of the new players on the block, I would say. So really excited to see how that evolves for tomorrow.
So, of course, as a result of today, 40 more players will be joining the 8 who have survived through from today. So we're hoping to, some of these players, particularly blah, 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 who we just spoke to, will have won your hearts, and you'll be hoping to follow them through the entire competition. Again, 2 more days of week 1 before we will be cutting away the majority of those players and then sending them forward into week number 2. But if you'd like to follow along with everything that's happening over on X, you can check out Competes TFT on Instagram, Teamfight Tactics, and then Play TFT on Facebook and YouTube. And if you'd like to hear more from our good selves, we have at Impetuous Panda, you can see Belief's portrait, out Counterfeit Cast, underneath myself, Makes_ for Makes Barry Baden, as you'd expect, and then Trouble Inc, G_Trouble Inc on the social medias. Again, we hope you do come back and join us at 3 p.m. CEST. We're going a little bit earlier because of daylight saving times. We will be doing that across the entirety of this weekend, so make sure that you're here for that. For now, though, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the battle stage.
Always rises.